Hello everybody and welcome to Coolbet Open Tallinn podcast or broadcast here from Tallinn, Estonia, Hilton Hotel, and we are finally back. It's been 2 long years waiting for the players to return. The times have been tough. Everybody's been waiting to finally get to play some normal poker again. And here we are. In a couple of minutes we will start with day 1A of Coolbet Open. But meanwhile, my name is Kristel Laas and I am joined by the reigning Coolbet Open Tallinn winner and now a Coolbet employee as well, Ohit Karli Toome. Hello.
Hello from my side, and as Christian told already, we are very happy that we can have some live poker back in action.
Let everybody know what happened since the last time they saw you, because I know you're gonna be a familiar face for all the Coolbet players. So you ended up winning the last event here in Tallinn, and as I understand, you straight up got a offer from Coolbet to join their team and let those talents not go to waste.
Not exactly like this, but yeah, I played poker a little bit, but got tired of it, and yeah, now I'm working for Coolbet.
It seems to be a great company to work for as well.
Helping out with Coolbet Open.
Perfect. So this is going to be probably the greatest Coolbet Open we've ever had, and we have a fantastic featured table for you as well. A couple of familiar names, couple of Estonian local players, and couple of worldwide superstars as well. I'm sure you know at least one of those players, or hopefully you know more of them. Let us know about the players at the table.
Yes, seat 1 is David John Land from Australia. Seat 2 is Joel Salmerinne from Finland. Seat 3 is Norwegian player Ola Vasenjus. Sorry if I pronounced those names wrong. Seat 4 is Andrei Myakov, local player from Estonia. Seat 5, Victor Fernandez. He's a Spanish player, but lives in Estonia and very famous among the local players. Seat 6 is no other than Ilari Sahamies. I think everyone in the poker room recognizes him.
Yes, formerly known in the online fields as Ziegmund. Probably has played a couple of the biggest pots ever in online poker, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a very famous high stakes player, but he has played a lot in Tallinn in recent times. And I know he had a pretty good score in Kings of Tallinn also.
Yeah, he finished 14th last time in the last Kings of Tallinn event. So
yeah, true. So we're expecting a lot of action, hopefully from him. And seat 8 is seat 7. Seat 7 is Morten Antonsen from Norway, and seat 8 is also local player Igor Pihela Jr. And seat 9 is Adria Comas from Spain.
Igor Pihela Jr., of course, here in Estonia, mostly known for having the second prettiest girlfriend in Estonia, right after mine. But yeah, a fantastic player. His biggest live score is about 30,000 or something like that. So hasn't won a huge life-changing event, but he's always in the mix. He's always getting near those big scores and making a lot of final tables in a lot of events. And he ended up winning the 1K Hyper event just recently. So I mean, he's in a good form. And so on. We might have had a couple of those seats mixed up while talking about the seating arrangements, but we will figure it out sooner rather than later, because as far as I know, in seat number 2 there should be a Spanish player residing here in Estonia, and I got some information about him that he's about to get married to a local dealer here without him even knowing it. But there's 122 players remaining at this point. We have played 3 levels already. We are on level 4 at the moment. The starting stack is 30,000 on this event. The buy-in is 550 euros. So exactly in the sweet spot. Not too much, not too small. Still, there's gonna be a huge prize pool at the end of this tournament. First place is probably gonna take home approximately like 40,000 euros. So for a 500 euro event, this is gonna be a sweet payday for anybody. And as we spoke about Ilari Sahamies at seat number 6, former high stakes poker player, still mixes it up some of the times, but he has chosen, or life has chosen for him, I'm not sure, to play more of those meat stakes tournaments, and they are probably the most enjoyable festivals out there, the Coolbet Open being a prime example of that, of bringing the Nordic players and bringing the local players as well to the mix, and still play for a decent amount of money without risking probably the too big part of your bankroll.
Yeah, as far as the tournaments go, I'm thinking those 550 buy-in main events, they are like really attractive, and it's the reasonable price for like
for your average. Sorry for interrupting you, but the reasonable price for your average like recreational to semi-professional or even professional players, but of course high stakes regulars, it's not too attractive for them, but for your average player it's fine. I mean, 99% of poker players, they don't play poker professionally, they play it as a hobby, and 500 euros is something you can look forward to, you can save money up for, or just put in the mix and put yourself out there for a big score. Because who doesn't like a big score? This is something that keeps us going. Those tournament wins and nothing else matters. I mean, for me personally, I've never been too attracted to cash games. They're always fun to get myself in the mix sometimes. But the problem for me is to have the thrill of winning big. I have to risk too much of my bankroll to play too high for cash games. But in tournaments, you can get that big score without risking too much of it, so it's always a better suit for me.
Yeah, it depends how many rebuys you're doing. Yeah.
That's true. Do you know if Coolbet Open is a re-entry tournament, right?
Yeah.
Is there a specific amount of levels you can do it, or everybody can re-enter until the end of day one?
The end of day one, but we have a pretty interesting hand here.
It's gonna be a setup. Because Sahamies is going to be expected by other players to play quite aggressively, especially when there's a raise and 2 callers out there, so he might not get too much respect here. Yes, but Pihela Junior, with the strongest hand, still has to fold, but Jakov Andrei has pretty decent hand to call within position, but I would have actually liked for ace-3 suited to even maybe come in with a raise there some of the time with him. Himself, but
yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down like how the other players in the table, how they see Ilari Sahamies. Like, do they expect him to be like really this loose guy, or?
Yeah, but at the same time, if I'm Igor Bihela here with ace jack off, you still have 2 more players to act behind you, and at the same time, and to worry about. There might be someone trapping and expecting a 3-bet. Let me see. I got a note. Perfect. And at the same time, it's not the best hand to play in a 3-bet pot. You rather would like to be the one 3-betting with ace jack, or just folding through a 3-bet. So I don't mind the fold from ace jack here, personally. The thing is, there are hands that play a lot better in 3-bet pots that are not as strong as Bihela's ace jack. Also, ladies and gentlemen watching us, we want to let you know and talk a bit about the free roll, because we have a 500 euro free roll coming up at Coolbet for all our viewers, and the password for the free roll is Estonia. So come on up and join the free roll. The free roll is starting at 6 p.m. Central European time and
7 o'clock local time.
7 o'clock Estonian time, and so on. 500 euros worth of tickets we will give away, and this is gonna be a thing for every single day. We're gonna be streaming this event for 4 days, so at least 2,000 euros worth of value for our viewers here, plus all the special promotions. We are gonna give you out casino free rolls. We are gonna give you virtual sports free bets. We are gonna give you regular sports betting tickets and so on, etc., etc. It's gonna be worthwhile to watch this stream. At least, if not for the entertainment, which is gonna be entertaining anyway, then for the free stuff Coolbet is giving away for coming back after 2 years. So we have a bet from Fernandez with King 5 on a board of 10 Jack 5. So kind of how the hell did 8.3k get in this bot though? I think it was a 4-bet bot pretty. It must have been, right?
I missed the action, but it was at least a 3-bet bot, and seat number 4 he defended with deuces, and yeah, nothing you can do on this board.
I like the small sizing with King 5 on a board like this though. Gets rid of hands like 6s, 5s, 7s, 8s that might call their suited aces, some of them like ace 5, ace 4 suited, something like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. This small sizing makes the work, and the hands you are not getting rid of, which are like the broadways and the pairs that are hitting the board, they are coming along anyway, so I also agree with you, sizing wise.
Yes, but other than that, it's been quite. We are playing very deep stack. The blinds are 100 and 200. Peak blind ante is 200, and the average stack is 32,000. So the average stack of the tournament at this point and time is 160 big blinds, 45-minute levels. So there's plenty of waiting room, plenty of time to make your move. But there's one player, as you can see, who has already almost doubled up to 50,000 right now, and he's opening it up with Jack 10. Ole Vasenius from Norway makes it 600 or 3 times the big blind and gets a. It looks like a 3-bet. You know what's wrong with the graphics right now? I have done the graphics and I know exactly what's wrong with it. The clicker or the person doing the graphics has forgotten to put in the peak blind ante, and he's put in that everybody puts a regular 200 ante. So this is why it looks like the pot is already 2.7k or bigger.
Oh, okay.
So it might be a little bit off, but it seems like a 3-bet with ace king against the Jack 10 from Ole.
And 3-bet takes it down.
I still see 2 players with cards, so I think they're seeing a flop. So it's as we're fixing the graphics, it looks like player 3 opens with Jack 10, gets a 3-bet from player 5, calls the 3-bet, and now leads out on the flop. This is what I'm trying to figure out from this pot, or as it looks like.
Definitely a loser side of a 3-bet call.
Yeah, Jack 10 off, especially out of position.
We saw player number 4 folding king queen off pre-flop to a raise, which is okay, I think.
Yeah, and there is a call, so I'm really excited about what the flop is, with something like a lead out and a call, would for me implies maybe a Jack 10 X board that might Jack 10 might lead out.
I'm very curious about the board as well.
Or something like I think like something like if it's like King Jack, I don't think Jack 10 is gonna lead out there. Or so there's another bet on a turn, and this time a fold. So if I would have to guess it's a Jack high board or something like that, or 10 high board. That gets at least one call with the overcards at maybe a backdoor flush draw. But I'm guessing here. I have no idea. The fact is that the bet on the turn takes this one down, and it seems like quite a hefty pot. So
yeah, he had to be like seat 5 was defending with just a high card and floating on the flop and just give up the turn. Nothing you can do much there.
Let me see if I can open up our Twitch as well. It was way too loud last time. So I can see if you have any questions for us in the chat. If you have any questions for me or Roit-Karli, we would be happy to answer you. We now can see the Twitch chat as well. If you want to know any information about the Coolbet Open tournament here in Tallinn, how to join, you can still join the tournament if you're nearby. You can make the trip because there's another day one starting tomorrow. It's day 1A today and day 1B today.
Day 1B tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow. And this is gonna be a 3-day event, so we're gonna play 2 day ones. So the day 2 is gonna be played probably until the final table, and then there's gonna be a final table stream 3 days from today. So click that follow button because you don't want to miss that action. There are plenty of exciting players to look out for. And as the time ticks forward as well, I'm sure there's going to be beers and emotions flowing, at least from a couple of those guys.
I mean, there has to be, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, TechFlow, Christine, hello to you guys as well. Nice to see you joining the chat. Once again, my name is Christian. I'm joined by Roit-Karli Toome, the reigning champion of Coolbet Open Tallinn. How much did you win when you won? I remember commentating on that event, but I still can't remember how much was your
A bit over 70k was for the winner. Yep.
70,000 euros. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Do you reckon this one is going to be bigger or smaller? Do you think day 1A is going to be more players or day 1B is going to be more players?
Day 1B is definitely going to be a more popular day.
Oh, so there might be even a bigger prize coming up for the first place.
I really hope, but yeah, we're expecting pretty busy day 1B.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to play a couple of the side events as well. I'm sure there's like 3 or 4 different tournaments running every single day. So basically for everybody, for all sorts of bankrolls, I'm trying to get myself into one of the midnight hyper turbos that's just 115 euros to buy in. And of course the level's going up like every 15 minutes or so. I usually do well in those. The last Coolbet Open I played one of them and I finished 5th, I think. So I mean, I have to do something about it again.
Well done, but looks like the Finnish player Christian is very unfortunate and only picks up the blinds with aces.
Unfortunate for him, yes. Couple of people I want to say hello to as well. Severus Jane, hello to you. Eidur 888, are there many in the tourney today one day? So I'm guessing what you want to ask is how many players in the tournament at the moment in day 1. And at the moment 136 players have registered day 1A and we have 126 players remaining. Hello Simple XFA. Mystic says here she is the champion of Coolbet for the record. Champion of Coolbet, love it. Alright, cool. We have pocket sixes here going up against Pihela's King Jack and probably against Koma's Ace 9. Let's see if Komas wants to come in with a 3-bet here with Ace 9 suited or just wants to see the flop in position. He's gonna make the call. Small blind probably gonna get rid of his Jack 6 and we're gonna see the big blind as well. Big blind is getting a good price, but he's gonna fold the 10-5 and Jack 6 offsuit came along for the party. John David from Australia with Jack 6 offsuit and flops the top pair with on a deuce 6-5 board. So I mean, Ole Vasenius here with a gut shot straight draw with his and a pair of 3s, but John Davis still ahead with top pair and a jack kicker. So I'm probably gonna go heads up against Ole here, and 7.6k in the middle.
pretty good flop for pocket threes to see bet there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
One of the better flops to see, unless you see a 3 on there. The 7 probably not the best card though. There are a couple of like 8-9 suited, 7-8, 7-9s that hit this board.
All those open-ender straight throws, they hit the pair, and I don't see much value in the bet,
but he does still make a bet, so he wants to probably like specifically try and small bet target couple of those flush draws and then trying to get the cheap showdown by checking back the river. So let's see if it's going to go check on the river. The pot is already 12.6k, or maybe if Ole bets here, he's gonna turn his threes into a bluff, and this is quite a decent run out to do it. But I mean threes probably have too much showdown value here. Plus you're gonna run into a strong hand quite often here, but no. I mean, with a bet like this, I'm sure this is not a value bet. It's trying to target a hand like exactly like ace-6 suited or ace-5. But John David, after coming in from the small blind with jack-6, is not ready to fold the pair of sixes, even though there being a straight on the board, 2 overcards. He makes the call.
But I really like the bet with threes on the river. I mean, on the turn, it was questionable for me, but the river bet was, I really like the bluff, because you're not beating like much there anymore. But a great call with the jack-6, well done. I mean, definitely not an easy call.
He didn't even take that long to make that call. I mean, he just snapped it on, snapped it in there, and makes a great call. He's now up to 36,000 in chips. And Wonder Wolf, are we Finnish? No, we are not. Both of us are Estonian, but we are very close to Finland, so probably why you might think that. But we have plenty of Finnish players in the mix, plenty of Norwegian players. I mean, I'm sure there's even a couple of Icelandic players, and as well as Estonians. And here in Estonia, we have quite a few players from Spain living here in Estonia and then playing the bigger local events. Probably has something to do with Spain laws and playing online poker freely here in Estonia. But I've noticed the influx of Spanish players, and they are usually quite great players.
Yeah, they have their community here. I think what I've heard is that they're like these spin and go players, if I'm...
Oh, really? So it's like a stable of spin and go
players? Yeah, that's what I've heard, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know them personally, but yeah, there should be like many of them here. And yeah, they are playing those live events also here.
Yeah, they... a lot of them have Estonian residency already, and even we had Estonian championships just running just a few weeks ago.
But we get the king high board.
We see the king high board. Both players neither of the players should be too comfortable with the kickers, but I mean, they're still happy to see the king high flop. So let's see how this one goes out. I mean, for Ole, in case Komas is gonna bet twice here, it's gonna be check call, and just check this side on the river, right?
Exactly.
With king 9, unless the run out is gonna improve his hand.
Right.
4 of diamonds now. Ole with a flush draw, the only player with a flush draw, but Komas does add the straight though. Can make the straight with a 5 on the river, but cannot be the 5 of diamonds, or else Vasenius still makes a flush, and everybody knows flush beats a straight in No Limit Hold'em, Texas Hold'em. Let's see how I don't mind the check back with king 3 here. Just try and keep the pot a bit smaller, maybe catch a couple of bluffs on the river.
Should be an easy call for king 3.
Especially a small bet, like 1.2k, he's gonna make the call. I mean, in theory, Vasenius at least should have a couple of backdoor heart hands, some hands like 9-10, etc. Something like Queen Jack of Hearts that have to bluff on the river, and plenty of bluffs still on the river. And a couple of value hands that you still beat with king high as well, with a pair of kings as well. something like a blocker bet with a 7 there. As you can see, the chip counts in front of you. Vasenius, after losing that pot, still the chip leader. Christian Salmirin second in chips with 47,000. And the surprisingly quiet Ilari Zahames, who I know a lot of people are rooting for or hoping to see some crazy hands by him, up to 31,000, so hovering around the starting stack. Hasn't played too many large hands just yet. At the start of the stream we saw a 3-bet with pocket queens, and that's been it for him, at least for now. So
Fernandez picks up a nice hand to raise with.
Yeah, queen jack suited. Plays well from any position basically. So you can open it up, especially when you're playing deep stacked. I mean, these kinds of hands are especially strong in deep stack poker, and gets a, decent sized 3-bet from Bihala Igor. I mean, I would make it a bit larger, probably playing that deep stack, but I mean, I don't mind the 3.5 or 3.4x 3-bet at all. Bihala makes it 1.7, and it's probably going to be a call from Fernandez. You don't want to get pushed off your equity with queen jack. Queen jack flops quite well, so he's going to make the call.
Wow, this is a really action flop.
It's a cooler if I've ever seen one. I mean, this might even go in on the flop, never mind. This is gonna go check, check. And I mean, Bihala, I don't mind the check back with the top set, but probably not on a board like this. If there's a flush draw and a fairly obvious straight draw on the board, I mean, even a hand like king queen is not gonna fold to a small bet on a flop. So it's gonna float at least once.
I noticed that the check behind was really quick one here.
Yeah, he's trying to make it look like he has. I guess what could check back like this, man? He's trying to make it look like something like 10s or 9s or maybe ace king, ace queen, but it's a bet of 2.2k from the mate flush now from Fernandez, and it's not looking good for Bihala with the top set. How come he only has 7% though? Does it take to account the cards that I have already folded? Because I mean, top set against flush cannot be just 7%.
Has to be that they count, yeah.
Anyway, this is a big cooler coming up, especially Bihala now raising it up with his top set and trying to protect against something like single flush draw overcards, like something like king queen with one club, queen 10 with one club, and gets a call from Fernandez. And unless the board pairs on the river or there's gonna be another club, Bihala might lose it all on the river, because I mean, that's the best card Bihala, I mean the second best run out for Bihala. Of course he wanted the board to pair, but this might just save him now. I mean, Fernandez is not gonna lead at it. There's 4 clubs on the flop, so it's gonna go check, check. And Bihala gets the good news, actually, that he was behind all along, and that river saved him probably 19,000 chips.
Yeah, probably if river would be a blank, like a 6 of hearts or something, he would go all in there.
He would go all in for value there and get the bad news. Interesting hand, though. I mean, flop check. What do you think about the flop check bet from Bihala?
Personally, I would make a continuation bet there.
Yeah, and you don't have to go big, but the thing is, if you're like, you want to, I mean, I don't mind to check back or at least check in front with top set.
The flop was jack was
jack 8 and a 3, so it's fairly dry board, but still, I mean, it's a board that when you bet small, if you bet like 1k there, a hand like ace king, ace queen, king queen, queen 10, anything that calls a 3-bet, 8, 7s,
all the pairs.
Yeah,
basically.
all the pairs. They're gonna have to call at least once there, so might as well make a small bet on a flop, as well as, of course, the flush draws, the odd chance that the opponent has a hand like queen jack, king jack, ace jack. and or check 10.
Too much value to get on this board, so yeah, I am definitely agree with the c-bet, but I mean, once in a while you can put some checks in it.
Mix in, and it ended up saving him money.
So we see a limp, and Norwegian player Ole wakes up with aces on the button.
And Ole makes it 800, a good fold with ace-8 suited there from seat number 2. And a limp call from Morten with check-9 suited. The thing is, it's fine. I mean, it's definitely fine to call there with check-9 suited. As we see a flop of 10, 8, 7. I mean, this is gonna be a disaster for aces. What I see usually in these situations, players are gonna play their aces fast and loose, because they want to protect. There's so much to protect against on a board like this. And we see a bet and we see a raise, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to go all in on a flop here.
But Morten really gives Ole the chance to fold his aces at the moment.
I agree. And just a call from Ole. And I mean, Ole can get away from it on a wet turn card, something like a heart, jack, 9, 6, maybe even a 10, but not on a 4 of clubs turn. I mean, everything missed. I'm pretty sure it's gonna go in here. It's fascinating to see if Morten is gonna even elect to bet here, because I mean, I would really like this line of check raising the flop and checking the turn. And just, you know, trying to make it look like you took a stab on a wet board, and try to get rid of all as like ace kings, ace queens.
And I think Morten had exactly like a pot behind, so he can easily check the turn there. And
exactly, it's gonna get in. You're gonna be able to get it in by the river anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe make it look weaker there. I mean, this is as strong as it looks. I mean, Morten has made it as strong as it looks, but it's still, I mean, in some situations it might not matter. The thing is, Ole might not know if Morten thinks his king 10 is strong there. I mean, maybe he's gonna do it with for value there with something like pocket 9s, 10-9.
Now the question for me is like, Morten is betting half the pot on the turn. Like, would he ever do that with bluff? Let's say he has like queen jack of hearts or something. Like, I think he would like shove it in. It's more easier.
The thing is, but do you think that do you need to balance every situation, or is there some? I mean, he's making the aces actually think about it. So I mean, he has played the hand very, very strong at the aces in a situation where.
Yeah.
Probably when you play it in flow, it's gonna go all in anyway, and Ole gets away from the aces. I mean, just gets the extra 4K on the flop, and I mean, you have to think that Morten lost some value there by playing it as strong as he did.
Great fold by aces, and I think on the turn it's a possibility if he jams in his nuts, then the aces will maybe call, and it's
the jam would look weaker, right?
Yeah.
I agree. And there's yeah, I mean, of course we can see the hands, and it's easy for us to say, and maybe Morten is gonna play his like flush draws the same way, and then he's gonna look like a genius to make the aces fold there.
If that's the case, then yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, as it was the flop nuts against the pre-flop nuts, but you can see, I mean. But what I wanted to say before the hand is like overall just the open limp with hands. I mean, I don't recommend it myself. I see it quite a lot happening in tournaments, and it's usually just a better idea to take the lead, because by open limping you take away one of two chances to win the pot. So you eliminate chance to win the pot pre-flop, so I mean that's already a huge reason to come in with a raise, as well as you have a lot more options than to just hit your hand. You can represent, you can construct your range that you can represent, and just win the pot without raising, without hitting it, and by just representing a better hand. Let's say anyway, as it was. It's ace-king against ace-10, seeing a flop of 7-8-8. And did the ace king just call pre-flop again?
I missed the action, how it went, but we see Igor c-betting, so I'm pretty sure it's not a 3-bet pot, and it's just Bihela continuation bets, and John comes along. But
yeah, Bihela came in with a raise to 525. We can see on the bottom left corner, and just a call from David John and John David.
Yeah.
And bet and a call, and now on a 3 of diamonds turn, Bihela keeps on firing. Makes it 1.6k, and I mean, if you're John and you've just called pre-flop, do you want to continue calling here? And John thinks yes, he does want to keep calling here. Makes the call for 1.6k, 7.4k in the middle. And the 8 of hearts means that the ace king still remains the best hand. Now the question is, does Bihela want to turn his ace king into a bluff, or does he think he can still be ahead? The thing is, if he checks here, he can face a large bet that he might think he has to call here on the river. Still think it looks like a better option than to bet, though.
Igor is blocking a little bit like hands like 9-10.
He wants his opponent to have, right?
He wants his opponents to have, and I mean, on this board it's pretty optimistic to get like full houses to fold, and yeah, but he goes for it, and let's see if David can make a call here.
He makes 4k, makes a bet of 4k, and I mean, if I'm John David, I mean, I'm not feeling super confident in my ace king here. I mean, if I'm John David, I'm thinking like, on an 8 of hearts, I'm probably not folding anything stronger. Let me gather my thoughts here. I mean, on the 8 of hearts, I'm probably not folding something like 9s or 6s or 5s. So if my opponent bets here, I mean, he's gonna look so strong. But it looks like John David made the call.
He made the call, and yeah, he was right. It's a good call. What I was thinking, like, let's say if Igor has like a value hand there, like a queens or kings or something, he has to size up bigger, right? Because he wants to get value from hands like 9s and those pocket 5s. And for me, it's if he goes like 1/3 there, it like a little bit doesn't make sense for me, because like if you value bet there, you're putting a much more bigger bet. So that made me also like curious, like what's going on here. But yeah,
fantastic call with ace king. The only problem for me would have been like, am I getting milked here? Am I getting like mind gamed a bit? So if I have something like 10-9, I don't see any reason for my opponent to bet on the river. So why is he betting? Is he trying to get me to pay off with a hand like 9s or 10s? But as it is, Igor turned his ace-10 into a bluff and gets called off by seat 1 and. Kind of owned. I mean, a fantastic call with ace king.
I loved it.
And it's Comas coming in with the raise with 6-7 suited. Do you open hands like this if you're like 50-60 big blinds deep from under the gun? Or at one point, what point do you stop opening hands like 6-7 suited? Is it under 20 big blinds? Is it under 30 big blinds? Is it under 50 big blinds? Or do you continue them in your opening range until the end?
For me, I think it's fine to open them. It depends on the table as well. But I mean, of course, like guys are playing with very certain strategies and stuff. But I think if you have like if you need to feel the table like how it is. If you're getting a lot of 3 bets, then you might like not open them. But if there are not many guys at the table who 3-bet you, and it's more like a calmer table, then I think it's definitely fine to open them.
When I get, for me personally, it's like when I get to this 15 to 25 big blind range, when I'm still raise folding hands, but I'm not just open jamming, I get very cautious of the tables where I want to start opening from under the gun, those suited connectors, or like even the smaller pocket pairs, the 2s, 3s and 4s.
They definitely lean towards more folding than opening, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, you need to have some of the raise faults in your range as well. So, yeah, it's a matter of balancing, I guess. And you don't always have to like perfectly balance. Some of the times your table is very much abusable, and you.
This I completely agree with.
Yeah.
But we see Ilari opening up on the button with 10-7 suited and small blind defense with 8 ace. And big blind also comes along with 10-8 off.
So Zahami is at the moment dominated, but he does have the position plus the betting lead, plus the backdoor flush draw. It looks like, yeah. So 10-7 of spade. I mean, the ace-8 is still ahead, but I'm probably just gonna go a bet fold. So a bet from Sahamias should take this one away. It's probably not gonna have to go too large here. Makes it 1.1k, gets rid of the ace, gets rid of the better 10, and takes us down a small one. So Sahamias playing the position, waiting for his chance to go after the blinds.
Pretty good board for Sahamias also there with the backdoor flush draws and yeah, like.
And the board being dry as well. I mean,
board is dry and it's not hitting the small blind range there, and big blind can also have. But I mean, Sahamias had so much backdoor equity there, so and position.
Was it like 2-3 jack, right?
3-4 jack, I think.
3-4 jack, so it doesn't change too much. I mean, none of the players should have two pair there. Small blind or big blind might have something like, I mean, of course, big blind has the jack 4, jack 3 suited in his range, but still, I mean, small blind definitely is not going to call with a hand like this, so fairly safe board to stab. Ace Queen now for John David. Yes, Ace Queen for John David. Waiting or looking to get some action. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want some action for free, it's possible for you today, because we are running a free roll at the Coolbet poker site for you guys today. 500 euros worth of tickets we will give away, but you're gonna need the password, which we are gonna give you right now. The password for today's free roll is Estonia. Estonia, the country we are playing in. Coolbet Open Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, and definitely join up. It's for our viewers, probably gonna get quite a lot of value for that. Probably not too many players. The starting time is 6 p.m. Central European time, so if you're a local Estonian player, it's 7 p.m. local time. So in about 2 hours and 38 minutes. But we see a couple of big hands seeing a flop, and again, John just makes the call pre-flop with ace. No, it's John raising and Ilari just making the call with jacks.
Ilari decided to, cold call the pocket jacks, which can be fine.
Yeah, makes a call and steals this one away from the flop. Of course, he did have the best hand, but slowly but surely building his stack up, staying away from too much trouble at the moment. So Ilari might feel like he can use an extra 50k at the moment, so he's trying really hard to win this one. I mean, there's no doubt that Ilari is a super talented player. I mean, he has already broken through to the nosebleeds. He's one of the most legendary players to ever touch the game. I mean, everybody who grew up playing poker. I mean, it's players my age who at some point dominated. You saw like all the 20-year-olds just winning every single tournament at one point. Now there's 20-year-olds, they're 30 to 35-year-olds, right? And Ilari is one of those guys who was like legend during that time growing up, playing million dollar bots online. And I remember growing up and just watching the games. I mean, opening up full tilt poker at that time and just watching the nosebleed games, and it was the best entertainment ever. And now, I mean, he's right here in Tallinn playing the Coolbet Open, and he has a pretty good track record with the mid-stakes tournaments, the 500s, but he hasn't had a big win in them yet. So I'm sure, I mean, he must have an ego. I mean, he must probably want to win one of those events. So he wants to prove himself. I mean, yeah.
We saw Queen 10 suited folded when Andrei raised, so I assume he has to have like a tighter image at the table. I think it was Igor who made a
was
very...
it Queen 10 suited fold against the single raise?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
If the graphics were right, so...
Wow, that is surprising. I mean, I love a hand like Queen 10 suited against the single raise. I mean, it just plays too good. So in about probably the next hand we're gonna raise the stakes. As you can see the clock behind you, it's 1 more minute of this level. The next blind levels are gonna be 150, 300 with a 300 peak blind ante, so it's gonna get quite a bit shallower, the stacks. I mean, it's still gonna be deep stacked, but instead of 150 big blinds deep, it's going to be 100 big blinds deep. So once you're 100 big blinds and less, it gets drastically more likely that stacks get in if you get a hand like Ace King versus Queens, the classic flip and so on. I mean, Queens versus Kings, even whatever. I mean, we're talking about dream scenarios, but it might just be a 3-bet pot pre-flop and both players flopping top pair, and it might just go in just like this. So expect a lot of action. King 5-5 on the flop though, and a small bet of 200 from
David with a backdoor flush draw. Yeah, I expected him to continue.
Does make the call and has the better hand as well. But a very small bet, 200. I mean, the bot sizings are a bit off this hour. Don't mind them. The bot is not actually 3.3k. It's probably 1.5k or so. So it should be 1800 less every single time the bot size. So let's think about the bot as 1.5k. So the 200 bet was into 1.1k. So another check from John now. And this time Rura is making it a bit bigger, makes it 1.2k, and that gets rid of John David from Australia. And a nice play from him. Gets the better hand to fold. Of course, you can't really do anything with a Jack-8 there, unless you want to turn your Jack-8 into a bluff. Which I wouldn't recommend doing if on a 5. I mean, there are some hands, some turn cards you might want to do it on, but not on a dry board like this.
Yeah, really difficult to do anything there with a Jack-8 rather than to just check fold on the turn.
So a change of levels for us. The blinds have gone up to 150, 300. 45 minutes of poker action to go. Then we're gonna go on a small break, but until then, do not switch the channel. Go over to coolbet.com and check out the offers we have for you guys. Go and register to that poker free roll. It's 500 euros for free. We are giving out every single day, as well as free spins, free stuff anywhere. Free virtual sports bets and so on. So keep your eyes on the stream. We will give you the information as soon as we get. But definitely join that free roll tournament.
Andrei likes his suited connectors and decides to pump it up.
Yeah, he makes it 700 with 8-9 suited. But I love the fact that he chooses those like suited connected hands and very strong hands to open with. So I mean, a nice balanced range there, and all of these hands play decently well deep stacked. Gets a call from John David. He has shown that he's not afraid to see the flops. I mean, he's definitely the most active player pre-flop.
Yeah, I agree. Third or fourth time I see David make a pretty loose call.
Yeah, I mean, he started things off with Jack-6 off calls, so...
But he likes his button and he wants to play this hand in position, and let's see how it goes.
This time he has the 10-8, so he has the 8-9 dominated. And that is not a good board for Andrei Myakov from Estonia. That is an 8 high board, and that, I mean, there are plenty of draws on that board as well. I mean, there's a flush draw, it's 7-8. We'll see how this one develops. Andrei does lead out for 700, or continuation bets for 700, and does David want to raise here? Probably not. You just want to make a call and continue in position and see what develops. Play some street poker, and the street we are playing it on is turn. So ace of hearts. John David adds a flush draw. Not the best card for Andrei Myakov.
Yeah, expecting him to check here a lot, because David might also have those ace highs which are like just floating there on the flop.
Probably the ace of clubs there, like most likely you're floating with a hand like ace 4 of clubs or something like that, or ace 10 of clubs. So Myakov Andrei does check, even though the ace should be better for Andrei's range, but not his immediate hands. So he does like the value he has with the pair of eights, so checks it over to John David, who bets 2.2k. And I don't think Andrei is gonna fold just yet, but at the same time, you don't really want to... It's very uncomfortable spot with your 8-9 here. I mean, you might want to make the call and hope your opponent has something like 6s, 5s, 4s, 7-6, I don't know, whatever. But the thing is, if those hands are betting on a turn, that they're very likely to bet on the river as well, since they already decided to turn these hands into a bluff. So do you really want to call here and put yourself in a position where you have to call a river bet? So Andrei thinks no and makes the fold. So very nice fold from Andrei.
A very good fold indeed.
And a nice bet from John as well. Takes this one down with, I mean, about like 25% of the time this spot is gonna go chop chop. So he eliminates that opportunity of the spot going his opponent's ways, and takes this one away straight away. Alright, not maybe 25%, but 15% on that run out. But it doesn't matter that much, he doesn't know that. And by betting there, he might sometimes even get a better hand to fold. You never know. Ilari, definitely good enough for a raise. Never mind, never mind. Ilari has come here to play good hands. He knows his image, and he will not open the 10-9 suited from... I mean, that is a tight fold. I mean, you know what I mean. 10-9 suited, definitely not a premium hand, but 10-9 suited.
I also expected him to open up.
I mean, I was ready for him to go to war here. I mean, if I see 10-9 suited, I mean, I'm ready. I'm ready to barrel. I know I can represent anything. I can call all the 3 bets if I want.
Oh, wow. Ilari knew.
And Ilari knew, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a raise from Queen Jack suited. Gets 2 calls, and let's see how large Ole makes it. Does he? If he makes it too small, he's going to bring all the 3 players behind him. 3.2k. And it's Andrei with ace-queen as well. I mean, that is an action hand.
Should be a relatively easy fold with ace-queen when Ole squeezes there. I mean, what can you really do?
Yeah, and there's still commas to worry about. I mean,
yeah.
You're probably not worrying too much about John Davis and Christian Salarin here, but still, he does make the call. I mean, if Comas is calling, everybody is calling, and we might see a massive bot 5 ways.
Yeah, the pocket pairs are like in a really good situation to
try and set mine there, right?
To try and flop the set here. And this might be a really big one.
Comas does fold. I mean, that doesn't still mean that. I mean, John David has shown that he wants to see the flops. I mean, pocket 3 should be good enough for him, and I mean, then it's Christian just last to act, no one else to worry about. 2.5k to try and flop a set, possibly double up.
Exactly, like Christian is never like raising here anymore, so if I was John, I would just call here and...
John does make the call. Christian now... Christian folds the 6s, that's surprising to me. I mean, he's getting definitely good enough odds against Ole here. And 2 more players, I mean, there's a lot of potential for 6s there closing the action, but he does fold the 6s, so Let's see the flop. 3 ways, kings against ace queen against 3s, and it's a pretty damn good flop for pocket kings. It's 3 undercards. Not too worried about at least Andrei having any of those pocket pairs. There's 8s, 4s, and deuces fold against that. You have the flush draw to go with it.
Yeah,
So
kings have to be really satisfied with this board, especially with the king of spades.
Yeah, only player who could probably have a set here is John David, but at the same time you still have the overpair and the flush draw, and there's plenty of hands you still beat and you want value from. But as it is, nobody else flopped that much, and Ole takes this one down, and it's quite a decent pot for himself. I mean, it's almost 10k he picked up there by getting 2 callers.
Yeah, decent flop, and has to be happy that he wasn't out flopped.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised with the call as well, with ace queen off there.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have been very much struggling there with ace queen suited, but I mean, at the same time it's live poker. You still have to you get to play one hand an hour basically, and then you get bored a bit. So you might try and. I mean, that's a real thing, at least for me. It happens quite often. You have to, you start rationalizing the bad decisions in your head just to make up for them. Oh, maybe this one guy is doing this and that, and
yeah, it's definitely tempting.
Yeah. Because I mean, for me at least, for live poker is like, if I get things going, if I'm in the zone, I can play for hours and I can play perfectly. But if things are not going my way, I'm not picking up too many hands. I mean, it just gets very tempting to play too many hands. And to force the action a little bit. But of course, these tournaments, they have a very sweet structure. I mean, you have plenty of time to wait and nothing to worry about. And there's a setup developing right in front of our eyes, because if Pihala is raising and shoot Komas here 3-bet, I mean, he's not going to get away from Pihala's 8.6k. Instead, Komas just calls to 700.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of big pocket pairs so far. Aces, I think 3 or 4 times. Kings. Ilari had
saw
queens.
jacks, queens. Yeah, and now we see 10s as well. Let's see if there's anyone coming in to stir up the action. I mean, John David 3-betting here for 2.1k might get rid of Komas here, depending on how Pihala plays this one. If Pihala is gonna shove it all in, I'm not feeling too good about my 10s here anymore against the 3-bet, 4-bet in front of me.
David really picks up the wrong timing for this kind of move.
Yeah, I don't mind the hand that much. I really don't mind the king 4 to choose to do that, but I mean, it's I especially don't mind the players to do it against. I mean, it's Igor Pihala. It's basically putting him to a decision for it all or nothing.
And 10s instantly fold.
Yeah, instantly fold, and I really don't. Personally, I mean, it's a thing that players do, especially more in live tournaments. But going all in looks way way stronger there than making it small, making a small 3-bet to 5k there. But in the end, it doesn't matter that much, because he's basically committing himself anyway. Everybody knows he's not folding. He's not going to fold for the extra 3k. But Pihala picks up about 30% of his chip stacks there, so not the worst. We're gonna have to change the deck since that card fell off the table, so we're gonna go on a small break, probably after this hand, but I'm not sure. Usually if the card falls off the table, the hand should be dead, but we are continuing, so no problem. No harm, no foul here. So it's blinds versus the ante versus the button to figure this one out, and I mean,
Andre.
Not that loose. I mean, I was as you said that one player folded queen 10 suited against the pocket deuce open, so maybe I don't know.
Easy hand for Andre as he raises and just the blinds fold.
We do get another deck of cards. As you could see, the chip counts here on Coolbet Open Tallinn main event day 1A. It's still Olev Azenius from Norway, our chip leader. Everybody else hovering around the starting stack a little bit more, but a couple of players have lost approximately half of their stack. It's Morter Antonsen from Norway, Igor Pihela from Estonia, and Comas Roura from Spain. I'm not sure if the chip counts are 100% correct, because I still think we have the graphical issue with the ante, unless we are actually playing the regular ante and everybody puts in 300 pre-flop, but I'm pretty sure we are still just playing big blind ante. Because nobody's playing like regular antes anymore, right? I mean,
yeah, it's
that
just
would
a
be
big
crazy.
blind ante these days.
Yeah. So much smoother for the dealers, for the players, for everybody. I mean, it's and the pace of poker has gone up a lot after this became the new norm.
Aces again.
Another pair of aces, and a perfect player to get them as well. I mean, I'm sure other players have picked up how loose John has been. So let's see if a couple of these players really want to put John here to the test, and it might be the chip leader. It might be Olev Azenius here coming in with 3-bet. It looks like a call to me, though.
Yeah, I think it's a call.
The pink chips look like 500 ones, the black ones 100 chips, and green ones should be 25. So just, I mean, definitely was a call with nines, right? So it must be a graphical error.
Ilari is thinking here something. He has this.
So that's exactly what I wanted to say as well. If it's John raising it, Ilari, the old shark, he has definitely noticed something going on here, so he's gonna make it 3.5k. We don't know what Ilari has here, and I'm 100% sure the nines are still in the mix as well. So it's a raise with aces to 750, a call with the nines in the middle there as well, and now Sahamies making it 3.5k, or about 4.8 times the raise.
And Sahamies has been playing tight, so I'm expecting him to have something, but I would not be surprised if he just picked up the spot also.
Is it a 3-bet to 8.2 here? Yes, it's a 3-bet to 8.2. That gets rid of the nines.
4-bet.
And let's see if Ilari actually had a hand, or was he just making a move? Still with the mystery hand for Ilari Sahamies. Sigmund from Finland has more than 2 million in live tournament earnings, biggest live cash more than 700,000 euros. He has played pots of cash games bigger than that though. Is that an all-in? Did I hear the all-in? We heard the all-in from Ilari Sahamies, gets a call from John David with the aces. And is it a cooler, or did Ilari Sahamies make a move here? 70.1k in the middle, the biggest pot of the tournament. It's kings versus aces, and Sahamies needs an ace to cooler the... needs a king to cooler the aces here, but it looks like an 8 on the river, meaning that the ultimate pre-flop cooler has happened at this featured table, and it winner, or the lucky recipient of the chips from Ilari Sahamies, is John David from Australia. I mean, the most active player gets the aces, and if you get kings against aces, I don't care who you're playing against. If you're playing 100 big blinds deep, if this is going in. And especially when you have a raise and a call in front of you, you have to be the one 3-betting with kings against the 4-bet. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, you can think, everybody can think that they might get away from kings versus aces, but I mean, I've never done it myself, and I don't plan on doing it.
It's an absolute cooler, and what can you do there?
Yeah, it's one of those situations when it doesn't matter who has which hand, chips are gonna go in as well, and you're gonna hope to be. I mean, there are some situations where you get away from it, like in a PKO tournaments, in a bounty tournaments. There's someone with 8 big blinds on the big blind, and you see a raise, and you want to keep that player in to get their bounty, so you just call with kings and so on. I mean, there are definitely situations where you can get away from aces versus kings, but once the chips are starting to get in pre-flop and you start 3-betting, it's very, very difficult.
I don't blame. Sorry for Ilari. I wanted to really see more how he plays on this TV table.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's still time to re-entry, and I mean, there's another day one coming up tomorrow. I'm sure he's gonna come back to the mix in this tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. David John picks up again. Really, really nice hand.
Decent looking king queen off from under the gun +1. Now with a massive stack, 75.5k. The average is 35, so dream start for John here at the Coolbet Open. 2.5x the starting stack already. Morten makes the call with flip pocket 9s, and that might bring Igor along. Jack 4 suited, any suited hand probably decent enough to defend from the big blind, especially if it's something like 2.3x opening as it is. And ace 10 6, so pretty good flop for John here to take this one away on the flop. I mean, it's 2 overcards, it's 3 black cards. I mean, they're all clubs. Only player with a flush draw is John here with a not flush draw as well. So I expect this one to go bet, fold.
Yeah, really nice flop for him, and with his king of clubs he can like happily barrel pretty much every turn.
Yeah.
Some bad turns, of course, which he doesn't want maybe, but on the blanks, and yeah.
Sometimes knowing that your opponent cannot have the nuts is the same as having the nuts yourself. I mean, the blockers are playing such a large part in nowadays poker game, and having the king of clubs there is the key guard.
It really is, yeah.
So let's continue. Yeah, I still want to remind you guys about the free roll that is starting in about approximately 2 hours, 6 p.m. Central European time. The password is Estonia. We are giving away 500 euros worth of tickets to everybody who is watching the stream. So be part of the community, register for the free roll, and get a chance to play for a big amount of money just for free. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of players at this tournament who have got in for free throughout the free rolls or throughout the step programs here at the Coolbet Poker client. So do it yourself. If you don't have the Coolbet client, then go ahead and download it for yourself. Get all the promotions. You can see from under us here, special offers running all the time.
Comas decided to defend with 7s, which makes absolute sense. But I'm really surprised to see Queen's Jack behind. But yeah. And Comas must really feel very confident about his hand now, and yeah.
Comas has seemed like a player who really doesn't want to push it pre-flop, tries to play post-flop poker as much as possible. Hasn't worked out for him too much just yet, and it looks like another cooler for him. And I don't mind him thinking that his 7s are good here. I don't mind him going like quite large as well, because the pot is still, it's actually like it should be like 2.5 or something. So he goes more than half pot, betting 1.4k, and good call from Christian here, still just calling, and let's see if if the river is a 5 or a deuce, it gets even worse for sevens. That is a fantastic river, though. I mean, full house sevens, full of 5s now for Comas, and let's see. I mean, what do you think about overbetting in a situation like this, or do you still want to target hands like king high, ace high, and go smaller there? Once it goes check on a flop, bet call on a turn. Do you ever want to overbet here, hitting your 7? Or do you think your opponent has too many ace highs?
That's definitely one thing you can do there, but maybe this check behind on the flop was because he thought that big blind has more like 5x's in his range, and yeah, that's why he decided to check behind. And but
the thing is, if my opponent's range looks so ace high heavy, if I want to bluff here, I really want to overbet bluff here. So this is why I like the overbet with your value hands as well. You really want to make your opponent into a tough decision, gets a call from Christian, and Christian gets the bad news that it is indeed the rivered full house for Comas, and he now he's back to starting stack basically. After that fantastic river, I wonder if the river is 6 instead of a 7. Is he still overbetting there with the 7s, or
really? I mean, how the hand plays out. I mean, I don't think so. I think he would like bet maybe 1/3 or something to like get a crying call from the ace highs. Which I personally would have preferred, like with 7s, like in this spot. But yeah.
He does go big. He bets over the pot, makes it 9k, and gets a call from queens. So, I mean, still decent for Christian. Christian still with 31.7k, yes. But it's the Australian John Davis from Australia, our large stack at the moment, close to 80,000 for him. With the blinds being 150, 300, that is so many big blinds. You can sit out throughout the day and still come back with a decent stack tomorrow. Of course, you don't really want to do that. You want to continue pressuring your opponents, build your stack, and be a contender. When was the last time you played a big tournament like this?
Actually, I played like a few weeks ago in Malta.
Oh really? The Battle of Malta?
Not the Battle of Malta, but it was the Malta Championships or something, and there was also this €550 main event.
All right. Was it in Portomasso or was it Malta?
Yep, it was in Portomasso. Oh. So I busted out before like the money, but it was a really nice tournament there. It was my first time in playing there also. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice. Did you go specifically because of the tournament, or just enjoyed the springtime in Malta?
No, not for the tournament, but there was a tournament going on, and we decided, why not to jump in.
Yeah, perfect. Malta during springtime is amazing. I really do like it. It's pair of 10s, or 2 pair rather, for Andrei now on the turn after picking up a 10 of clubs on the turn. John checks it over to him though. I mean, the flop went check. John now checks the turn, and the bet is 1k. John is not ready to fold to king high just yet. Wants to see the river. Might hit a king, might hit a queen. Still ahead of hands like jack 9, 8, 9. Random king highs, queen highs. So it's check on the river, it looks like. So Andrei is not going to go for value after the 5 of clubs, so very pricky river.
Definitely some missed value there, but I'm not sure what Andrei was thinking about there. Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, as we can see, John probably is not going to call with king high, but you never know that, and there's still plenty of hands that you beat there with. I mean, the thing is, there's not plenty of hands that you beat there. Rather, I will word it that there are very few hands that you lose there too. Indeed. Maybe sometime your opponent is check calling there with king queen, queen 10, king 10, or ace 10. I mean, but usually not. I mean, you can be pretty confident that you're ahead of almost everything. So when you think that you're ahead of almost anything, then it doesn't matter what you can get called by. It's usually a good idea to try and get some value at least. you never know what the opponents are capable of calling with. I mean, I've made some crazy calls with, even 9 highs, jack highs, so on. So I mean, you never know. Might as well go for it. The thing is that's something I hear a lot. A lot of recreational players say as well. I mean, you're not gonna call with that anyway, so might as well not bet. I mean, it's the thing is you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely agree with you. You need to find these bets when you're like playing. But did I see correctly that Igor has had
pocket kings? The thing is, one of seat 6's cards went into Igor's box, so it registered the wrong card there for seats for Igor. So probably Igor had 1 king, and the card that went to the box was the second king. So it turned out as kings.
But Ule decided to open up quite loose and flopped pretty good with a gut shot, and definitely expect him to continue, which he did. Let's see how Christian decides to play his. Wow, that's a pretty tight fold.
Just folds the ace queen with the backdoor flush draw as well. I would have expected to see the call there on the flop, but tries to stay away. Probably a bit gun shy after the loss with the queens against the bucket 7s, but the thing is, for me it's very different. After losing a hand, I'm one of those guys who I want them back, because in my mind I already had that stack. If I lose it, I want to be climbing at all times. Probably not a very healthy mindset to have in tournament poker, but after winning a hand, I'm getting. Or players usually get more protective, so they don't want to lose it back straight away.
There are still every player here is like relatively deep, and you don't need to like hurry up. You can just grind the day and see what comes up.
Thing is, if you feel like you have an edge, it's probably always better to stay away from too large mistakes and just those very iffy situations and borderline decisions, and just take the situations that you get that you know that you can get value from, or better edge on. King queen.
There was definitely a raise, yeah.
Raised to 700 instead of 7k, yeah. Makes it 700, and commas, very decent hand to 3-bet with. Ace 5 suited, very like those wheel draw aces, suited aces. They're so powerful hands, even against like kings. I mean, you have 35%, so you block the chance for your opponent to have a super strong hand as well. But he does make the call, gets another call from John David here. And now Christian with another ace queen. I mean, the second time in a row, he has all of his opponents dominated somehow almost. So he is gonna come in with a 3-bet to 3.5k, and this is why I really do like. There's another chance why I want to come in with a raise with ace 5. I mean, once you 3-bet with ace 5, you're gonna make your opponent's ace queen hate your life there from the small blind. You really don't want to. I mean, if you're gonna 4-bet, you're 4-bet bluffing there with ace queen. You really don't want to just cold call out of position. So you can put so much pressure on with ace 5.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a nice hand to 3-bet bluff there. And now it's really difficult to do anything rather than just fold. And David, who is...
I'm really interested to see if David is gonna call the 3-bet with 5 deuce suited. I mean, he really hates folding pre-flop once he's already put chips in. But I mean, he's laughing about it, and I think that's exactly. He's like doesn't feel good about folding.
We've seen David now playing basically every hand on his button now, I think. Yeah.
And it's Igor Pihela with the shortest stack here with 12.3k. Still plenty of big blinds though. Still 40-something, 41 big blinds. It's a lot of playing room, but at the same time, if everybody else is on 150, it must not feel good. I mean,
yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel good, but then again, if you look at the other way, look at how much big blinds you have, you don't need to like panic or anything. But I understand, like
You get this
how the
full
mind
sense
works.
of short stacks. Yeah. So you might not even be short stacked like big blind wise, but you get this false sense of like I need to make something happen real quick because everybody else is so deep. But it shouldn't actually matter. Every hand is like a whole new different situation, and you should apply strategy according to that.
Expecting David to open up and playing more loosely, and now he decides to fold.
No, makes a tight fold with 9-8 off. I mean, it's always interesting to see those like looser players, like which hands they decide to play or which hands not. Like it's something like 8-9 off. I would have definitely expected him to raise pre-flop, having folded it to him. But like something like 5 deucing, raise, and something like that in front, I expect to see a fold. So I guess it's more like. It's more to do with the feel or something like with the game flow or whatever it is, and sometimes you just feel with your hand. Or
But Oli takes the pot down with pair of tens, and yeah, nothing to do there with a 5 deuce.
And during our coverage here, we have already had 18 more players registered to the tournament. So it's we've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes. So we still had players coming in to day 1A, and that's great to see, because once we started there was 136 entries to day 1A, and at the moment it looks like 154. So players can still enter, players can still come in. If you join right now, you still get 100 big blinds to play with 45-minute levels. I mean, it's a sweet spot of poker. The Coolbet Open is back in Tallinn, and I'm sure the word is still getting out here to local players as well. And I mean, there are plenty of players who really don't enjoy that 300 big blind starting stack, and they just wait out the early levels and join the game later on. Me personally, I always come in on the level 1 and as much as possible, and I really do enjoy the deep stack poker and everything that can happen there. I mean, you can play some crazy wild hands when you're super deep.
You get the feeling from the table, like when you start, like from the first moment, and for me it's also like easier to start out like this. But we have
a 5-way bot here with couple of pocket pairs and a couple of Broadway guards going up against each other. So 6.1k in the middle already. So it looks like a good flop for John David, or at least definitely for John David. We do not know what Ole has in his hand, so it's checked around on a flop. And the 10 of clubs peels up on a turn, meaning that still John David, from what we can see, ahead here with 2 pair, aces and tens, queen kicker. But since the 10 paired, I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna go check through one more time.
I was thinking the same, that it's not like the best card for David, but he decides to bet and see where he is.
And we can see that nobody else has anything to call with. And another pot, decent sized pot for John David here, so up to more than 80,000 now, almost 3 times the starting stack. So after approximately 3 hours of play for those players, we started the coverage on level 4, so level 5 now. John David has already tripled up. One of the sickest coolers, of course, that you can ever have, or what do you mean one of the sickest coolers? The biggest cooler you can have pre-flop, at least. The aces against Ilari, Sigmund, Sahamies, kings. Everything went in pre-flops. Pre-flop aces held. That was 75k bot. After that he has picked up a small bot here and there, and now up to 80,000. Pihala Jr. really hates his queen 10.
He does. Second time he folds it.
Yeah, that is again very surprising to me. I almost already myself fell in love with that hand after seeing Pihala hold it, but Pihala does not want to play the queen 10.
This time the position was not the best one for him, and
that's true. He was in the early position, Myakov, he lets go of the 9-4. No, he raises from the button. 9-4 offsuit, so Myakov likes to steal and go after those lines. But this time he's gonna run into it. He's gonna run into Fernandez ace-king off.
Fernandez takes some time, like it's a difficult decision, and now he 3-bets.
Yeah, something like 3k makes a lot of sense. 2800. Let's see how much he decides to go. 2800 exactly. And that should get rid of Myakov as well. I mean, I don't mind too much. I personally do not go after blinds and antes with 9-4 off. But of course it depends as well on a situation. But in a situation like this, I just let go of my 9-4 and hope for a better button hand next time. But
that definitely, I mean, if he opens 9-4 there, it shows that he opens his button.
Yeah, he's once it's folded to him,
yeah,
probably opening 100% of buttons. But the ace-king, nice 3-bet with ace-king, takes this one away, and that pizza on that table looks so freaking delicious. I've been noticing myself just dozing out to that pizza. I'm thinking like, why is nobody eating that? But it's 5 minutes until the break time, so I guess they don't want to get the cards greasy, don't want to get their mind off poker. But we are here in Hilton Park Hotel and Casino here in Tallinn, Estonia. The weather has finally picked up in Estonia. There hasn't been like 20-degree weather at all this year, but today I came to the casino like this, and it felt amazing. No more like winter jackets for me, hopefully.
Well, you never know in Estonia.
Yeah, no, that's it. It might be back to 10 degrees tomorrow, but I'm really hoping that it's finally summertime, and it's looking like summertime for Christian. Let's see if Pihela can get away from the ace queen, but did he fold already?
Yes, he made a very disciplined laydown.
Yeah, because like if I'm there with 30 big blinds, I'm probably gonna put it in exactly because of the reason. Like I feel like I need to make something happen. You know, you might see a lot of 3-bet bluffs there, so I'm gonna put it in with ace queen and hope to not run against like ace king queens plus. But
and he all made a fold very quickly.
Yeah,
he has the feel for the table.
Vihela, yeah, he seems to be on the tighter side. Of course, I haven't seen how he lost most of his chips as well. I saw him win one pot with the aces.
I remember
he didn't win that much as well.
He bluffed with his ace-10. I remember this hand.
Oh yeah, exactly. That was the biggest blow to his stack, right?
I think so, yeah.
Turning his ace-10 into a bluff. So once he plays the hand, he likes to play it aggressively, is what we have understood. You have probably played more against Igor Pihela than me, so you probably know a bit more about him.
Yeah, we had a few tournaments. We shared the same table, and he definitely can be loose when he has stack. This I know for sure. Now he has pre-shot, and I'm like, he's playing solid, and he's waiting. And
I know that his father is also playing the tournament, so it's kind of cool to see the father-son dynamic. I wonder if they have this like prop bets going on with that as well. Who's going to make it deeper, or who's going to make a better runner?
Maybe there's a chance we can see them the same table at one point.
Yeah, that would be awesome, because I don't think I've commentated quite a few tournaments where I've seen either Pihela senior or junior at the table, but it would be awesome to see them matched up against each other. See how that dynamic goes. It's Myakov Andrei with pocket queens against John David pocket sevens, and I don't think John is gonna fold the pocket sevens against a 3-bet here, so we might see a 3-bet pot here on just a call from Andrei. That is surprising to me. That is super surprising to me.
And we've seen both of the sevens are folded out, so David has
no chance to hit the set.
Yeah.
He can still flop he's covered by the flush as well. So only way for him to win this hand is to either bluff this one away from Andrei or make a straight somehow. Let's see the flop though. King Jack 5 means the queens are still ahead. So I wonder why Andrei didn't want to raise there against the undergun raise from John David. I mean, I guess he wanted to stay away from trouble from one of the guys who can bust him, but at the same time, queens must be strong enough, and especially John opening from undergun, he should have a decent enough range to get value from as well, to protect against as well. So it's check, check on a flop, another check on a turn. I mean, if I'm Andrei here now, there's plenty of hands to protect against, to get value from as well. So
and easy fold for the sevens after checking the turn.
So it is. So it is the bet and a fold. So one more hand, probably. One more hand before we're gonna go on a 15-minute break. Is it 15 minutes, right?
Should be.
Should be. So let's see if anything significant will happen. As far as we can see for now, as it is almost the level end of level 5, 157 entries, and out of those 157 entries, 126 players remain. So the average stack is 37,000 approximately. And one of those players is crushing that average stack, and that is seat number 1, John from Australia. And we seem to be waiting for something here. Not really sure what we are waiting for.
They are changing the dealer.
Oh, we still have one more level before we go on break. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought we were going to go on a break after this level, but no, we are just waiting for a change of dealer. So one more level of poker to be played. That is great news for us poker fans here. The blinds have gone up to 200, 400, meaning that for the first time in this tournament, the average stack is shorter than 100 big blinds, at least for a while, at least until some of those players bust during that break. Let's see if we can break that average to higher than 100 big blinds again, but at the moment it is 93 big blinds, the average stack of the tournament. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the average for this table.
Seems to be that there was some sort of a misdeal there, and we're gonna have a new round.
Yeah. So we've seen just one bust out from this featured table, and that was this. I mean, that was a situation where you can't get away from, probably. I mean, kings versus aces, and it was probably the most well-known player, at least in this featured table, but maybe even this whole tournament. But you never know. It was Ilari Sigmund Sahament who busted with the cooler.
Looks like we have a new player on seat number 6.
Yeah, and we do have a new player. I don't recognize him right away myself personally, but we'll probably get some information about him sooner rather than later.
Andrei picks up pocket tens to open up the action. I think it's a player from Finland. I saw the flag at least, but I didn't catch the name.
Player from Finland, that's seat 6, you think, right?
I think so, if the graphics were correct.
All right. All right, so we have, as you can see, pretty international field here. Yeah, it's player Tan Min with a Finnish flag there. We have Estonians, Spaniards, Norwegians, Finns, and Australians. So 5 different nationalities represented here at this featured table, which is kind of great here to see. You know, so many different countries making their way to Estonia to play some poker together. Get some summer funds if you don't mind. I mean, the first place probably. I mean, I was thinking it's 30-40k, but maybe even closer to 50k if the second day 1B is gonna get like 2 times busier than day 1A.
Hopefully it does.
Yeah. So, very interested to see how Min is gonna come into this feature table, how he's gonna change up the dynamic. Is he gonna just wait around a little bit, or I don't know. Do you have a set strategy of once you get moved the seat, or do you want to play looser or tighter the first few hands? Since you don't have reads, your opponents don't have reads, so you can use it and represent a bit stronger hands. Maybe what's your strategy?
Personally, I prefer just to get the feel for the table at first. Of course, I'm playing the hands that I'm supposed to play, but...
so you don't switch up your strategy too much?
Not really, not too much, yeah.
Okay,
but,
okay.
Yeah, but if you want to look for some live reads and get the feel for the table, I mean, I personally think that like this... waiting a little bit and seeing what's happening, it kind of makes more sense. Yeah.
I have always wondered, like, if there is like a lot of money to be made in situations like this. I know that it's marginal and it don't happen that often, but especially playing online poker, if you get switched seats and if you get a new table, maybe you can make a lot looser 3-bets because the other players need some information about you as well, and maybe I don't know, first 2 or 3 hands you can 3-bet way looser just because players don't know have information for you.
It can work out a few times, but I mean, there has to be
at some point there's
a
one
sad
regular
finish at one point, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. But I'm not mistaken. You were a tournament player yourself, or you were mostly a cash game player.
Mostly a cash game player, but some tournaments here and there also.
All right. And have you always played online or live cash games mostly?
Both. Back in the day, like I grinded them both. It really depend on the mood. Like once you get bored playing live, you play online, and vice versa.
Okay.
But yeah, tournaments are also like fun and a very different vibe, and they really like to enjoy, especially live tournaments as well.
But as a cash game player, can you tell me like what was the hardest part about grinding live or grinding online, like for you personally?
I mean, it really depends, but I would say like live cash is more like enjoyable, and online cash is like a more boring. So. Yeah, it's like completely different, so I would say I enjoy playing live more, but sometimes it's in online you can open the tables whenever you want or whenever you can. I mean,
That's true.
It's like more comfortable to play online.
There's a lot of more like the thing is you can be your own boss and so on, but for me always online poker seemed a lot more like a job. So you had to like grind, you had to be in a right mindset and so on. And live, it just had that fun element, the element of interaction and so on, for me at least personally. But I have never been a professional live player. I have been a professional poker player for 5 years myself, but I always played online. And for me, I came to live poker. It seems just a bit for more fun and probably a bit too many drinks as well, and so it wasn't a professional atmosphere for me, but at home it was always a professional atmosphere.
Yeah, it definitely needs some discipline, because those festivals, how they are, I mean, it's you have some fun as well along the way, and
but nowadays I do enjoy live poker so much more than online poker, and I still enjoy like online poker as well. I mean, I'm a recreational player, and I very much love the tournaments. But for me, I mean, usually the live scene is just more enjoyable. Unless, yeah.
I completely agree. These days I also join the live action so much more.
Always helpful. Lloyd Carly was helping out a local player, or I don't know if a local, but a Coolbet Open player here. There are plenty of free stuff Coolbet is getting away, so we had a person come up and ask where they can get the Coolbet goodie bag, and we showed him the right way.
Hopefully he found what he was looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a showdown here.
Is there a showdown? Is it like a Western showdown? Because we can't see the cards, but it looks like quite a large pot going away from seat 7, right? Was it seat 7 against?
Seat 3 or 4,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, won the pot. Seat 3.
Yeah, it was Olef from Norway who ended up winning the pot. Unfortunately, we didn't see the hands, but it looked like a decent one. And you can always tell, like, from the way your opponent turns away the card, it seemed like a cooler a bit.
Yeah, like seat number 7 was definitely unhappy when he saw the hand, and looked like his cards like it was a semi-cooler for him or something.
Yeah. You can check out the free spins promo codes as well, but use the bonus code COOLGATES to get 10 free spins in the game Gates of Olympus. 5000x potential in this game, so I mean, free money. We are having a bit of graphical issues, but it looks like, yeah, it's...
Fernandez picks up a nice hand to open.
Yeah, Fernandez opened it up with ace-queen to 2 big blinds. And John is thinking about it with queen 4. We've seen him 3-bet with king 4 suited before. So he might even go after him with queen 4 suited. But no, he's just gonna make the call. He really loves those suited hands. I mean, suited for John.
He really likes position, and it goes looser and looser, how it seems to me.
Yeah.
Because looks to me like he's also like not afraid that he might get like a loose 3-bets from behind. So he's really like exploiting that he wants to play in position and see as many flops as cheap as possible. And
yeah. Tries to play in position, and I mean, on a flop like this, there is a flush draw for Andre though, but nobody flops a pair. So ace queen high is still good for Fernandez here, but he does give up the lead to John.
Pretty difficult to continue betting into 3 people
on
with
a
ace
board like
queen
this.
There. Yeah.
I do like. I wouldn't mind a bet here now though. He does still have the 2 overcards, adds a straight draw. But let's see if he elects to check this one through, especially having it checked over to him. There are a couple of worse hands you can get value from as well, to like kind of protect against with ace queen. Some king queens, some king 9 suited, something like that. As well as Andre's 6-4, but we'll see. And you can make a hand like 8, 7, 6 is 5s to fold by betting here. with ace queen.
It picks up a small sizing. I mean, this sizing definitely, if you have like hand like pocket fours to pocket eights or nines or something, really difficult even still to continue.
Yeah, definitely. So I don't mind. I really like the sizing myself. Andrei with a 6-high flush draw with just one card to come and out of position. Do you want to make the call? Do you want to raise? By calling, you're kind of handcuffing yourself, but to just hit it on the river. Let's see if he can make the diamond. And it's not just the diamond, it's the king of diamonds. Probably the best card for Andrei.
I'm expecting Fernandez to not bet very large here, maybe like up to half a pot or 4.5k or something. Or
thing is, if I'm Fernandez, I was just thinking the opposite. I'm thinking Fernandez is gonna go large here. Let's see. No, he goes a bit less than half the pot. And if I'm Andrei, I'm just calling here with 6-high flush. I mean, there's still a couple of full houses in there. There's better flushes and so on.
I mean, the fact that Andrei was check calling on the turn, he has those flushes make so much sense there. It's like either this or like a 10x or a jack-x, and I mean you.
Yeah, by raising there with the 6-high flush to fair Andrei, you're kind of overplaying your hand. Yeah. I feel like you're not gonna get too much value out of you might get a call out of ace queen, especially if the ace or a queen is a diamond. But still, I mean, yeah.
Depends. I mean, it's pretty difficult to check raise bluff there. Also, I mean, you have to be really creative. And
exactly.
But I like how both players, Boslop, played this hand.
Yeah.
So made sense for me.
I think this one just kind of played out in flow. So exactly how it was supposed to go. I was thinking the Fernandez might go large there because the king might hit his opponent quite a bit. Something like king 10, king jack, king queen. As I said, king 9 as well. King 9 probably not, because if their king 9 is calling, it's probably king 9 of diamonds.
Yeah.
So as it is, it's a 20k pot still going over to Andrei, so no harm, no foul there. Fernandez tries to make something happen one more time with king 3 offsuit. As we lose Carly without saying anything, he just leaves me here alone. We had Thomas from Coolbet. I'm sure most of you guys know. A couple of words with Carly. But it's king 3 against 6-5, and king 3, surprisingly enough, still ahead here. Defended his big blind with king 3, and Ole makes the flush draw, the straight draw rather, as well as the flush draw, by the way. With the 6-high flush draw, he makes it 1.6k and gets a fold out of Amat. He doesn't want to make the call with the king high and a 3-high flush draw. Might be drawing dead already. His flush draw might not be good. His king high might be behind, so cannot blame him from folding the king high there. Even though he was ahead in this specific situation, you have to think about your opponent's ranges of cards, and not too often your king high is doing super well in that situation. So Morten now left with just 10k from under the gun. Thinking about it, he's gonna let this one go. Igor Pihela, our second short stack, folds the ace-9. This fold I like. I really do like the fold with ace-9 offsuit. Does not play. Hands like ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, ace-9, especially offsuit, they are the biggest trap hands for recreational players. They look like decent strong hands, but in a full ring table, you really want to avoid playing those hands unless you really get a good price or your opponents are a bit out of line. It's John David coming in with a raise with Jack 9 suited. Gets a call from Ole Vasenius with ace 3 suited. Everybody else has folded over to Tan Min, who will make the call with 6-4. A bit on the looser side, but definitely nothing wrong with that. So we see a flop 3 ways. Deuce, 3, 10. So a pair of 3s for Ole. A jack high and a backdoor flush straight draw for John. And a gut shot straight draw for Dan Min here with his 6-4. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bet and 2 calls here. Bet of 2.3k. Ole calls. No. Yeah, it still calls. Calls the bet with his ace-3. And Dan calls as well. So we see the turn 3 ways still. Yeah, it seems like it was a bet and a call and a call. So 14.2k in the middle. 3 ways to the turn. 5 of hearts would be the sickest card. But a pair of 3s still ahead though. 5 of hearts. What did I just tell you guys? 5 of hearts would be a pretty sick card. Now, John David with a flush draw. Tan makes it straight. Best possible hand. And Ole still with a pair of 3s, but with a flush draw as well. King of spades does not change anything. So Tan Min should probably take this one away with a bet here. Tries to get an extra something like 5k, looked like. So no, it's 8k. Tries to get an extra 8k out of his opponents. But unfortunately for him, John left with just jack high. And Ole just has the pair of 3s. So John makes the fold. Ole follows suit. And the speculative call on the flop turns out well for Tan Min. Up to 38,000 now. And things have turned out well after joining this feature table for Tan Min from Finland. Now it's Igor Pihela from Under the Gun with just 16 big blinds. 16 big blinds for Igor Pihela. So he needs to start making something happen soon. Probably, I mean, the chip counts might be a little bit off. I will let the TV crew know as well that the pots are still a little bit off because the antes has not been changed to the big blind ante. So the pots are always 4,000 too big, but it's fine. We can still manage. It's Comas raising it up with ace-8, gets a 3-bet from Fernandez with ace-jack. And let's see if Comas wants to go after Fernandez here with his ace-8 suited. Because it looks like Comas has a lot less than he actually has shown. But no, he does make a good fold with ace-8 suited. Would have been interesting to see if Comas made a move there with ace-8, put in a 4-bet. If Fernandez could hold the heat with the ace-jack, probably not. But of course, you don't really want to commit too much of your stack on a speculative raise with ace-8. So realizes his opponent has a better hand and makes the fold. As we welcome back my fellow commentator and good friend Oit Karli. How was your small little break meeting?
Yeah, it went fine. Had to do some stuff, but now I'm back here in the booth.
Cool.
Anything happened during the time?
Nothing too much. The only thing that we need to know right now is John is still our biggest stack, and the stacks. We will try to fix the stacks on the break, but the stacks seem to be off a bit, so we cannot take the chip stacks as the absolute truth, because we still haven't fixed the ante issue. But it's it's still first couple of levels of the stream. This is getting fixed as soon as possible. So it looks like player seat 9 has a lot less than it shows, and it shows he has something like 25k, but it didn't seem like it. He was in a hand after opening with ace-8 and getting 3-bet by ace-jack. It seems like he was thinking about going all in or not for his last 10k or so.
Okay.
He ended up folding. Igor Bihela finally wins a hand as well. And the blinds are still 200, 400, big blind ante, another 400. The buy-in for this main event for Coolbet Open was 550 euros. A lot of side events. There's a. Let me check the schedule actually, to keep you guys informed as well what tournaments to expect if you're thinking of maybe joining.
I think there's a PLO tournament that is like running parallel.
Yeah, there's a PLO tournament started at 3 p.m. local time, 220 euro buy-in. Then there's satellites. There's a Deep Stack Championship day 1 opening, starting at 9 p.m. today.
Plenty of stuffs to choose. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
330 euro buy-in. The Deep Stack Championship day 1. That sounds delicious. And Wednesday night Hyper Turbo today as well. 115 euro buy-in. It starts at 11 p.m. local time, and a fun little midnight tournament, as well as of course the cash games. There's gonna be a big cash game coming up. It seems like minimum buy-in 5,000 euros. Blinds 50-50, 5-guard PLO. 2 players already.
That's what you can expect when you have like Scandis in the house, yeah?
Yeah, 2 players already playing it.
I think I saw they've been playing for some time now.
All right, that's cool. That
Heads
is awesome.
up PLO or something there.
And
but we see ace-9 here decides to squeeze it up and picks up...
and what a time to just call with ace-king suited. I mean, it's Igor Bihela opening it up. You just call with ace-king, and now, I mean, it's Comas trying to take advantage of those 2 players. And
the only problem for Ole is that he might get outflopped or outplayed, which can easily happen here.
Yes, exactly. Especially both players covering one of their outs. It very regularly happens that you get outflopped or played, but sometimes this happens. You flop top 2, your opponent flops top pair, and let's see how this one develops. There's already approximately 13.8 minus 3.8, so about 10,000 in the middle.
I wonder what Comas is thinking in this situation, because it's like pretty tough to put Ole on a hand here after calling and then calling the 3-bet. Maybe he thinks he has like some kind of a middling pair, or
middling pair, something like
maybe ace-10 suited.
Ace-10, yeah.
So he, like, Comas cannot feel in the spot like super happy also, like. So I'm expecting him to continue like small continuation bet, and I think check is also very okay in this spot.
Yeah, still waiting to see. It's
shoves.
Comas. Did it go? Yeah, it looks like Comas went all in on a flop. So just tried to target a hand like King 10 suited, King Queen suited. Very surprising all in, and snap call from Ole. And unless it's a running nines or running straight cards, Comas is actually bust from this hand. We don't really know if Komas actually had 20,000 in though, because it might be off. He might have had like 5,000 instead.
No, that's
Three
true.
of hearts means that we have lost seat number 9. Rura Komas from Spain, and it's the Norwegian Ole Vasenius. The man
Worked out perfectly for
yeah,
Ole.
worked out perfectly, exactly. Just calls pre-flop twice with ace-king, flop stop 2, gets his opponent to go all in. And it's looking good, it's looking good. Probably not as big of a pot as it seemed like, but still decent enough.
It makes commentating a little bit harder when you're not exactly sure what this chip stacks and.
Yeah, as you can see, the pot is yeah. But I already gave the information to our trackers, so with a 30-minute delay, we will have it fixed.
Amazing.
And it's also good with the breaks. You can get chip counts from the dealers, and start off fresh. The free roll. I know you guys want to know. I know you guys want to know. What is the password for the free roll? You want to get the action for free. 500 euros every single day given away by Coolbet to our loyal viewers. The password is Estonia. Go over to coolbet.com and download the poker client, or if you already have it, then sign in to your poker account and play for 500 euros worth of poker tickets. And be the next one on the next stop, maybe, to play for a lot of money and be like Oitkarli here, who won 70,000 euros, or approximately 70,000 for his first place finish when he won it. Any plans to play any big events in the future, or just see how it goes?
I think during Coolbet, not really. And but I am.
But are you even allowed to play in those events now that you work for Coolbet, or is it like secret information, or?
I mean, you could play. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's.
But you usually have too much work to do. Right?
During this festival, yeah, it's like time-wise, it's not. It's not really possible to play, but I would really like to. When I went to the poker room and I hear
you
the
got
chips.
the urge. Yeah, I know that feeling exactly.
Then I wanted to jump in, but there will be more festivals, and I will definitely be around.
Definitely. But it's good that you're still allowed to play. I mean, for me it makes sense, a lot of sense as well. Mortensen with what seems to be like 6.8k makes it 2.8 with ace queen offsuit. And there's a raise from Ole as well with 10-9.
So Ole makes the call, and we get to see the flop.
Yeah, so there's approximately 6k in the middle.
Yeah, I wonder what's Morten's stack here.
Both players check though. So Morten checks back his ace high with a backdoor flush draw. Jack of clubs gives now Ole a straight draw and a chance to steal this one away from the river, should there be a blank river like this. Because I don't think if you're Ole, you don't really want to check, because there's basically no chance of winning this pot if you check this one, but no.
Ole had to bluff the river there, or like he had the spot on the turn with a gut shot, and
yeah, exactly. After the flop going check and check, not hitting too much of your opponent's 3-betting range. That is a perfect card to turn your 10 high into a bluff. But as it is, it went check, so Ole did not want to turn his hand into a bluff there. He was just hoping to hit a hand,
so
which
we
he
see
did not.
Igor is sitting on 8 bigs here, so he...
Yes, according to the graphics. But it doesn't look like he has too much more. Yeah, it has a couple of those black chips and a couple of those green ones. And I think the black chips are only worth 100 and the green ones are worth 25. So he might actually have a very short stack. and he's just waiting for something to go all in with. The thing is, I think I saw Igor raise fold the hand before, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see. Once he goes all in, we can see his chips. It's not Igor's chips. As it is, it's Andrei Myakov making it 900 with King Jack offsuit from under the gun. So on the loser side, but I don't mind it.
And I'm really not surprised to see David again calling his button.
Yeah, he really loves those button calls. And that brings along Ole as well from the big blind with his pair of sixes. So 3 ways to the flop. We don't know what John has here, but it could be anything.
It could be anything. It can be.
And that is a 6 on a flop. The thing, Myakov does not connect with that board, but it's still definitely a board he probably wants to continuation bet after opening from under the gun. So he makes it 1.2k. After Ole checks it over to Andrei. Because those yellows, I think they're 1k each, and the black chips are worth 200 each. Gets a call from John David and a call from Ole. I mean, I would be lying if I said I wasn't confused at the moment. I would have expected Ole to raise there. 7 brings in another flush draw plus a couple of straights hit there, like 10-8 makes there. A very unlikely 8-5 as well makes a straight, but it's Ole now leading out with 3.5k after the second flush draw, and a straight draw comes in. Gets rid of Myakov.
Now it's really interesting to see what David has, because he has to have some kind of a draw or an ace there.
I was feeling a queen 4 suited before the flop, so I'm thinking, I'm just, if I had to guess, I'm thinking it's queen 4 of diamonds. But he looks like he actually has something from that board. He doesn't look like a player with a draw to me. He looks like someone. I'm getting a strong hand vibes from John David. Maybe something like 7-8 suited, like diamonds. I don't know.
Ule must hate this river. And
yeah, he does check it over to John, but I'm getting really strong hand vibes on a turn. You know, you never know if John might think an ace high is strong there, but I think he has at least a pair of aces. But I think he's stronger, at least on a turn. I mean, definitely on the river then, but I think on a turn he was already strong. I really want to see him turn over his hand.
Bet's kind of small there.
I don't think you can fold there, fold the set there though.
It's difficult for sure, yeah.
I mean, there are a couple of 5s and 10s that play like this, but there are still, as long as there are bluffs plus value hands that you still beat. What's that? I really want to see. Ace 10, so he made a straight spider river, but I cannot blame the sixes. Sixes calling there on the river, but very unfortunate run out for Ole here. Runner straight for his opponent on a situation where he should have made a lot of money against a pair of aces there.
But Ule let him get there. He had the chance to check raise the flop, but he preferred not to.
Yeah, he did lead the turn though, but I mean, it is how the cards fall sometimes.
David is running pretty good in this table, yeah.
Yeah, that is correct, and it looks like Igor Vihela does not seem to have too much time left to make a move here. Sometimes, I mean, there's value in getting to re-entry sooner rather than later as well, and just, you know, playing with a 30k stack rather than just hope and double up 4 times to get to the starting stack. I mean, especially as someone, if you feel like you have a strong edge, sometimes getting under half the starting stack, you kind of want to play deeper and recognize your edge in potentially bigger pots. So I don't know. That's my philosophy in re-entry and rebuy tournaments, especially. Like, I don't really want to get in a habit of waiting too long with 10% starting stack and just waiting for a good spot, because I know I can get that better spot by just re-entering and just taking my loss on the first re-entry and maybe just gambling myself up there. And
it's really dependent on many kind of factors, like how the table is, like what's the actual buy-in.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And because if you get a double and you're back to the starting or whatever, then
then it's definitely good enough to wait. But I mean, if I'm in a situation like I only have 4K, the average stack is 40K, and if there's still a chance to make a re-entry, then I would elect to play way more loose than tight. Like I will choose anything, any suited hand basically. 10 min with pocket tens against queen 3 of Andrei Myakov, and Andrei outflops him. And then bets the flop. Andrei makes the call, and Andrei checks it over to 10 one more time, who checks back after the most obvious draw, the flush draw, came on the turn. And 7 of hearts does not change anything. Andrei still good with his pair of queens. I'm wondering if Andrei is gonna, if Andrei checked it over to 10, are you gonna try and get some value with 10s? But instead Andrei does lead for 2K.
Yeah, I really like the bet, but very disciplined fold also.
Yeah, super nice fold from 10 here, because I mean, it looks like I think I would have paid it off. I mean, it does look strong, but I'm getting 5 to 1 basically. I think Andrei might bet a hand like ace 4 there, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s, just as a blocker bet. As it is, he makes a good fold, and Pihela, probably a bit more than 2.6, but we remain to be seen. It remains to be seen. I got confirmation that we changed the graphics up as well, so after we come back from the break, the graphics are fixed definitely, so don't worry about it too much. Still in the early stages of the tournament, so it doesn't matter that much if the stacks are a little bit off. We still get a good feel about those players, how they blank, the tendencies, and get to see some great poker to be played. As a poker fan, I mean, it doesn't matter that much to me. I just want to watch some poker. I just want to get some extra value for watching some poker, and some extra value you can definitely get by joining our free rolls, by taking part of our promo codes that Coolbet is giving out. Free spins, free sport bets, and so on. As you can see from down here, you can get 10 free spins in the game Book of Fallen by using the promo code COOLFallen. So take it. Take all the extra value you can get.
It's a pretty action flop here. We have Ole flopping top 2, Andrei with an overpair, and Amat with a gut shot.
Gut shot. No, yeah, Andrei the only player with a heart as well, so giving him an extra 5%. It checks it over to Amat, who actually, Fernandez is the one betting, and Ole, we've seen he likes to make calls with strong hands on a flop. Just makes a call again on a drawy hand board like this. I would raise my top 2 pair, but he does make the call, and Andrei comes along as well. So 3 ways to the turn, which is the 2 of hearts. Again, the most obvious draw made it. So the flush draw, should there been a flush draw, now has a flush, so that might change the pace a little bit. So Andrei checks his 8s, Fernandez checks his straight draw and an overcard, and Ole checks his 2 pair, and that 2 pair just got counterfeited. Myakov now has 8s and deuces against Ole's 7s and 6s, so a pretty decent run out for pocket 8s here. And let's see if Andrei wants to try to get some value from a hand like something like ace-7 or 6-7, 7-8, 7-9. So he does come out firing something, probably something like 2.5 from what I've seen from him. It looks like a bet of 3k instead. So all after checking the turn, he's probably gonna pay this one off and get the bad news that his 2-pair was counterfeited. But again, I mean, you have no one else to blame than yourself. You had your opponent's check to you on the turn, and you did decide to check this one through. So nice value from Jakov here. It's an Estonian player coming from Tartu, the second largest city here in Estonia. And he has quite a bit of experience as well with those mid-stakes tournaments, as I've heard.
What I've heard, yeah, also that he plays a lot these tournaments over in Tartu, and happy to see him playing the Coolbet main also.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of these players were waiting anxiously to get a chance to play here in Tallinn and on the Coolbet Open. I mean, it's one of the crowd favorites for sure. It's well organized, and the staff is really out here to make the players feel awesome.
I completely agree. In Tallinn, it's in my opinion the best tournament series we have.
Folded around again. We've seen Jakov raise with King 10 off from the button, so we can expect him to raise a hand like King 10 from the button. We even saw him raised 9-4 off once it folded to him, so we know that he can be very loose from the button if it's folded to him. So he's gonna make it 900, gets rid of one. Let's see if 10 is gonna defend with 8-3 off. I mean, it's gonna be a super wide defend if he's gonna make it. We've seen him. Wow, that is a 3-bet to 5.5k instead. So no defending, but with 8-3, it's a large 3-bet and gets the better hand to fold. And we still get to play one more hand before going on break. So one more hand, then we're gonna go on a 15-minute break. But you guys don't go anywhere during that break, anywhere far at least. No more hands. We're just gonna go on a break. And once we come back, the blinds are gonna be 250, 500, and the action is gonna be even hotter, even heavier. And I am definitely gonna be back with Karli.
Probably gonna be back as well, yeah.
All right, so don't go anywhere far. 15-minute break.
See you later.
See you later, guys.
Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, classic park casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come.
You have to cross in the other chair, sir, because we play 8 max.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for Coolbet Open Day 1A. My name is Christian Laas. I am joined by former Coolbet Open Tallinn winner Ott-Karli Toome. And nowadays he doesn't play poker professionally. He makes sure that everybody is having a good time when they play in Coolbet. And if you want a good time, then definitely join the free roll. We have a 500 euro free roll for you guys. Tell us about it a bit, Ott-Karli.
Yes, the free roll takes place today, Eastern Europe time, 7 o'clock, and the password for this is Estonia. So go to coolbet.com and find the free roll, and you're welcome to join.
Yeah. In about 50 minutes, we will begin the free roll. Free roll, 500 euros worth of tickets, so quite a bit of a value for you guys. We will come back to our main event in a few seconds. The blinds will be 250 euros, 500 euros. 250, 500, not euros, but chips. The buy-in for this event was 550 euros, and we are expecting a pretty hefty first prize since the day 1A has already gathered more than 160 players, and day 1B is expected to be even bigger than that. So a lot of money to be played for, but this is still early stages. This is where the players are building their stack, just kind of stabbing it in here and there, and trying to make a move for that probably, well, not the most important, but very important second day. Of course, the final table, should you make it there, is even more important. But the moving day is probably where you make a charge for it. Are you gonna play for the win, or are you gonna play to make it to the final table? I mean, I've seen some not sure what's why the clock is on hold at the moment, but I think we might do a chip up here. We might lose the 25 chips, or maybe not. We'll have to live and see.
We are also missing one guy from the table, I think, from seat number 4. Or
Yes, and Igor Pihela has moved over to seat number 9, so I think we're playing 7-handed at the start of this feature, or 8-handed at the start of this feature table. So seat number 5 is just for the visual sake, is just left empty. So players have more room behind the table, and etc. This is why do you have any information? We definitely started this first day 9-handed, but are we gonna continue on the second day? Are we gonna continue 8-handed, or are we gonna go until the end 9-handed?
This I need to find out. To be honest, I'm not sure about if it's gonna be 8 or 9-handed.
It's something we're gonna have to figure out. But it is something that a lot of tournaments are doing nowadays. You know, starting 10 or 9-handed, but after the first day, at least switching over to 8-handed, because I guess players prefer 8-handed poker a bit more than 9 or 10-handed poker, and it is more viewer friendly as well. I mean, it's more action a bit.
I completely agree with this. Like like 9-handed gets pretty tight and not so much action, and you need to wait more.
10 total, probably.
8-handed is definitely like a more better to play.
Yeah, I agree. For me, as I started my poker career, I was for a long time I just played heads-up poker, and I just I need that rush in my life, you know. So the more players, I mean, it's kind of easier to play, but it's more ABC poker. It takes the creativity away a little bit. The more players at the table.
Yeah, hopefully we can see some more creative three bets or
more
aggressive lines.
But that is something that usually happens at the later stages of a tournament, though. I mean, it's when you know that the players really every pot that they play might be their last one, so you know it gives more merit to actually make those moves as well against the players, because you know they have to risk everything at the early stages. Usually you really don't want to 3-bet, because you know you don't have, I mean, light 3-bet that much, because you don't have that much fold equity and etc. etc. I mean, yeah, I don't know why I'm talking. I agree with you. I really want to see more 3-bets. We've seen how strong the 3-bets have been at this table even. I mean, they have been super powerful in a sense of just stealing away the pots at the right time. So we will have to wait and see. But as it is, I think in at least a couple of minutes, but at the latest in about 5 minutes, we will have the stacks fixed for you as well, and we get to see who is the chip leader of this featured table. Probably it's either gonna be seat number 1, John from Australia, John Davids from Australia, or seat number 3, Ole from Norway. Both of those players have won quite a bit at this featured table, but we will have to wait and see. And there's one player whose chips are just laying there menacingly, who hasn't joined us at this featured table just yet. The button seems to be on seat number 5, but it's a raise from seat 9, call from seat 1, and a couple of folds now over to the blinds. Small blind makes the call as well, so at least 3 ways to the flop. That brings along the big blind, so 4 ways to the flop, and we still don't know what they hold. 4 mystery hands. But it is Igor Pihela Jr. coming in with a raise, picking up 3 passengers for his trip to, I don't know if it's a double up land or... No, it's not, since he's folded. Big blind makes it 1.5. Igor Pihela folds. John folds. actually I have no point of just commentating on it. We don't see the hands. We don't know what's going on.
Well, John folded now, but yeah, there's some graphics coming on now, and
yeah.
Fernandez with a gut shot, and now with the top pair.
Fernandez does make the top pair, but we still don't know what Min has. So Min
led out maybe there, and now checking the turn.
I think there's some confusion because it shows that Fernandez checks and Min bet, but it's the other way around. It's Min checking over to Fernandez and Fernandez betting 1.9 thousand. And Min still thinking about it. So Dan Min, the player in red shirt, Fernandez is not even in the hand. He's in seat 4. So it's Dan Min against seat 7 actually, or seat 8. So Fernandez. So it's we didn't catch that one. We do know that Fernandez wasn't actually in the hand, so some confusion for our tracker, but it's fine.
So Min with a top 2 takes the pot.
Was
down.
it Min with 9-8?
9-7. Yeah.
I think it's
not top 2, yeah, but 2 pair. Sorry.
Okay, Min took it down. $127 players remaining on this day 1A. Still 4 more levels to be played at day 1A, so plenty of time to make your move. But of course, the name of the game in tournament poker anyways is surviving.
Okay.
So just surviving through one day at a time.
Okay. The seat 4 is not on the table. It's fold. 1 and 2 fold.
So C4 is not joining us is something that I picked up.
No,
Yeah, I also heard, yeah.
Is the big blind. We are in the number
Igor should be on the big blind, I think, on this hand.
Yes. It looks like Igor is on the big blind. So
1,300.
sorry. It's Fernandez coming in with a raise, gets through to Igor,
9 fold.
who also makes the fold. So blinds and antes go over to Fernandez this time.
Okay, the button is number 8.
So yeah, after the confusion is over, the button is on seat number 8. We still continue to 5,500, and not much has changed. I mean, there was a decent-sized pot played between seats 6 and 7 and 8, but we know that Min was the one who won this one.
Seat 4 is folded. Seat 2
One who won this one.
Seat 3 raise 1,200.
1.2k is the raise from Ole,
Fold.
who seems to have 52,000, so not as large as he did show. I want to see how much John has here. John has 90.7k, and Igor Bihala, he is not a fan of Queen 10 suited, but once he sees Jack 10, he goes all in straight away for 10.4k. I have to say I like this all in though. 21 big blinds facing just one raise. I do not mind gambling with Jack 10 suited, and he's gonna get the better hand to fold.
It's a nice shove, as we see he still had some fold equity. He pushed out the better hand, and he's doing well against pairs and ace-king, ace-queen. Not in very bad shape, so why
that's
not?
one thing you really want to do in tournament poker, right? You still want to maintain your fold equity and sometimes make moves looser than you should. just because you still want to keep that fold equity and a chance to steal pots, because once you handcuff yourself to just picking up good hands, I mean, that's when you're in trouble. That's when you have to rely on luck, not your maybe something you can pick up, some reads or whatever. And I really like this move with Jack 10. Jack 10 suited is a very strong hand anyway. I mean, it flops well, it plays decently well even when called and all in.
That's true, but it's a better hand in 6+ Hold'em.
Oh, I mean, that's the best hand in 6+ Hold'em, isn't it? I think it's like mathematically better than aces, the Jack 10 suited.
6 fold.
But it's very close though.
1,500.
Yeah, Vasinius also, again finds a nice hand to open with.
Yeah.
See,
Makes it 1.5. Picks up min 10 with a Mr. hand. And Christian is thinking about it from the big blind. No, he's gonna let it go. So heads up with Ole from Norway and Tan from Finland. A lot of Norwegians, a lot of Finns, but we usually get a lot of Swedish players here in Estonia as well. But I haven't seen too many at least not in this table. Maybe the outer tables are filled with Swedes.
yeah, I think there are more like Norwegians and Icelandic players. Not so many Swedish players, but let's see tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get a good surprise and see many Swedish players here.
Yeah, maybe some Swedes are picking up the stream, letting their friends know, and we should make their way back to Estonia. I mean, the ferry leaves at 6 p.m. So there's a ferry leaves from Sweden in about 35 minutes. Get to the ferry and come and play some Coolbet poker.
They will be here on time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it is the Australian, the man holding one of the furthest countries from Estonia, the flag from Australia, the chip leader, 3 times the starting stack, so a very good start for him. Average stack at the moment is 41,000. John from Australia has 90,000. But couple other players who I've been impressed by. I mean, Myakov has been picking up quite a bit of like small value here and there and just staying in the mix. And he's been playing nice, but I really like the way Fernandez is playing as well.
2 fold.
Christian from small blind makes the call for 300. Gets a check from Ole Vasenius. So heads up to the flop, 1.8k in the middle.
Should be whoever bets first wins the hand.
Should be. There are no draws for anybody here, so Christian does not want to lead out here. But it's Ole sensing some weakness, and he's going to make it 1.1k with a better hand actually. But definitely turning his 8 high into a bluff. And on a dry board like this, I really don't mind taking a stab at it from the small blind if you're limping in hands like 7-4.
I don't mind. Well played.
Yeah. It's been the play is. I don't know. I mean, it hasn't been too crazy. It hasn't been too tight. I mean, it's. I don't know what to think about it just yet. I mean, nothing bad to say. I'm sure. I mean, since there's still 4 more levels to play, we'll probably see the most amount of fireworks after the next break. But players, knowing that they can still make a re-entry on day 1P. Trying to make a move for a big stack and stuff like this.
Yeah, this is very likely to happen, that we should get some more action towards the end of the day. But maybe we can, maybe we have something now as well. We see David with a 5-3 suited, and now he's really tempted to defend his...
Yeah, he's in position, he has a suited hand. We've seen him play a hand like 5 deuce suited against the single raise. So he's gonna come in with a call with 5-3 suited. But David has not been punished too much. I mean, the one time somebody 3-bet after David playing, David coming in with a raise, it was Ilaris Ahamies many levels ago with kings against aces. I mean, players are not punishing two loose calls there. So I mean, if I'm John David, I don't mind playing too loose. I mean, if I can play in position, suited hands, and nobody's punishing me, then I can try. I would like to get in the mix as much as possible myself.
Yeah, I agree. It's a perfect scenario for him because not getting 3-bet behind from other players. He can see the flops for cheap and
just play in position and just steal away as much as you can. It's a 1.7k from Fernandez, and I would not be surprised to see David float one here. With his backdoor straight flush draws, and ace-high board is a perfect board to float one in position as well, because your opponent is expected to bet into it at least once, so maybe you can steal this one away on the turn or river, or maybe add some equity.
David now he knows that he's in the TV table and makes a move.
And makes min raise, which is super powerful move because I mean not in this specific situation and in this specific situation, but most players do not know how to properly play against a very small raise on a flop. So it kind of handcuffs a large proportion of Fernandez range here. What do you do with your 10 high? I mean,
Fernandez, it's really hard to do anything here because
you just have to release, right?
You need to release because like these moves, I mean, David hasn't done much. I mean, I think it's his first like bluff raise or something, so you know he's loose, but I mean, still, nothing you can really do there.
Your opponent being very loose doesn't mean your opponent is very aggressive, and I don't think we've seen John be super aggressive. He's picked his spots here and there, but he's still he hasn't gone too crazy post flop from what we've seen.
That's true, yeah. And David once again shows how
picks a perfect spot to do it as well. Ace-side dry boards. I mean,
exploits the positional play in poker.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like it is a very difficult move to play against as well. Like on a polarized boards. The small raises and min raises, what do you do when you have king queen there, when king jack suited, it's super tough to play against.
And it's one of the boards maybe then where players continuation bet too much.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely don't mind the c-bet with 10-9 from Fernandez, but I like the fact that John realized the situation and took advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree. Well played by John.
It's Morton making it 1.5 and Fernandez defending his B-blind with ace 10 off. Against undergun +1 open, I mean, I don't mind to call. Against a later position open, you sometimes want to turn your ace 10 into a bluff there. Definitely not every single time. And 3-bet pre-flop, try and take this one away pre. It's a bet of 1.5 and a fold from Fernandez, so Fernandez bleeding a little bit here, losing a couple small butts here and there, and all of a sudden you're left with 22k, which is not too bad. It's still over 40 big blinds, but I mean it's not these are not easy stages to get through, when you feel like you're losing every single hand and you're slowly chipping off. I mean, this is when live poker is can get to some people's heads. I can personally say that these situations are the most difficult for me because this is where I want to chase. I want to get through the bad stage of losing every hand and just force myself to win at least one hand to get my groove back up.
But you cannot force it.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot force it, and this is why poker is training kind of mentally and physically as well, because these players are playing 10 hours every single day, and And having a strong mental game as well as strong, like, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Anyway, having a strong mental game is very important in poker. Not just having nice math skills or probability and knowledge, but staying mentally focused and not getting tilted is a big part of good poker. You can be the best poker player, but when you tilt, you can be the worst, and there's not much use to being the best.
And Ray decides to respect Igor's raise and folds the king-queen there.
Yeah, but Min does not respect. He says 600, it's peanuts for me. I'm gonna call, but he's dominated right now. Decent flop for Pihala, flopping a straight draw, especially without Min flopping anything as well. So it's just, yeah, it was Min checking, Pihala betting, and Min folding. And Pihala is slowly fighting back. I mean, he's at the moment, like, every small pot for him is very important to win. And the blinds are instead 300, 600, so I was mistaken with the 255. So Pihala still with less than 20 big blinds, but plenty of room.
Still doable. One double up and he's good to go.
Yeah. 2 double ups and he's great to go. 3 double ups is... I mean, and 6 double ups, he has it all.
Queen Jack is probably gonna fold from there, yeah.
Yeah, I like the fold as well.
David again with a nice hand.
Yeah, pocket tens this time. I mean, it definitely good enough to come in with the raise. I haven't noticed too much how big his sizings are, so on a larger side, I would say, like at this stage, people are already starting to raise to 2x, 2.5x max, but he's going a bit larger. But wait, as I understand, you have to go for a second, but wait, it's gonna come back really soon, so don't worry about it.
I will wait how the tens will play out, and then I'll go after that.
It's Fernandez thinking about it, and now the question is it him trying to make a move or trying to make something happen for him, or does he actually have a good hand? He does 3-bet, he makes it 4,000, and we do not know what he's holding. If you're John, how do you approach? Do you just jam it in for 50 bigs? Sorry, not 50, it's 35 bigs. I wouldn't mind jamming it in.
That's definitely an option, and for me it would make the most sense.
Yeah, same. I think I would have done the same with the blinds being 3-6, and Fernandez having 35 bigs at the start of the hand. So instead, Fernandez 3-bets it to 6.2 big blinds and gets a call from John.
What are you gonna do now with tens? Like,
exactly,
you're probably gonna pay off like one street and then fold.
Let's see. It's John checking it over. Fernandez bets small, which I like still. It's not even that small, but I mean, I really do like a small bet and a 3-bet board with a king 4-4. Like, with one high card dry board, you really don't want to make a habit on betting too large on the flop. So small bet is just fine. Leaves himself approximately a pot-sized bet left.
Fernandez can easily go and bet small on this turn again.
Yeah, he can make it something like 3.8 to check, like really handcuff your opponent's floats and small pairs. And John David is not in an easy or admirable situation right here with pocket tens, and 4.5. So he does make a small bet and gets snap called from John David. So he's still continuing to check call. And again, what do you do now if you're John? Check again. Fernandez, does he have the goods? Hands that would make sense from Fernandez to have to go all in here. Something like ace-4 suited, pocket kings, pocket aces, ace-king obviously. Probably pocket jacks are not gonna play it like this.
King-queen suited.
King-queen suited can play like this. But most likely hands are that that have John David beat are Ace King, Ace King, Pocket Kings, Pocket Aces, and probably Ace 4 suited that can. But it's a check from Fernandez. So let's see if Fernandez was bluffing, and he was bluffing. He gave up on the river. Figured it's a bit too likely for Chun to have a king there, and he's not gonna fold there. And what a fantastic hand again from, like, everything seems to be working for Chun. So nice value for him. As Oit is gonna go find ourselves a bit of information. It's like, just don't go anywhere. He will come back. He will let us know what he's doing. He's doing Oit Garli things, which are probably awesome things. I don't know where he went, but now you're stuck here with me. Hello, everybody. My name is Christer Laas, and I'm your commentator for the next 4 days. And we are gonna become good friends, and we are gonna enjoy some nice Nordic poker because Coolbet Open is back in Tallinn. After 2 long years, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody has been waiting. It's like waking up from hibernation. It's like we are all hungry for chips, hungry for action, hungry for human interaction even. I mean, hungry for anything. And finally, things are back to normal. We get to sit down at a poker table, enjoy our time. Like, for me, every time Coolbet Open is in Tallinn, it's a special time for me, so I do enjoy it. Meanwhile, Mindan raising it up with 1.2k, gets a 3-bet from Morten Antonsen with Ace King off. Blind versus blind action. Let's see if Min is gonna go crazy here. Instead, it's no, something is incorrect here. We see Igor Bihela going all in, and we see a call. So I think it's Morten with Ace King against Igor Bihela with what? It looks like Igor Bihela with a pocket pair, because the it seems like it was Ace King against Ace King. So both players with Ace Kings, so both players make a straight, so both players chop it up. I think, at least. You never know. But Bihela is not bust, and Morten didn't lose any chips, so I think it was Ace King against Ace King. Join a free roll. Ladies and gentlemen, join a free roll. The free roll is starting in 19 minutes. 19 minutes. The password is Estonia. So go ahead and join the free roll. We are giving away 500 euros worth of tickets. So I mean, it's free. It's free. It's free money. You should do it. You should do it right now. Let me see if I can. I can do it myself as well. If I can join. If you don't have the poker client, download the poker client. It's quick and easy. We are giving away risk-free bet. You see, use the code OPEN22 for your €5 risk-free bet. We are giving away free virtual sports bet worth €5 as well. Also, free spins and stuff. Use bonus code COOLFALLEN for your free spins. I mean, plenty of reasons to join Coolbet team, and we are waiting for you open-handed. So I will also go over and see if I can join the free roll. Is it really that easy? Just go in to find it and using the code Estonia, the password Estonia. I think it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I really think it is.
Heads up.
I also used the free virtual sports promo, and I did for €5. I made a bet for Manchester United to win the game in a virtual sports game. And out of that €5, I made €8.88. So I mean, it's free money. It's mine now. So I really advise you to do the same. Let's see if I can download it to my iPhone. As you can see, quick and easy. Go to the App Store, find the Coolbet Poker app, and download it to your phone, and you're good to go. Even if you don't have a laptop near, you can play from your phone if you choose to do so. Of course, some players love to play from their PC, as do I most of the time, but sometimes you're on the go and you still want to get some hands in.
Sit 4 raise, 1,300. 6 fold.
Spooky, there's live tournament information in coolbetopen.com. So go to coolbetopen.com so you can see all the live action, as well as you can see it from our screen right here as we get back our my co-commentator Oit Karli has rejoined me. Yes, welcome back, Oit.
Hello, hello.
Cheers. I got so nervous I dropped my phone. So it's 3 ways to the flop this time. Let me see if I can. I was just letting the people know how you can use the different promo codes here. I used the promo code VS Coolbet Open for a €5 bonus on virtual sports. Used it on a game and turned my €5 into €8.88. Free money, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done.
Yes.
That's, not completely, but almost close to a double up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and if you're into sports betting or into gambling or playing poker, I mean, give yourself a try. It's free. Now is the best time to try, as we get an invasion of dinosaurs or something in the background with a huge roar. And interesting to see the Queen 8 fold there against the single bet with the 1 overcard, gotcha straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Cheers so much.
That was definitely a very defendable hand there.
Yeah. Could have wouldn't even have been surprised to see a raise there, but would have expected to see at least a call. There's plenty of good things that can happen on a turn. I mean, you can hit a 7. I mean, you can hit a jack to make a straight. You can hit a diamond to for a flush draw. Your opponent might have been bluffing on a flop, so you can steal this one away on a later street.
Fernandez with a pair of 3s should.
Sit 6 raise, 1,200.
Yeah.
Makes a raise to 1.2, I think. Yeah. And he's definitely happy, like, to get the blinds.
And
very difficult to play post flop these small pairs unless you hit the set there.
But he does get at least one caller. Morten from Norway comes along for the party, and let's see if Ole wants to defend the speak blind. Yes, he does. So 3 ways to the flop. And it's super tough. I mean, probably my biggest weakness in poker, and I don't know how people do figure it out. How to play like those small pocket pairs? Do you just give up every single time, or like what do you do? Okay, on a flop like this, you can see one player flops the absolute nuts. The other one has the pair with a flush draw, and you're stuck with pocket 3s. So this is why I don't know. I rather enjoy more like calling with a hand like this than coming in as a raiser.
Morten with an easy decision to bet the nuts, but Ole should defend here, not do anything else, and a very easy fault for Fernandez. Nothing you can do there.
So bet and a call. And 10-4 really does not want to hit a 10 or a 4. Instead, Ole wants to make the flush. Checks it over to Morten one more time. Two Norwegians going at it. And let's see, if I'm Morten, I'm betting big here. I mean, there's plenty of hands to get value from. There's some protection your hand still needs as well. So I'm going like 6,000 or something like that. Instead, it's 3.5. And gets a quick call from Vazenius Ole. And does he reel him in? Yes, he does. The unfortunate for Ole, he rivers 2-pair, and I really don't see him. I mean, the thing is, I mean, you make 2-pair, right? And it's a strong hand. But once you start thinking, like, what are the hands Morten is betting for value on the river? What is the 3 street hands? There's not too many hands that you can beat with 10-4.
There are like king jacks and this like pair plus draw type of hands, but they may maybe not go for this type of like 3 street value.
Yeah, the thing is that usually the 1-pair hands on a board like this, there are like 2 street hands.
Yeah.
So probably king jack would have checked behind on the river.
I wouldn't mind like a fold from a 10-4 on the river. Because Morten bet on the flop, he bet into 2 opponents and kept going, and he really like looked strong.
It's something like maybe ace-3 of hearts. Like you can exactly like you don't beat value hands. You start beating just even though you made 2 pairs, you still kind of beat just the bluffs.
Yeah, you're still
by
kind
the
of
river
behind every time.
Yeah, but he does make the quick call. The thing is, like, he made a quick call, and that is another mistake. Like a lot of players I see making, they think like if I lose, I lose. It's a cooler. But the thing is, once you put a little bit of thought to it, it's not like he's gonna bet king 8 there for a third time for value. I mean, there are specific dynamics where this can happen and where it should happen, but. Like more often than not, it's gonna be a stronger hand.
Yeah, I mean 2-pair, it's hard to make in poker, so.
Yeah. And he has led into 2 players from the flop, like very comfortably. So
Morten finds jacks and
after
David again.
suited hand. Let's see if Christian wants to come in with a raise or he wants to just call with the king jack. King jack suited, definitely a good candidate to 3-bet bluff with, but at the same time you can't really go wrong with just calling with a hand like king jack suited on the in position. So it just avoids.
But it's just a punishment.
Trouble.
I mean, for how long can you keep David just calling with his hands?
Exactly. Like if you have a very loose player on your right, then like turning a hand like king jack into a 3-bet bluff or like a 3-bet hand, it becomes way more profitable.
Yeah, because technically you only need to be worried about what Morten had when
exactly.
you like 3-bet, because.
So you're just basically printing.
Yeah.
But it's Morten on an ace-high board. He's gonna bet. John has caught a piece of this board with his pair of 5s and a backdoor flush draw. So he's gonna call. Christian is gonna fold his king jack. The player from Finland wearing the Estonian flags on his sleeves, which is nice to see. And a 9 of diamonds. This changes everything. I wonder if John, if he's gonna like semi-bluff his pair of 5s here.
Yeah, I've seen.
It looks like it's gonna. It would work as well.
Similar spot before he was aggressive in this same kind of situation, like with a pair and a draw, and I mean, if you're Morten.
Super small bet from John David here. 25%, and just a small bet works to get pocket jacks to fold. Perfect. I mean, everything is going the way John David is open. Like the boards run out the perfect way for him. It's not just always flopping the better hands, but it's all subjective and to the fact on how these boards interact with your opponent's hands as well. And like,
yeah, that's true.
I mean,
but I'm waiting for someone to step up at this table at one point. This is not that I'm against David or something, but it's just
it would be more interesting to see that, right?
Would be interesting to see some battle. See if Christian opens from the cutoff with Queen 4 suited, no elects to fold.
Yeah.
Raise from Ule.
So I heard like somebody said re-raise. So was there a raise in front of Ole? No,
just
an open
button,
raise.
yeah.
Just an open raise from Ole Vazenius. And Fernandez makes the call, which I don't mind at all, from the big blind with Queen 7. And we see a flop of Ace, King and a 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just 6 minutes left until the free roll starts. Let's see if my poker client has downloaded, because I will. Yes, I have it on my phone. Let's see if it works, because I just want to show you how quick and easy it is to register to that free roll tournament. Let me just sign in. All right, and we are in. Let's find tournaments somewhere. Have you played on Coolbet on your phone before? I'm just wondering, like.
Yeah, should be somewhere there.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we have?
7 o'clock.
I'm still trying to figure it out. So, in 4 minutes, yeah, let's see, Coolbet Open free roll, register, password, Estonia, and we are in, I think.
I think it's with a capital, and the rest is
Yeah.
like this, yeah.
Help. You have successfully registered 119 entries and 500 euros in prizes. Let's see what the prizes are. First place gets 200 euro ticket. Second place gets a 100 euro ticket. Third to fourth, 50 euro ticket. I mean, I'm gonna take it away from you guys. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do it just because there's only 120 entries. Everybody joining at the moment gets approximately 4 euros worth of free money or value. So come and join us. Password is Estonia, capital E. Rest of the letters are in lowercase letters. Meanwhile, ace, 9, 10, so 2 pair for John against a straight draw for Christian, and Mindan left with just a pair of 4s.
We see Christian fold in a very similar spot before, so I'm expecting him to release his king high here.
Yeah, he still has 10 to worry about behind as well, and still things go in John David's way. First player to break the 100k mark now, up to 103,000, and it's he hasn't seen any like road bumps on his way. It's been pretty smooth sailing up ahead like since the beginning.
Yeah, plus this cooler he had against Ilari Sahamies.
I mean, that was the thing that got the ball rolling,
yeah.
Wasn't it? He had 35k at that point, got up to 70 and just kept on pressing. And after that, he hasn't had any big pots, but at the same time, he's added another 35,000 to his stack. So more than a starting stack just by playing like decent poker. Bihala is up to 18,000 somehow. Did he?
Yeah, he reshoved. I think it's 10 jack suited and then got the fold. Like.
Oh yeah, that I remember. Jack 10 suited, I remember. And when you were gone, I think there was a split pot with him Ace King against another Ace King. We didn't see Igor's hand, but it showed 50-50 on the graphic. So. And his opponent had Ace King, so it must have been another Ace King. It's a raise from Andre now. Ace King, Ace 6 off. I mean, it's a fine raise. It's on a loser side, but I just hate hands like Ace 6, Ace 7 off. And Min makes the call with Ace 10, and now Andre is in a bit of a trouble. Both players with the top pair. But the kicker still plays. Min with a backdoor flush draw as well with the Ace of Hearts. Yeah. So it's Andre continuation betting for 1.3, Min making the call. Turn is better for Min. I mean, it's not none of those players really love this turn, but that makes it so Andre cannot win this hand outright unless he's gonna bluff Min out.
Yeah,
cannot make a 6 now.
Andre goes for a small bet and probably with a plan to maybe check
back river. Yeah.
He still thinks he needs some kind of a protection, I assume.
I guess so, trying to get some like value / protection against a few draws out there. This is a good run out for A6. I wonder how big Andre is gonna go here. Is he really thinking about like he might? I mean, I wouldn't mind like overbet shoving here, like maybe not even shoving, but like 17.5. Or instead, he's gonna go super small and try and get some value from something like 9-10 or whatever. And 10 calls. But what do you think about like overbetting on the river there? Because I mean, 10 definitely cannot have aces. Andre can have aces. So the only thing you're worried about is like trying to get another ace to fold the chop, maybe, or maybe. I mean, you can sometimes run into queen, but it's not that likely, right?
I know. I understand like what you mean, but I think like just shoving there is a bit like overkill because your opponent still can have like quads there, and because this like he was on the big blind, right?
But but I mean betting something like 15k, let's say, like 1.5x the pot. Like really, I mean, maybe even bet folding 1.5x the pot. Is it like overthinking the hand? But at the same time, it's like you have to sometimes try and get your opponent off a bluff there, or just accept the fact that you're most likely just chopping there.
I mean, but what's I don't really get like the main reason for this kind of a bet. Like, do you want like
to get rid of your opponent's aces?
No, like, but he has like more hands than just the ace there. So I wouldn't prefer this overbet in this spot. But I also see your reasoning.
So you like the small bet instead?
I would maybe like even check behind the turn with my a6 there and
that's true.
Pot control and then.
But as played on the river, you might. Are you going for small value?
Something a normal size, yeah, half pot or something.
Okay, just targeting bluff catchers, king highs, knights.
Yeah, it's really hard to get in this spot any value. Like not much for your opponents to pay with. Like. Most of the time they're folding, they're like 9x or something.
All right.
But the more creative you are, the more if you know how to make thin value bets and so on. I mean, you might have a chance to get paid there also. But
I'm still team overbet. No matter what you say, I'm gonna go. Okay. You need to shove that river and just run into quads too often, and
then you can rebuy.
Life, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that easy to find quads. I know your friend found them in a very important tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had it myself. I mean, I remember the first time I was playing Estonian Championships high roller event. It was it's the only bad beat story ever I remember, because it's the first time I took a shot, and it was set over set, and the opponent ended up rivering to quads over me, and it still hurts my brain, because I mean it happens to everybody, but yeah, it's particularly it sucks when you're taking a shot with a big amount of your roll. Guys, I am crushing the free roll, by the way. If you still want to join the free roll, the password is Estonia. 500 euros worth of tickets given away. First place gets a 200 euro ticket, so I mean free money. Second place gets a 100 euro ticket. Third and fourth 50 euro tickets, etc., so on, so on. So first 16 will get prizes. So I really recommend you guys play this one.
We are gonna witness a three-way pot here.
Yes, we are.
Igor decides to defend his small blind with a king-jack after a raise from Andre.
From Andre gun +2 as well. Quite the early position raise, and like Igor has shown quite a bit of respect for Andre, but now he's switched things up. He's folded. Let's see, a check from Igor, check from John. I mean, two players with top two pair. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go in. Any backdoor flush draws to see? No.
Nope.
It is Igor Bihala with a gut shot though, but I don't think he's ever gonna get to see a turn. Should he call here? I think that we're gonna see a raise from John. But Igor Bihala is not going to chase the gut shot. He's going to fold to king high. And I think it was just a bet from Andre and call from John David.
Just a check call. I wonder if it's just David gives so much respect to Andre's bets.
I mean, it must be some kind of a trap as well. I mean, he knows he's played so many. I mean, I'm kind of getting impressed by that, because I mean, if he's almost always has called the C-bets on a flop, so I mean, he's still doing it with his strongest hands as well, so he's keeping his opponent's range wide. So I really, the more I think about it, I like the call from David John. And he's just gonna go check call, and probably check call the river, or maybe even check raise. And if he's gonna check raise the river, I mean, let's say Andre goes for like 10k here. He must be sick, but I mean, John is just gonna check call all three streets, and
yeah, John wasn't thinking of check raising there at any point.
Yeah.
But he might have, like, because Andre bet really like 1/3.
I mean, another thing that is going well, like the one hand that goes to showdown, it shows that he just called on a flop with top two pair. Yeah. It must be like messing with his opponent's heads as well, like thinking that he might actually be strong most of the time. Like, and he's taken a lot of advantage from the way the cards are falling. So we continue with things going John David's way, but everybody else is still in the mix. Igor Biela was down to like just a few chips, but as it is, he's fighting back. The Estonian legend, if I may say so myself, but it's the man from Australia, making all the noise, facing a raise from Morton.
David will definitely call here.
He's gonna at least call here, yes. He loves to play post flop, And a hand the strongest king check off is definitely gonna be good enough for him to call.
I'm pretty sure the opponents, like if they haven't like watched the stream and they don't have any info, are very curious. Like what is David like doing at the table?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he's been in the mix so much. I mean, even though they've seen a few of those hands, it must be suspect. I mean, and Christian, he's gonna 3-bet, but he doesn't look like a man who's 3-betting weak here.
Yeah, that was I was about to tell that this looks absolutely strong for me, like minimum ace king.
Yeah. That looks like a 3-bet ready to go.
Yes.
Ready to go with it.
He looks like he's ready to go.
I'm gonna put him on 2 queens.
I'm gonna go with ace king.
I wish we ever found out though.
Yeah.
He does get 2 folds. It doesn't elect to show, or does he? No, he does not. But yeah, he the thing is, there is a thing called live tells. Obviously, if like someone from me who comes from online poker background, transferring a little bit to live scene, I've noticed I can change my playstyle so much due to live reads, and that looked like a man who looked strong. But the thing is, you can also make counter reads and the counter tells, give counter tells.
Let's find out later what he had. Maybe if it was ace king or if it was queens.
Let's ask him. So still, like it kind of feels like the quiet before the storm. Like I feel like something is in the air, something big is about to happen, because the players, I mean, that usually happens in a poker table. I mean, unless all the players get in a trance like of playing super tight, usually like somebody gets bored and then they run into a strong hand, or like a couple players get bored at the same time, and then there's like fireworks just out of nowhere happening. And it's like, having commentated on poker for 5 years, you just feel these things coming, in my opinion. So it's a 3-bet from Ole to 4.5k, and we have 2 mystery hands now.
And the 3-bet comes from the big blind against early position, and yeah, it's looked like
I mean, it's
big hands are colliding here.
Because usually the big blind 3-bet is way stronger than any other 3-bet anyway, and especially against early position raise. Let's see, we already have seen a 4-bet from Dan Min here, and Ole has not folded his, or has he? He's about to fold his cards, right?
Yeah, he's holding them like he's about to fold, and Tan Min 4-bet so quickly here also, like he doesn't care and he just goes with it.
But and the thing is, yeah, it's basically a decision for Dan Min's old stack. I think he committed himself with that 4-bet. So
it looks like Ole has a decision here. Like this time I'm gonna go with queens.
For Min.
For Ole.
Oh, I think Ole would have gone in with queens. I'm gonna go with ace queen suited.
All right.
I'm gonna go with ace queen suited, and Min then has pocket jacks. They went in too quick for them to be aces. But no, we don't get to see. I really want to know if one of us was correct.
We need to predict now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to put myself in a position to make predictions and stuff for Twitch viewers as well by tomorrow. So today we don't have that opportunity, but tomorrow we can have some viewer games and stuff as well. And what to like to include to viewers, like what if they agree with you or me, or.
Loden thinks is a game that I like. You know?
Yeah, it's a fun game. I think the last time I came here to Hilton Tallinn to play some cash games, I think I spent all night playing Loden things with Marius Morel and a couple more players.
And the action is quite slow here. I wonder what takes so much time there.
But we still have 33 minutes of this level. The blinds have gone up to 400 and 800. So our shortest stack is Igor Bihela Jr. Left with about less than 20 big blinds for him.
But he's been doing a good job so far, like keeping his stack still alive.
Yeah, exactly, and just not getting out. Yeah, I agree with you.
He had one spot when he had like ace queen and made a correct fold pre-flop when his opponent had like ace king and.
Yeah, I agree. I'm impressed with his ability to maintain a stack, and to do it without too much fancy play, like just picking his spot and just trusting. Probably, I think he's just a man with a lot of experience, and he just trusts the system that he's playing. Like he knows it's gonna work out sooner rather than later, and he's just gonna keep on playing his own strategy and hope it's gonna work out for him.
David took some time with a deuce tray offsuit, and because he didn't look like he didn't want to give up his position, but finally understood that there are some hands he can fold as well.
Yeah, if there's anything you can fold deuce three, I mean, it could be one of those cards.
Looks like Andre also has some.
Andre's thinking about 3-betting here. He's not thinking about calling. Like I know he's gonna make the call, but the fact that he took some time to make the call, it wasn't because he's thinking like, should I fold or call? I think he was thinking, should I 3-bet his hand? Which is gonna give away a little bit of information again. Like it probably could be a decent ace. It could be a hand like pocket eights, nines. Yeah, exactly. Both of the players check it over to Igor Bihela. We see Ola has two pairs with jacks and sevens, so after it getting checked through on the flop, I mean, I wouldn't feel too uncomfortable with my pocket sevens, I would. But he does check it over to Andre one more time, who still has the mystery hand. He bets 2.5k, and Andre has been kind of a wizard of getting paid in these spots, and the thing is, we don't know what anybody has. At least they get rid of all his sevens. I mean, Bihela made a very quick call here, ace-8 suited maybe. Let's see. Another 8 on the river means that Bihela can still have aces here as well. By the way, it wouldn't be surprising to me if he checked through aces, because it's not too much you have to be, like, especially with the ace of hearts, that you have to protect against, and he could still have a jack, but I would say Bihela has ace-8 suited.
This looks so strong for me. Like if Andre is betting here, he went small, but he can still have hands like nines or tens here, or
yeah, can still.
I wonder if he's gonna bet so small with a full house, or. But we've seen him making those small bets.
Yeah, exactly.
Hands,
he's like the payoff wizard.
Yeah.
He gets players to pay him off while he has the goods. And
Bihela shoves.
Bihela goes all in. So does Bihela actually have pocket jacks here? It very much, no, he gets a quick call, so Bihela does not have the pocket jacks. I guess it's a snap.
I think it's a
chop
split
pot, yeah. Both players with a jack. So a fantastic turn from Ole on the fold from Ole. With pair of sevens, just gets rid of it. We don't see the cards, but I expect them to ace-jack, both players with ace-jack. Yeah, so I mean,
your prediction that he has this middle ace or pretty good ace was absolutely correct. And it looked like he wanted to 3-bet pre.
What a cooler of a flop, yeah. Both players chopping it up. I mean, I'm sure neither of the players were too happy with... I mean, Igor had me convinced that he doesn't have an ace on the turn, though. Like, made a very quick call, and it's just it doesn't have a check, sorry. So I mean, Igor played it well as well. But I'm even more impressed by the quick fold of sevens from Ola there, just knowing he's behind, or at least staying away from trouble. If I'm Ola, I'm probably leading the turn. That 8 seems like a fairly safe card after the flop gets checked through. but you still need some protection. I don't know. I mean, that was a cool hand, I have to say.
So how many people we have registered to the free roll?
At the moment, let me check if I can. I still need to get familiar. We still have 129 players remaining. Average stack is 12,000, so about 150 players registered. You can still join using the free roll password Estonia. Go to your Coolbet client, either on your phone or on your PC, and 500 euros worth of tickets we will give away every single day here on stream for our stream viewers. It's pocket. I saw pocket tens there, so at least one of the players had pocket tens. It's Morton, sitting at table seat 8. He has the pocket tens. Fernandez with a short stack, just trying to. I mean, whatever. I'm not even gonna try
Graphics are
and say I understand.
The screen.
I think it was just Morten picking up the pot, right, with pocket tens. And it's fine graphics. It's fine graphics. You don't have to. Try and pick things up. The hand is over now. We moved on. It's 400, 800. And the button seems to be on seat 4, right? No? Yes, yes. Seat 3. Seat 4.
Seat 4, yeah.
Yeah, seat 4 still. So fold around to C3, Ole from Norway, who makes a raise. And at one point, I think Ole was up to like 70 or 75,000. He's dwindled down a little bit, but still hovering around that average chip stack.
I like the call from the big blind.
Yeah, yeah. Makes a call with a suited 2-6 deuce. So two players with very similar stacks, heads up against each other. And it's at least a pair of sixes for Min. But
and in theory-wise, it's like a so much better flop for your opponent, and we expect a lot of c-bets. So
yeah,
with the back to flush draw, I think it's 6 is like an easy defend here.
And it's basically just a range advantage here. I mean, Ole can apply so much pressure because he has all the aces, all the ace kings, all the kings, all the jacks now. Because Min cannot have these hands because he's definitely 3-betting all those hands. So it's just a huge range advantage for Ole here. So he can play very, very aggressively if he has it or if he doesn't have it.
And with a second bet, Ole takes the pot down.
Yeah.
And Min has a very easy fold on the turn there.
Yeah, easy fold on the turn. I mean, he's calling there at least once. Maybe his opponent is going to give up. Maybe he's going to pick up some extra equity there with a spade or a deuce or a 6. But so I don't mind just to call on a flop and give up on a turn.
Yeah, that's very standard there.
And it's I'm surprised that not too many players have busted just there. It's 114, and at this point we have 185 entries on day one A. I mean, when we started it was 126, so players are still entering. Like 60 players have joined us since the start of the stream. I mean, it's
yeah, keep them coming.
Yeah, keep them coming. And obviously, I mean, poker players usually are more of like night owls than daytime players. I mean, they wake up at 4 or 5, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of players even tomorrow joining at as late as possible.
We have David also back at the table.
Do we?
Yes.
Yes, we do. I was wondering, like, he hadn't played a hand for a couple of hands. I didn't even notice he was gone. But
Took a break with
Yes.
his good stack.
yeah,
Rested a little bit.
and a couple of draws for our players here. Min makes 1.7 with his gut shot straight draw and queen high, and Morten makes a call with his queen high, and now makes a flush. So the nuts for Morten, and Min is gonna bet into the nuts.
Min has such a nice hand just to like bet 3 streets here.
He does.
Let's see if he does.
It's a bet of 5,000.
Morten decides to raise and just ruin this hand.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his customer here with that raise.
Problem is on this board and you're raising there, it's very, very hard to bluff there.
And I mean, Morten, he was in position as well. I mean, and his opponent was betting into him. I mean, it's not too much you need to be afraid of. I really would have liked to see a call there and just keep your opponent's range wide and just keep all the bluffs in as well as the value hands. You're gonna get value from the value hands anyway, right? Probably the hands that are gonna be scare cards are gonna be queen and a 10, and you hold both of them. And the raise was large. It wasn't a min raise. John David still our chip leader with 102,000. And it's folded around all the way to the lines, and I think we're gonna see our first walk off the stream. And ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. We see our first walk, and it's the recipient is Igor Pihela, getting a walk with King 4, and
I'm sure he wouldn't.
he doesn't mind. He does not mind that. He's gonna take every pot he can at this point, and especially with a hand like King 4. I mean, it's a very playable blind
I think
versus
your
blind.
button there had Queen 7 suited, which I expected to raise in this spot, but I was wrong.
Yeah, maybe feels the sting of losing the last hand with Queen High a little bit, and now gets a downgraded Queen High. Thinks like maybe stay away from trouble for a while. It's pocket queens. Couple of ladies for Christian here, wearing a Finnish flag, but at the same time 2 Estonian flags on his sleeves, and he's gonna make it 2,000 with his pair of queens. Let's see if he's gonna pick up any customers though.
Christian has been playing very tight, so it's pretty hard for him to get some action there.
That's true.
Especially when
he's gonna get some action from Morten though.
We found the cooler.
Let's see if we're gonna see a 3-bet or a just call, but it already got the answer for that. It looks like a 3-bet to 7.5, and Christian is gonna go all in. Morten is gonna make a call, and that's gonna be it. We're gonna see the most classical of classic flips. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but if I was a betting man, I would bet on Christian just shoving it in with his pocket queens. There's 11.5k in the middle, you're risking 29.4k. You don't really mind even if you take this one down pre-flop and just apply maximum pressure.
And Morten must be also, when Christian shoves here, like not feeling himself very confident.
Yeah.
Considering how tight Christian has been.
Exactly, but the thing is you're flipping way too often here with Morten. Even if you think like Christian has a range of jacks plus, you still after 3-betting to 7.5, you still have to make that call when you hold the ace king. I would feel more confident with ace king than I would with a hand like queens, even calling Christian's all in. I don't know.
I have the feeling that both players are not feeling like confident here.
As we can see from the time that is being taken from Christian here. He hasn't shoved it in. I mean, maybe he's just trying to sell the fact that he doesn't have the strongest hand as he does. But I mean, both players with less than 40 big blinds, that should be fairly standard all in and call. But wait and see. I mean, I would be surprised to see a fold against the single 3-bet. Christian's hand movements showed us that he did go all in. He did sell the fact that he looked weak, because Morten called him very, very quickly there with ace-king. Probably had made the decision about calling anyway before even Christian did anything. So we're gonna see a classic flip for 63,200 chips. It's Christian, a slight underdog, because we saw Queen-Jack folded.
Yeah, true. One queen was folded.
Yeah, but the flop is as safe as they come for queens. Needs to stay away from ace and a king only, because Morten cannot make any running straights anymore. Deuce of spades is a very good turn card. Only an ace or a king can eliminate Christian here. Can Morten hit the king on a river? No, it's close, but it's the queen. And Christian all but cripples here, cripples Morten here. Morten is, I'm sure they had very similar stacks, so Morten might be left with like maybe 1 or 2 big blinds, but as it is, a huge chip stack for Christian here. Waited for his pot, got it in as a flip with queens against ace king, ended up with a full house against the ace high, and that's all she wrote from Morten Antonsen from Norway.
Christian hit the one-outer there on the river.
Yeah, he did. We did see the Queen-Jack folded,
yeah.
So it was way more likely for an ace or a king to come there than a queen. But to be fair, Christian did not need the queen. He was ahead on the turn anyway. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes you grind it out for 6 hours to get it in as a flip, and you need to win your flips. So 15 minutes until the last break of the day. After that level, we are gonna go on a short 15-minute break, and then we come back and play the last 2 levels of this first day. So 2 1/3 levels to still stay alive in this one.
Igor finally picks up a good hand.
A very strong hand from the button, especially with 90 big blinds. I'm sure he's willing to play for stacks here, should he face a shove from this from the big blind. But it's first it's John David thinking about it with Queen 8 off.
He doesn't like folding.
He does not like folding, but at the same time, I'm sure he would have called if it suited.
Yeah.
He really enjoys playing those suited hands. I mean, and if Christian is gonna shove, I'm thinking Igor is gonna make a call here. Christian is asking how much Igor has though.
He even might. I mean, he's been tight, but he might shove here like a weaker hand.
Yeah, definitely he might shove. I mean, it's a 19 big blind open. I mean, he should have quite a lot of fold equity. Plus Igor is still opening decently wide from the button.
For sure, yeah.
Good
and
flop for Igor.
And Igor flops a flush draw.
Good flop for Igor, and let's see if it connects with Christian as well, because if Christian has a 10 or a 9 here, it might go all in on a flop. Even if Christian has something like Queen-Jack. It's a bet of 4K. I mean, it's a large bet. It's Igor saying that he doesn't really want to get outplayed at some point. He just commits himself basically on a flop and takes the equity he has here with 2 overcards and flush draw.
I think it was totally fine here. It's a good result still.
Yeah. The thing is, if you have if you have a strong flush draw, you still it's never a bad result to take the pot down without making your hand. So Igor Biehela still holding on to the game plan, and slowly, but I mean he's still staying in there, yeah, staying in the mix, staying around, hovering around the 20 big blind stack. Andrei, much more than 20 big blinds for him though, and he is the one holding pocket jacks, starting this hand with 60 bigs, blinds being 400, 800. Good enough for a raise. 1.7 is the amount he loves to raise for. Dan, we've seen him play quite like loose. I mean, not too loose, but I know there are a couple of players at this table who would have probably folded the king queen there.
Yeah,
so he's on the looser side.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the queen fold there against Andrei's raise from under the gun. But luckily he finds himself from the flip situation. So
yeah, as it is right now, it's basically 2 overcards against pocket jacks. But the thing is, I mean, I definitely wouldn't mind if Min would have like 3-bet there. I would have said, like, I mean, probably not a good timing, but it's a great hand to 3-bet with. But it might be trouble to just call here.
But Min has some other ideas in the pot. I mean,
he wants to see what develops on a turn. He just calls the flop, and I mean, if it's a brick like this, and should Andrei check here? Let's see if Min is gonna try and take this one away. I mean, and if Andrei is even gonna bet, then Min is gonna. I mean, if Andrei is gonna bet, it's gonna be too much for Min to raise, like too large of a sizing.
Looks like a 4,000.
And so I'm guessing it's just gonna go bet fault then. Because Min was just seeing if Andrei is gonna give up on a turn, or if he can hit a king or a queen.
Or an 8 or a 10 to start representing or something, yeah.
But I'm still not sure if I'm a big fan of that call on a flop, though. Definitely would not have minded a call with a suited king-queen, like suited spades or clubs against the small bet. You can see David John still our chip leader. Now hovering around that 100k mark, probably feeling anxious. He hasn't been able to play a few hands now, so he really wants to make something happen, because you just know, like some players, I'm the same. I just if things are going my way, I want to stay in the mix as much as I can.
I mean, you cannot win a tournament by just folding all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And we have 2 very, very small stacks at the table.
I was.
Seat number 5 and 7.
And was there a misdeal? Or did I just miss who won the hand? I think there was a misdeal, so I'm just gonna reshuffle. So we try one more time. It's Fernandez with our shortest stack, and he's gonna go all in with that short stack. 10 big blinds approximately is the all in. We still don't know what he has, but he's gone all in for 8.2k. John is thinking about calling. Let's see if he does end up calling. He still has 3 player stack behind him, but with pocket 8s against 10 big blind shoving range, I would definitely personally make the call. With 8s, he does make the call. No reason to start isolating here. Probably the call looks as strong as anything anyway. So it's Andrei thinking about it with queen jack, but I think it's a fairly simple fold facing an undergun shove and a call from John. So let's see what we have. We know that John has pocket 8s. Fernandez, can he double up? He needs some help though. Fernandez went all in with ace-7, so a good call with ace-8 there. Needs some spades or needs an ace. 18.4k in the middle. Let's see the flop. As you can see, it's no, you cannot see it, but it should be approximately 70-30 in this situation with middle pair against suited ace. 73-27. So that is not the flop you want to see when you have ace-7. It's still not over though. You can make, it needs a 4, 5, 9 or a 10 to have any chance in this hand, but the 3 of spades seals the deal for Fernandez. I mean, things didn't get going that well for Fernandez. Has been struggling for the past couple hours and finally got it in with ace-7, and the man of this stream, of this featured table, the man who's been dominating it all today, takes down another player.
David just keeps running good flops. Opponent pretty much dead.
Yeah, he
Life
does.
is easy, and next hand.
I mean, but it's one of the greatest feeling if you're like you're running well, you're playing well, everything you're doing is working out. He's made a couple of bluffs, he's made a couple of good value bets, he's got a good setups going his way. So that's what you basically need to build a stack up to 110,000 that he has. And for me, having seen John play, I don't think he's missed any value as well in his situations. It's not like he's. I think he's gotten close to our like decent amount to max.
Yeah, a few times he has played his draws and pair plus draw type of hands very aggressively, and opponents have folded like better hands than he has. So.
And look at that! Now it's Morten going all in with 7-5. And John thinking about it with ace 8-9, and I mean, if he would make that call, it would be a super loose call, but he would be in awesome shape against the specifically 7-5 of diamonds there. But he still has plenty of players to act behind him, and he makes another call, this time with 8-9. I mean, even if you're doing speculative things, and even these things seem to be working out for you, I mean, he hasn't won the hand yet. He still needs to get rid of a couple more players before that. So let's see. It seems like Christian is still thinking about it. Christian has to have a strong hand to be thinking about it here.
These look like racing chips.
Makes it 16,000. So what do you think? We're gonna see that hand anyway. So I'm saying I'm saying pocket queens here for Christian.
I'm gonna go with aces.
You're gonna go with aces. I'm gonna go with queens. Let's see if John is gonna fold though. I mean, it's right now it's not too bad for Morten.
Morten can potentially triple up.
Yeah.
And David decides to call.
David calls as well with 9-8. I mean, this is a huge pot already.
What is David gonna do on a 9 or 8 high board when his opponent bets?
Let's see, and I said that we're definitely gonna see Christian's hand. We're not sure to see Christian's hands. Christian might even fold post flop. There's 40,000 in the middle, 20k of which is for Morten should he hit strong with his 7-5 suited. I mean, and there's more diamonds out there. John actually flops a flush draw. Morten flops a flush draw as well.
And Christian has
as I thought, has a top set of queens. But
the odds for the aces are now better.
That's true.
And Christian continues it. I mean, he's strong. And what is David gonna do now? I think a call is just fine.
How much is the bet? It's
8K.
8,000, right? So, I mean, are you gonna call? Are you gonna...
It's a good call, I think.
He does make the call. I mean, if the diamond comes, it's heartbreak for Morten as well. I mean, he must think he's best with 7-5 of diamonds there. That's a 5. So
Morten
John
hits the
does
pair.
not make his flush, and Morten has a pair of 5s. In his mind, he has a lot of equity here, no matter what his opponents have. If his opponents have the flush draw, he has the best hand. If they have overpair, he has plenty of outs.
I have a feeling that Christian is going to shove here on the turn.
And that would mean that John loses at least 24,000 from his stack. Yeah, Christian went all in, so it's starting to look a bit more like Aces or Kings that you thought. I mean, John, I know it's a flush draw, but now we get to see if... I mean, we already got to see with the pre-flop call that John is a speculative player a little bit, so he loves to mix it up.
He probably gonna take some time, hates his life, like why did I need to call with this speculative hand?
But the thing is, yeah, he makes a good fold here. Even though he gets decent odds, let's see what Christian has here. Christian shows a pair of aces. My man knows his Christian's. Still plenty of outs for Morten here. Morten needs to hit the 7, 5 or a diamond to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, Christian takes down a huge pot worth about 60,000. Let's see the river.
Big river card.
Yeah, a lot of diamonds in there. We saw 8,
Run it
9
twice.
diamonds. Being folded as well. Ace of diamonds Christian has. Look at that. Look at that. That is the 3 of diamonds, meaning that Morten more than triples up. Christian wins the side pot against John though, but John would have made his best flush there with 9 high diamonds. So what a sick hand.
John is laughing there, but inside he has to be a little bit of tilted.
He must be. Yeah, exactly. And it's Morten more than tripling up, the biggest winner of this hand. Everybody else, I mean, I think Christian made a few chips there, because Morten went all in for 6.4, and the bet on the turn was 8K, right, or flop. As it is, I think we're gonna play one more hand, but the dealer wants confirmation as well. Yeah, I think we're gonna play one more hand before we go on a break.
But we had some more action towards the end of the
Yeah, definitely did.
day.
Definitely did. So last hand before the small break, then we're gonna come back for another 2 levels of amazing poker action. But let's see if anything changes before we do leave for a short while.
Come on, Ole. It's a raising hand. Nice.
Ole does make a raise with 8-7 suited. Gets rid of 1. Pocket jacks for 10 min though. But now is a rhetorical question for you, Atkarli. If 10 bets, is it always a min bet?
Yeah.
Get it? All right. He makes it 3.7 thousand with pocket jacks, gets rid of Ole's 8-7, and we are gonna go on a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will come back with awesome poker action, with awesome interaction and so on, so don't go anywhere far. We're gonna get a new featured table for you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton, Classic, Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Night Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton Classic Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton Classic Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton Classic Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022. I'm happy. 2 years of waiting is over. Coolbet Open, here we come. Theme this year is travel. We haven't traveled for 2 years, finally we can. Me, I live in Tallinn, hence I have the microphone for the opening day. I walked here. Hilton Classic Park Casino. Today we have day 1A in the main event. We do have a PLO 220 tournament. Then we have the 2-day Coolbet Championship tournament. And of course the Nitro Turbo. Exciting day ahead and several days to come. Welcome to Coolbet Open 2022.
Hello and welcome back from me as well, and I couldn't have said it better than Franke Dietz. Today, the theme of today is travel, and we are all happy. We haven't been able to travel for a while. We've been waiting for 2 years to get back to where we were, to get back to Tallinn, Estonia, and to play Coolbet Open here. I mean, it's like waking up from hibernation. Your body feels tired, you feel like you crave some meat, you feel like you crave some berries, you feel like you crave, as a poker player, you've been hibernating, you crave some action, some good interactions, some mind games, and we have a fantastic table to give you all that. And that table is filled with regulars, no names, good entertainers, and we should be in for a good one. And also prepare for madness, because this is the final 2 levels of day 1A. Players can still re-enter until day 2, so you might be able to see players charging, getting in some fist jabs and stuff like that. I mean, you don't really want to make day 2 with like 10 big blinds. I mean, you really don't want to come back unless you have a reason to. Seat number 1, we have Asma Raigo, a local Estonian legend. He's not playing that much poker nowadays. Still looks the same as he did 15 years ago, but still, I'm sure he is a strong contender, even though I'm not that familiar how much he plays nowadays, but he has quite a few nice scores under his name. And I'm very excited to see him play. He was once famous for covering his Christmas tree during Christmas, not with your usual Christmas decorations, but with 500 euro bills. So this man knows how to make money. Another person who knows how to make money, another local Estonian legend, Kristo Erala, Estonian champion. Makes it 2.5k with King Queen offsuit. Gets a 3-bet from Erik Lind, right as I was saying that we don't have too many suites at our tables, or we haven't seen too many suites at our tables. It's Erik Lind coming in with 3-bet with King Queen off, and I really like the 3-bet. He comes to this featured table with 66,000 and a lot of pep in his step, and gets Kristo Erala to fold the same hand. Kristo up to 70k, or comes into this feature table with approximately 70k. And there we have it. I mean, this has to be one of the more exciting featured tables that you can find on any day 1 at a Coolbet Open. I think it's the best table we had left. It should bring a lot of interesting hands. We have 2 45-minute levels remaining. The blinds are now 500 and 1,000 with a big blind ante of another 1,000, and it's Leppalahti, Kalevi Leppalahti from Finland, waking up with pocket kings and roaring, making his name known already. Makes it 2.5k. Folded around to the Italian, the lone Italian at this featured table, Giordano. Makes a call with 9-8 suited. Suominen from Finland. He folds. And Raigo Asma from the big blind, he's gonna fold to King 4, so heads up to the flop. Kings against probably the one hand you want to have if you want to crack large or big pairs, and that is a 9-8 suited, and that is a flop to be able to crack those big hands. He flops 2 overcards and an open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. So pair of kings against 9 high, but as you can see, 9 high has 39% here. Can hit a 5 or a 10 or running 2 pair or running flush cards to make the better hand. And that makes things even more interesting. Now an open-ended straight flush draw. 12 outs for 9-8 here, but king still ahead. Leppalahti. Do you want to bet? Do you want to check? You can see a bet of 7,500. Now the question for Giordano is, I mean, you can actually turn your super strong draw into a bluff here, but at the same time, I don't mind calling here. I would have probably ended up calling myself. See what develops on the river. Maybe you can steal this one away on the river. Maybe you can make your hand river a 5 or a 10 or a club, but the river is a heartbreaking queen of spades for Alejandro here. So Alessandro does finish the hand with just a 9 high. And it's Kalevi Leppalahti still betting, still making it 13,000. And Alessandro has not folded just yet. There's 41.5k in the middle there, thinking that maybe I can steal this 41.5k away from my opponent here with a shove. We don't never know if it would have worked or if it would not have worked. What we do know is that Alessandro ends up folding his 9 high, didn't make his flush, didn't make his straight. All he made was a friend in Kalevi Suomilainen. Or Leppalahti, sorry.
Inside the box. Okay, thank you.
Because he just received more than 10,000 of the Italian chips. Italians not known for their chips, more of a UK thing. Italians more of a pasta people, seafood, yeah, ravioli, pizzas. I had a fantastic pizza on my break, by the way. It was amazing, it was good, it was everything I ever wanted. Just like this feature table.
6 Razolin, 7 fold.
Amazing, good, and everything I ever wanted. Don't you guys agree with me? But it's an all-in for Sturla Hiller. Sturla goes all in with ace-7 from the hijack, and Suominen, Keimo Suominen, thinking about it with ace-10, and he does make the call. Doesn't go all in over the top. Calls for 15,000, leaves himself with just 27.7k behind, and it's Kalevi Leppalahti waking up with pocket 10s now. And should Kalevi go all in, I mean, it's a tough one for Suominen, because Suominen has invested about 37% of his chips already. Kalevi Leppalahti, he's gonna go all in with pocket 10s. If you're the player, if you're Sturla here with ace-7, I mean, you're hating life, but at the same time, you have a player isolating here. But I mean, what do you do if you're Keimo Suominen? Three bet to 76k. And Suominen, I mean, this is why you either go all in with a stack like this. I mean, if Keimo Suominen had something like 60k, then it would make sense to call and fold. But if you just have 45k, then you probably want to isolate with ace-10. So, as it is, it's heads up with pocket 10s against ace-7. Ace-7 needs one of the two remaining aces, or no, not anymore, because it's a set of 10s, but it's not a bad flop for ace-7. Flops an open-ended straight draw, needs a club, needs a jack, needs a 6, but that is the insignificant ace. Finally makes one of those, I mean, bittersweet rivers. It doesn't change anything. Pair of aces against the set of 10s. Had a lot of outs on the river, but does not manage to hit any of them. So that means we lose another player. And we have Keimo Suominen as our shortest stack after losing about 37-38% of his chip stack by calling pre-flop there and having to fold ace-10. As we can see, he would have lost against the set of 10s with his two pair, aces and 10s. So he did end up saving some money, but the question is, if Suominen goes all in pre-flop, can Kalevi make the call with 10s? That is the real question. Kalevi might even fold the 10s there. So he would have ended up winning chips instead of losing. You never know. You never know. Simeno. The password is Estonia. Estonia is the password. So go and check it out. Check it out now. fun. So, brother, if you can still register to the tournament, we have free roll tournaments for you guys every single day, giving away 500 euros for you guys. I'm gonna make another virtual sport bet with my free ticket that I got from Coolbet. VS Coolbet Open is the promo code if you go to your Coolbet site. VS Coolbet Open. Use it for your €5 free bet in any virtual sports bet. And there we have it. Hello, how's it going? Good, good, good. Are you gonna join me?
If you want me to, I wasn't planning, but...
You weren't planning. I'm not sure what's going on. You were just... Let's say hello to the...
Cool.
I was just doing another free sports bet that I got.
Free sports bet?
Yeah, I got a free sports bet for... we have a couple of like... promotions going on for our viewers.
Okay,
so
cool.
I got a free €5 sports bet that my plan is to spin it up to 1,000 during the stream here.
My plan is to put my hat on the headphone. No, it's not going to work. It's not happening.
So can you introduce yourself to the viewers?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is JJ Hazan. Recently knocked out the PLO with a house over house, so respect to the house. Respectful. And mine was 10-2, but that's irrelevant. And I will be doing a little bit of commentary this week, and also at the festival at the end of June in this very same hotel. I'm an English player, so I'm the only one in the whole place that speaks proper English.
That is true, though. Yeah. The thing is, I shouldn't have you near me too often then, because I make far too many mistakes.
Yeah, but you're younger and better looking, so there's a balance.
That's true.
That's
true. That's not even close.
So, how are we doing on this table? Is it
we're doing?
Is it a fun one? Where are we?
It's a relatively new one. We just started with this featured table like 15 minutes ago, but we have some legends at this table, like especially a couple of Estonian like all-time heroes. We have Raigo Asma, who is like I think he's all-time top 5 still, but since we have a lot of new players coming up.
Okay.
But 10 years ago, he was all the noise in online and live poker.
I was very good 10 years ago.
Yeah, same here. I mean, first, I always reminisce. What's the word? Yeah. Reminisce about these times of 10 to 15 years ago when I was actually like crushing the games.
This is an interesting flop. We've got a made straight.
And a top pair of aces.
Top pair. I didn't see the action pre-flop, but I'm assuming the King 10 called the Ace 8 raise. I'm just making an assumption.
Yeah, it was actually the other way around. It was King 10 opening pre-flop.
In which case he may not get the best value from his made straight because, 8 is a pretty weak.
And it is under the gun against the big blind. So the Italian defended his big blind, and now facing a second.
This is a Finnish guy. Do you know him? I don't know him.
Suominen Gamer. Yeah, I don't know too much of him, but I do like this large sizing on it.
Yeah, he's overbet the pot, I'm presuming.
Goes close to a pot size.
Pot size bet. Yeah.
There's plenty of things to get value from, but Ace 8 finds an easy fold. I mean, once you face 2 bets from under the gun range, your pair of aces doesn't look that good.
I think minimum anymore. 2 pairs on that board.
Yeah.
Maybe a lucky Ace 2, but like Queen Jack, he's gonna go. I'm coming with
the thing is, anything that bets like that for value, you lose against.
Yeah.
You just start to beat a few bluffs, which of course your opponents may have something like 10-9 of spades, but those bluffs usually have a lot of equity as well. So
yeah, no, I like the sizing of that bet as well.
Yeah.
When you've got it, I think one of the most difficult things in poker, especially in Hold'em, funny enough, more than Omaha, is to get value out of your good hands. People are very good at folding sometimes or reading that they're in trouble, but getting value out of your good hands, which of course are very rare, I think is a real skill.
I agree, and this is where the difference between the best and the just good or just the recreational players comes through, like being in the same situation, but one of those players just managing to lose less, or instead win a lot more in the same situation.
And I think I often see, and I know I've done it in the past, that you've got aces, you hit your ace, almost like a deer frozen in the headlights. You kind of, you think, oh, I'm so big, I'm just going to bet like quarter pot, bring him in. Too dangerous. One, they could have that ridiculous gut shot draw that gets there, and two, you're not getting best value from the pot. Now, obviously, if you've repped the aces beforehand and he's hit nothing, you're going to get nothing. But you still don't want to open up A, the draw, and B, you need to try and maximize value. And sometimes that is, your more traditional, smaller bets, bring them in, fish, milk. But other times I like bets that look spewy, they look bluff.
Exactly. Plus, you do want to bluff sometimes in this situation, so you need to be covering your bluffs as well. Otherwise, if you play strong on boards like this, it's just your bluffs, so it's going to be easier to pick up.
I agree with you. Yeah, and as in most things, there's always 2 or 3 ways to win a pot.
But JJ, I was just wondering, like you said, you just dropped out from the Omaha tournament.
Yes.
You just self-proclaimed somebody who was very good 10 years ago, as I was. Have you transitioned into Omaha a bit more than Hold'em, or do you enjoy Omaha?
I think I'm kind of known as a good Omaha player.
All right.
Certainly, I mean, I think I've won about 8, 9 Omaha trophies in my time.
All right, that's awesome.
Which is good.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of card rooms in England, and when I walk in, they call me Mr. PLO, which is very nice because it gives you an edge.
All right.
But of course, I'm here with Swedes, Norwegians, Estonians.
It's not that easy to just win a tournament. I know.
So it's a much more of a challenge, which is a good thing. I like that. It's a tough field, whether you've got 50 or 100 in the field. It's a hard thing to, and also you've got the variance. Omaha brings in, which Hold'em doesn't have as much, is that variance. So like I hit my house, but my oppo had a bigger house.
Yeah, I mean, Omaha brings in a lot of variance, especially playing against Swedes and Finns. I mean,
absolutely.
They will not let you just chip away every small pot and just cruise your way to the final table. They're gonna make you make that big decision at some point, and that's one thing to love about this Nordic poker, in my opinion, is like you have to make tough decisions.
I remember playing in Stockholm in Cosmopol, and it was a 2,000 krona rebuy, so not cheap, not nothing.
Yeah,
not big, but not nothing.
2,000 kronas, if you're listening, is about approximately €200 rebuy tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And I knew a couple of Norwegian players, Henning Grandstand, and some old guys that I know, old like me. And I'm on their table, and if I make a call and it comes back round to me, it's like all in to call, and every second hand. And I complained. I said, Jesus, Henning, like every second hand, you have to be all in to play this. What the hell's going on? I have 5 bullets, What's going on? And he looked at me with a very straight face, very Norwegian, Syrian. He says, JJ, you're lucky. The table behind you is every hand. and I'm going, what?
I love it. I love it.
In London, I'm a...
3-fold. 4-fold.
All 8 players are more aggressive than I am, so I have to change my strategy.
That is funny. I mean, for me, it's been like this. As a recreational player, I don't play professionally anymore. I do enjoy Omaha so much more, and becoming to get to be known as an Omaha player as I used to be known as an Hold'em player.
I feel a heads-up challenge.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, I just love to talk to people who enjoy Omaha as I do.
Teaching my nephew Svante, who's from Stockholm, and he's in the main event now on about 80k at the moment upstairs. So he's not been
doing great.
He's doing good.
Yeah.
And he's done well in his local clubs. In fact, he plays with Maurits, who owns Poker Listings. So technically our boss, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. I cannot quite work out who's who. But, and I'm teaching him Omaha, and he's making reads, because we talk openly. So I even say what value my hand is, like out of 10. And he making calls with like one pair, because he's making a read that I'm weak or whatever. And I'm saying to him, in Omaha, you just can't do that because you're applying Hold'em thinking. Or he has one card that blocks and he goes, I've got a blocker. And I said, no, you haven't got a blocker. I've got 4 cards, or I've got 5 cards. The blocker concept isn't as valuable in Omaha as in Hold'em. You have to change the way you're thinking and seeing. So I play, and I don't know whether this is a weird concept for you as an Omaha player, I play Omaha visually, pictorially. So the texture changes as the new cards come in, and I can see like see it visually rather than numerically or mathematically. And I don't know if that makes any sense.
I understand what you're saying. It's a very difficult concept to put to words, but I understand what you're trying to say. For me, it's what I picked up from it is like it's interesting. You said that the concept that blockers don't play the same way as they do in Hold'em, which is interesting because Hold'em took it over from Omaha. It started like the greatest Omaha players were starting to think about blockers and the relevancy of it, and then it transmitted over to Hold'em, and now it's even more important in Hold'em kind of than it is in Omaha. Yeah, I do agree with it. Yeah.
And also the changes of what your values and ranges between 4, 5, and we play a lot of 6 card in London. I know that's not played.
We do the same here in Estonia.
Okay, but it's not played in Sweden and Norway. They only play 4, 5. But if you're chasing kings with a king high flush, don't fold it, because if you hit it, you can be so far behind.
Oh yeah.
So what have we got on there? Let's look at what we got here. We've got a big chip leader.
Yeah, Kalevi Leppalahti from Finland. He came in roaring and soaring.
Seat 2 with the white shirt.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. He came to this feature table. I remind you, the feature table has been running for like 20 minutes with approximately 45,000, and he ended up busting one player and then just isolating and busting another player, and
the poor empty seat 5.
Yeah, exactly. So he's had a nice streak of hands. Going on his way, but it's something you need to do anyway. I mean, the average stack is already 60,000, so that means we lost exactly half of the field.
So most of the players on this particular table are actually below average.
Yeah, exactly.
And it makes his stack. So how would you advise someone to play that big stack? Because now he's got it, he knows that the others have got half or less. So what would
the thing
be,
is, like,
this is a great hand, great example hand.
Yeah.
7-6 suited.
In a re-entry tournament, I would assume my opponents to not be that afraid to gamble in the later levels. So this is the next level is the last one of the day, right?
He's hit bottom pair, but flush draw.
Yeah, it's
is that a 6 of clubs? I can't. Oh no.
Yes, it's a 6-7 of clubs.
Look how old I am. I need glasses. Okay, my bad.
Cristo Eral actually flopping
to top 2.
Huge share, and there's no way he bet 35k here. It must have been a graphical mistake. Yeah, 3.5k makes a lot more sense.
Somebody said 35k. I'm going to overbet the pot by 42 times.
I mean, I've seen crazier things in my career of commentating on poker. So
unfortunately, I've seen crazier things on the table.
Yeah, exactly. But did you end up playing the Irish Open as well?
I cashed in 3 events.
That's
main
awesome.
event and 2 final tables. So
right,
I had a decent week. And check this. I had kings 5 times at different events, including my outhand in the main event, and I lost every one.
That is anomaly.
Main event, kings, I lose to 6-9 offsuit, and I've raised it. It's not been big blind, small blind. I have big blind. And he hit 6-9 jack with 2 clubs. And he's the kind of player that was an English guy. I didn't know him, but I knew his type. and he would raise with the draw every time.
Yeah.
So can't put him on the 2 pairs.
Yeah, 6-9 Jack is a difficult board to get away from. I don't think you even want to get away from there.
Well, I mean, I had an average stack, and by the time my decision to whether I go all in or not, I'm putting him on 2 draws, a straight draw or the flush draw. There's 2 clubs, Jack 9. He's the kind of player that will try and put pressure on anyone with a drawing hand. So I'm thinking, okay, he's putting pressure on me, maximising. And he also lost some chips before, so he was feeling
just everything colliding for this guy to win the big pot.
Bad decision. He hit lucky, but I couldn't win with kings all week.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
5 out of 5.
That is unfortunate.
And it's so rare that you get big hands in poker. People.
Oh yeah.
So losing with everyone was a bit tough.
Getting kings or aces is like it's an occurrence that happens less often than 1 in every 100 hands. So it's like if you're playing 20 hands an hour.
Even though the odds are 250 to 1 or whatever, whatever the odds are.
Plus added if you can add the variance in there, you can run for like days without getting aces or kings in live poker. So it's not that easy.
Here we've got seat 3 playing very slowly on whether or not he calls. Did he raise? No, he just I raised.
Does make the raise with king
top pair.
deuce, and I don't
very
mind.
Very dangerous board.
Yeah, it's a dangerous board. I don't mind the raise with king deuce because exactly thinking about the blockers, he doesn't block a jack or a 10, which he wants his opponent to have something like queen 10, queen jack, or a 9 10, 9 jack.
It's a kind of information raise. You're trying to make a statement, but really what you're trying to do is find out
especially a player like Risto Erala who did it. Yeah, he has this old school mindset which is working perfect for him. He's the main event champion in Estonian Poker Championships.
Oh, wow.
He has plenty of titles to his name, but he doesn't do anything too fancy. He plays this classic kind of ABC style, like this the concept of raising for information, because it works. It works for him. He makes it work more often than not. So it almost never does anything too fancy, but almost always you see him like in this midfield tournament.
Got a big hand in seat 8. Queens, which is our Finnish friend.
And Suominen with just 30 big blinds. I mean,
I think he's going to get a call with Jack 10 suited. I can't see him.
We might even see an all-in. I mean,
it's possible. He's got 20k, 10 bigs.
Yeah,
it's not 10 bigs. Is it?
20 bigs. That is surprising to me. That is surprising.
I can't fold Jack 10
no, I'm never folding Jack 10 suited there.
Oh, and now we've got Ace Jack.
But
just calling.
Just calling, which I don't mind. Yeah, I'd rather even raise with a hand like 10 Jack suited. But
Eric Lind, a Swedish friend, is having a look, getting value with a Queen 9. Of course, he doesn't know he's up against queens.
No, he does not.
It's so much easier looking at from this point of view, isn't
it is.
I love playing poker when I can see everyone's hands. I'm really good.
But that is an action flop. I mean, I don't see a way unless. Okay, I see a way that the game
2 hearts, so obviously we've got the nut flush draw on seat 2.
Kalevi might just put his opponents to test. I mean, he has a huge amount of equity against anything. So, I mean, Kalevi might just raise to like 15k here and just go with the hand.
I think he's just called, I think.
I don't mind that as well. I mean, I was just fantasizing like that. I wouldn't be surprising for me to see.
He's under-repped his hand,
yeah.
So we know that if he hits the ace,
adds even more outs.
He's now got a gut shot. There's also an overcard to the queens, so that might slow. I can't do the name. Suominen. Yep, that's slowed him down.
Suominen.
So he's checked. It slowed him down. That king.
Check on it.
Now this is an interesting one. Do you bet this half pot? You're risking a re-raise, obviously, with an aggressor.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if he's gonna bet here, he's probably gonna have to be willing to go with it.
Yeah, personally, I don't favour the bet. I would like a check here.
I don't mind the check as well.
He's missed. He does have a way of winning. He's probably going to get a small bet, again, a value bet coming in, I think.
Yeah, just a small bet, probably trying to target hands like Ace 10, 10 Jack, and so on. And it is less than a third.
Yeah.
So 5.2k. So I mean, Kalevi, he's left with just ace high. So
I mean, whatever he does, he's turning a draw into a bluff.
yeah,
If he makes a move, my instinct, without knowing, having seen too much or whatever, is he's gonna trust that the guy's winning, and I think he'll just fold it.
The thing is, I don't think he's thinking about calling here. He's either thinking
no
about
call. No call.
Yeah, he's thinking about 3-betting there, or just
folding or 3-betting. But I favour the fold.
After checking the turn, I really favour the fold as well. So
I mean, the advantage there. So it's interesting. I think we both probably said that perhaps the check on the turn is the best play. But the advantage with raising there is it gives you that extra opportunity to win the pot on the river.
That's true.
But
as well as on the turn.
either you hit. You hit your flush, you hit your straight, or you're betting that king and the queens has a much more difficult decision. So there is an argument for thinking a little bit further than he had. Obviously he doesn't know the guy's got queens, but he knows he's winning. He literally knows that. It's the only thing he knows. So it doesn't really matter whether it's 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. It's a hand that's beating his ace jack suited. So that's for me, that's one where there was an opportunity to win a good pot, and he perhaps took the defensive.
Yeah, plus he's like he's definitely gonna have 11 clean outs for the nuts. So every queen and every heart, right?
Yeah.
So actually even 12. Like he doesn't know a couple of the queens are there.
That's true.
So against a lot of the hands that his opponent is going to check on a turn, he's going to have 6 extra outs with ace or jack. Plus he might get a chance to bluff this one away on the river. So I don't mind the check on a turn.
This could be interesting. We've got small blind, big blind, both with low rubbish but connected. And if they both hit the board, well, if one of them hits the board, no, okay. Forget that. There's no interesting at all. No one's going to win anything. The aggressor is going to win.
Just exactly.
Yeah,
it's the sweet. Usually the sweet.
I was hoping for a 4-5-7 board or a 2-4, not 8. Something.
That's always the most interesting part when you see players like covering each other out.
Yeah.
That's when usually the fireworks might come out.
Yeah. No. That was me fantasizing, but there you go. I love those 6-3 suited kind of hands in Hold'em.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I think I've won more big pots with 4-6 suited, 5-4 suited than any ace king in the world. I remember getting abused by someone for knocking him out with 6-4 suited when he had ace jack. I felt he had a right to win the pot because he had 2 high cards.
That is mind-boggling to me, and has been ever since I started. Has been mind-boggling. Like I've been playing like I'm 32, right?
We've got an ace king suited here though on seat 9. Sorry to cut you there.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just call from Oscar Weda.
No, I think he didn't he make a raise
from under the gun?
He could. Okay.
Looks like he just.
So he's induced a raise, arguably, from seat 1.
It doesn't. It's just weird. He's called and Drago.
It looked like there were more chips in. I must admit. I think that's a raise. He's got.
Probably, maybe it's a raise to 2.3, and Drago is the one making a call with. I have no idea what's going on.
Something's going on, guys.
Nah, it's the graphics. I don't believe them.
Yeah,
I think
that didn't make any sense. Who's folding ace king suited and not raising with it?
And knowing Raigo Asma is never coming in with king 9 there after we saw him fold the 10 jack suited, so it's not gonna.
He's not gonna go mad.
King 9, yeah.
I do know someone that can't fold king 9. So weird, one of those weird ones.
Yeah,
I think we were misled there. Who's the graphics guy? Let me go and shoot him. Come on, guys. Come on.
I think it's a lady. I think it's a graphics
I'll shoot a lady. I'm equal opportunity.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You have to be.
No, there's no difference.
You don't want to trigger anyone.
Yes, I can kill women as well. We have the American Airlines in seat 4. Eric Lind, who's on 60,000, so his average stack is making a raise. I think it's a 2.5 raise, is it? Yeah, 2,500.
That's a king. It looked like king 10 suited.
No,
which is definitely gonna at least call, but
he's on the small blind, so he had some invested, and 8-4 offsuit folds, which is fair enough.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the flop heads up, and Suominen really does not want to see a king or 10 high board.
He certainly doesn't.
That's
if it was king 10 suited, it would have been in better shape.
Yeah. Still.
Now, how is Eric going to play this? He's got top set,
He's gonna check
Potential,
it
yeah, he's
back.
checking. Nice.
Yeah,
I like
alright.
that. I like that.
gonna-
Sneaky boy.
He's gonna check it back, but the thing is,
I don't think he's going to induce any betting from.
nah, it's just sometimes the cards just play from themselves. I mean, there's 2 flush draws there. There's some straight draws now already that.
If he had any part of it, maybe
Yeah,
he's calling,
yeah.
but with no part of it at all.
Yeah, and you need to start building the bot at
Yeah.
some point. So
Yeah.
I mean, waiting there is just like. For an off chance your opponent has king queen or something for them to hit a king or a queen, I think it's way more. There's way more value to start betting already. Start getting some value from hands like I don't know, flush draws and pocket 7s or 8s or whatever that don't want to fold there. But it's always a tough pill to swallow, seeing the aces and the ace-high board and getting 0
It's
extra.
almost as bad as a bad beat. Almost, not quite, because at least you win a small
Yeah,
pot.
at least you win
But,
it. Yeah.
but it's really annoying.
Yeah.
Mind you, I played the Unibet satellite online for the festival, which is back here in Tallinn, on the 24th to the 29th of. No, 24th to, anyway, the end of the month. And I had aces.
Yeah.
I see an ace 4-8 flop. I bet it properly. I bit like I don't let anything in. Blank on the turn. I bet it again. I get called. So I'm looking. I'm worried. I'm not. Think there's a straight
good.
draw. 8 comes on the river. So I made my house.
Don't
Aces
tell
over
me.
8. What do I do? What did I do? I bet to get value. I get raised. I call, and of course he's got quad 8s.
That is crazy. We were just talking with Oetkarli, who was sitting here
Yes, I met him.
previously, like that. Those hands you will never forget. And for me, like the first time I took a shot to play a high roller tournaments,
Yeah.
that happened to me. It was set over set, and I got quadded on the river, and I just like. That
This is an interesting hand. Sorry, I'm going to cut you because
definitely
we've got
do.
middle pair, we've got over pair, and we've got
Second pair with a straight draw, right?
Second pair. So everyone's got something, which you don't get to see a lot of in poker.
Yeah.
Where 3 players have all hit the board or have an over pair.
I think it's gonna go at least a call from Giordano, and I think Raigo is gonna get away. Ozma is gonna get away from his pair of 5s.
I don't think I can fold 6s here, but he has.
That is surprising to me. I mean, you have 6s with a straight draw and a backdoor flush.
What do you want to see when you've got 6s? I'm sorry, but
a 6, I guess. Yeah.
But yeah,
of course.
but
I mean,
no big overcards.
the thing is, knowing, even if you know that Cristo Herala has an overpair, it's still, I think it's a decent call in position with 6s.
I agree.
You can still.
You get another low card that makes you a straight draw. But
I guess it must have something to do with Cristo Herala's image at the table. He does not show too much like randomness.
His read there, Giordano's read was, if this guy's betting, then my 6s aren't good.
If he's betting
Simple
into
as.
me, then my 6s aren't good, and he's not going to put any more money if the board gets scary.
Yeah,
So
fair
the
enough.
thing is, if you're not willing to turn your 6s into a bluff, you're probably not burning money to put in against this specific opponent. I might be guessing here, but I mean, they've been playing all day together, and they must have some reads about each other.
Yeah, and it's a tough one, that.
I would
I
definitely
certainly
call.
I want to see a turn with 6s.
Definitely, I
I
would call.
possibly want to find out whether the guy's betting with 2 high cards rather than an overpair. You know,
There's also a flush draw in there. There's
a flush draw.
plenty
There's
of chances. to
arguably an up and down.
Yeah.
So there's a bit which he covers with a 6, but I think just folding is quite a weak choice. We know it's a good choice, but of course they don't know what cards they've got. So, we're trying to kind of commentate on what they would be thinking and they would be doing. So I'm trying to work out, well, what does he think the other guy's got when he's hit 6s on a 7-5-2 board? So it's a bit odd to me. But in fact, I'd argue I might raise there to see the response I get and the
like having seen the cards, I would argue that the raise might actually work.
Well,
like,
you can have a set of fives here, a set of sevens,
exactly.
And if, like you say, his table presence is strong and solid, and you raise against that table presence, what you're saying is, I don't care that you've got an overpair if that's what you've got.
Exactly.
I've got better than
the raise is looking super strong.
Take me on.
Like if I'm Krista there with pocket eights and I face the raise, I might think like, okay, maybe I'm against the straight and a flush draw. Maybe I'm against the two overcards and a flush draw. But at the same time, I'm either dead against the set or I'm against something I'm flipping against, and I might just fold my eights.
Absolutely. So again, this comes down to nuance and to choices around kind of attack and defense, which is like any sport. When do you attack? When do you defend? I've always had a view that to win any poker tournament, which should be your aim from the minute you sit down, not to cash, but to win, find a way of winning. That's the kind of example hand where you have a chance to be offensive. I don't mean rude, I mean offensive as in American football. A chance to be aggressive, and it's not taken. And I think also that goes into your psyche. So you're then more defensive, more careful. And that kind of player will cash. They'll min cash more tournaments than I ever will. But I always give an example, and for you guys out there, this example is a good one. If you play 10 tournaments of €100 buy-in with 10,000 euros in the prize pool, just for the maths, keep it simple. If you cash in all 10, 8th or 9th, so towards the bottom, all 10, which is an incredible feat to cash in all of them. If you win one and come third in another, you will win 3 times more money.
Yeah, that is a great example.
So, it's like, so what should you do strategically?
Play
Try
to
and
win.
them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's always, I find it always odd when I play against players that are literally so careful. But
that's true. I mean, we're on day one. Plus, it's a kind of difficult mental step to get through, and mentality to learn yourself to to hunt and play aggressively and so on. I mean, it's just so natural to try and preserve your chips, try and preserve whatever you have, and you kind of need the gambler mentality to be able to have that fifth gear.
Yeah, and it is as a good metaphor. It's like having a fuel injection on a car that you flick a switch. You need to be able to. It doesn't mean you play all the time. If you haven't got the game to make that kind of play, the example we were talking about, the sixes about 5 hands ago, then, and it doesn't mean he doesn't. I don't know him. And maybe he can later in the tournament.
Yeah, we're not talking about him specifically. We're talking about the situation.
And you have to have that in your toolbox. And if you don't, you will not be a successful poker player.
Yes.
In my view of having played for a long time.
Let's see if Ozma is gonna run into trouble here, because it looks like he's gonna go all in against the ace.
Wow.
Finds a good hand.
Queen 10 suited, yeah.
Yeah, he folded the 10 jack suited in a very similar spot against the single raise.
That's right.
And now he finds the Queen 10 suited, but he's gonna run into the aces of Oscar Wede from Norway, and the Estonian legend is in trouble.
I think Queen 10 suited, is like the 4th best hand against aces, something like that. So Jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited.
As we can see, we can see. I think Jack 10 suited is even better, because aces block some of the straights that Queen 10.
But he's still got 20%.
He's got 21%. So
which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, almost more than one time out of 4 he's gonna win this one. 43.1k in the middle. Can Wede eliminate the Estonian? The flop is decent for the aces. I mean, there's one spade, a jack or an 8 or a king or a queen or a 10 or a spade. A lot of hard hands that would give some. I mean, there's always a sweat.
We've got a sweat. So any queen, any 10, where the flushes are gone,
on a flop like this, when it looks like it's the driest flop, there's always a sweat on the turn. There was so many hands. Needs queen or 10.
No.
Cannot hit it on the river, and we lose the Estonian, the man who used to cover his Christmas tree not with Christmas decorations, but with 500 euro bills. I remember he got famous
classy.
from that.
Do you know what? I would accept a Christmas meal in his house.
Yeah.
I may leave with not just the soaps and the shampoos, but maybe some Christmas decorations.
I just remember it so much.
That's very good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure to be impressed or appalled, one of the two.
That's exactly how I felt as well, and I took the latter. but at the same time, I mean, I can appreciate the meme now. But I remember when I saw the pictures, and I was like, no way, there's no way somebody does that.
I went in to see an old friend who used to work for me in Hungary a couple of weeks ago near Budapest, and for their wedding they had flowers with 10 and 20 pound notes, so similar to euros.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of them, so it added up to about 200 or 300 pounds just sitting there. And I'm thinking, they're not going to use them. I could use these very well. I could get 2 buy-ins from this.
Love it.
I'm sorry. Lots of flowers for my wife. That was it. Yeah, I knew it was one of the two.
That's great.
It's quite similar. That same concept of in some cultures, of course, the bride and groom come out, and when they dance, people pin money on their. So in the Philippines, my wife's Filipino. In the Philippines, people give gift of money, usually in like folds, like 10 1,000 notes, and they pin it on you.
Yeah.
And different parts, and that's part of the culture of a wedding. So
that's interesting.
I'm thinking maybe of getting married another 4 or 5 times in the Philippines because it's plus EV.
I mean, it's
plus EV.
It's just a smart business decision.
I think it is. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure my current wife would be particularly happy about that. But I can advise any of you out there, marry a Filipino in the Philippines. Also, there's the Asian Poker Tour. Not a bad thing.
Yeah. Do you follow any traditional sports? You were making an.
Yeah, I'm a massive cricket fan.
Oh, but that is something that's just. You're from UK, so you're the only person who ever understands
I follow
it.
England around the world.
Yeah.
So Australia, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, West Indies, and I support England's cricket team. Literally all the way.
That's awesome. I mean, I've having lived in London for a while, I've lived in Australia for a while. I know. I understand it a little bit, but it's just as an Estonian, it's a game for me that just doesn't come naturally to enjoy. But I know that it has a massive following.
I've been a season ticket holder and fan of Tottenham Hotspur for 50 years. Spurs.
Oh, that's great.
And we had a fantastic Sunday where we beat the worst side in the league 5-0, but beat them well. And the horrible Arsenal, the disgusting, we call them, and I'm sorry to say this, but we call them the scum. And
there's nobody who's going to get too offended watching this.
Scum is not a good word to call someone. Don't do it, kids. But we call the Arsenal the scum. I mean, they were created in southeast London in Woolwich Arsenal, it was called, and they have a stadium in North London. Even that is just ridiculous. In fact, I used to work at Tottenham, Arsenal, Chelsea and Queen's Park Rangers. I used to teach young footballers sport and leisure many years ago. They've all retired now. So I got to know a bit about football and inside the clubs.
But I'm very much out of the loop lately, but was Tottenham the one who switched stadiums a while ago?
Well, we built a new stadium over half and extra of the old stadium. So we built a fabulous new stadium. So American football's played there.
Yeah, so I remember correctly.
And also Arsenal have built a stadium 10 years ago.
Yeah. I think
of the big clubs, only Chelsea have not got a new stadium.
All right.
Man City have got a big stadium in Manchester that was used for the Commonwealth Games, which is like the Olympics, but less.
But I mean, like especially, of course, in England and in UK and maybe a little bit in Spain as well. But the rivalry is huge between the teams.
Very tribal.
So
very
I mean, how difficult is it to come together when England is playing internationally, or is it like super?
No,
everything is forgotten.
England's fine. No one is club orientated. With England.
All right.
I'd say the only
awesome.
issue with England, certainly in the past, was kind of how would I put this? Some of the fans, are very aggressive, racist, not good. But then that also is for a lot of other countries.
Exactly. I mean, it's in a lot of expected. Like it's the most popular sport in the world.
Croatia and Serbia, some very dodgy fans.
Yeah.
There's other countries that.
I think every single country. If you have the most popular game in the world, you're gonna get all sorts of people anyway.
Cricket is the most popular game in the world, and I'll tell you why it is. Because in India and Pakistan, the whole of those countries support cricket.
That's true.
Let's not be culturally naive here. Cricket is not only the most popular game in the world, it's the best game.
All right.
Now, we're going to do a poll, guys, of all you Scandi and Estonian people to see if I'm right. And I've got a feeling if I got 2% vote, I'll be happy.
The thing is, why I was like,
okay, hang on. Well, let's go back to this. So we've got a dubious late raise with Jack 7
blind versus blind situation here, and easy fall for Suominen. So
a re-raise on seat 9. So,
but I mean, I don't know if more players play football or cricket.
They do. I'm just kidding. I think cricket is the second.
There is a lot of players in India. I'm sure who play recreationally.
And then every Pakistani and Indian that's what's called an expat that go and live in Canada and France and Germany all play cricket.
Yes.
It's a very popular game.
That is true.
But people can't get their heads around the concept that the shortest cricket game is 3.5 hours and the longest is 5 days.
That is,
That's conceptually quite a hard thing. But in poker world, of course, you can have a turbo and you can have a 5-day main event.
That's true.
So it's not that weird in the world of poker.
That is. I've never thought about it like that. That is. I never thought about it like that.
That's what the voice of experience gives you.
I mean, but that is completely true. I mean, a poker game can definitely last longer. Than,
and you go through highs and lows. Up and downs emotionally. You get some runs in cricket or no runs. You have a bad beat in poker. You backed on a short stack. You have to build up. There's similarities.
Not that you really tried, but you've convinced me. I'm gonna go and watch one full cricket game, and I'm gonna
only if you call
educate
it a
myself
match rather than a game, because it's not. It's a cricket match.
Yeah, match. Yes.
There's a lot on YouTube right now in India. The most high-value cricket is called the IPL, the Indian Premier League. So we're now at the final stages, the playoffs, very similar to, rugby actually. So they have playoffs and final. So it's not like 2 semi-finals and a final like football. So the first and second team play, one goes straight to the final. Third and fourth team play, one goes through, then plays the loser of the first match. Final.
Yeah.
We have a new player on the table.
Yes, we do. At seat number 1, and is a very familiar player.
Is that an Estonian flag? The red and
the blue, black, white is Estonian.
That's Estonian. So
that's Latvian.
Latvia. Thank you.
Yes.
Bezeks Edgars.
Edgars Bezeks. I played with him a lot, even recently. He always, whenever I'm usually working during those big festivals, right? And I only get a chance to play maybe 1 or 2 side events.
Sure.
But every single time I play, he seems to be here, and exactly at my table, and
he's
exactly.
A big lad, isn't he?
He is.
I wouldn't be too rude to him, I think.
But he's a friendly dude, and I think he busted me from the last event I played here in Estonia as well. I had Irish Open in between and stuff that I still played a couple of tournaments, but I don't think he was there. But every time I'm in Estonia, he's the person to bust me.
So we're going to be working together with some other guests, I think, on the final table here on Saturday.
Yes.
Did you watch the final table of the Irish Open?
Of course, I was working through it. I did the TV table to it.
With Finton?
No.
Oh.
I wasn't doing commentary. I was working as a
blogger.
Basically, I was the team who did the TV table. Yeah.
Okay, so Steve O'Dwyer, very good player, and the most experienced, best player on the table for sure.
Yeah.
Just for those watching, and I'm hoping we don't necessarily get a final table like that in this one, but he had the majority of the chips. He knocked every single player out. He had 75% of the chips when they were down to 5 players. That kind of domination's mad.
I've brought the Irish Open final table. I work as a streamer full time as my when I don't commentate on poker festivals, and I bring it out as an example ever since. I mean, it's the example of the most dominant final table I have ever
same here.
witnessed.
I've seen a lot, and I've played a lot, and
that was just a pure example of somebody aware of ICM during all the other players as well, and just taking advantage and abusing everybody else.
So, now on day 1 or day 2, Miller, one of the guys, I think it was in seat 2, and he totally dominated our table in the same way. He just went through, always small raises, small bets, but he just cleaned up on our table. Very difficult to play. And then he had exactly the same done to him with Steve.
That is just I haven't been so impressed with poker in a long while, and I knew I expected a lot from a player who has cashed more than 33 million in his lifetime. I mean, he's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, I've played with him in London maybe 4 years ago, but only the once, and obviously I've seen him on TV and stuff.
But I think every single poker player who loves to watch poker at some points and wants to learn a little bit should watch this final table and see how you can.
How you play a domination game, because he just absolutely went through everyone.
Not to be rude, and I don't mean it in a rude way anyway, but this is exactly what you see when you get one of the best in the world of all time playing against very strong and good poker players, but when you get the best against the good, it's of course the situation, everything worked out for him as well, but it's that dominating, and it was.
I think it shows that it isn't luck and it isn't coincidence that some of the same top players have top results.
Yeah, I agree. And that was just I mean it's like putting a pro UFC fighter against amateur kickboxer or whatever. It's just pure dominance. The difference might not be that small, but the feels that other players lack is the thing that you're gonna get abused through.
It was a slaughter, really.
Yeah, but it was beautiful to watch. I mean, it kind of feels like the players at the table were in awe of it as well. They just kind of didn't know what's going on with them, and there's nothing they could do. And
I think if I was on that table and could see that was happening, you're just looking at laddering. I mean, you're going,
exactly.
How can I get 40 grand rather than 20 grand?
Exactly, and I think that was what was going on, because the thing is that everyone else were kind of similar as that.
Yeah, they were.
And if it wasn't like that, and if Stephen O'Dwyer doesn't hit that one outer of a jack in this one hand to take that chip lead, this might have been a completely different story.
Yeah.
But the fact that everybody was similarly stacked and he knew that he could abuse it, because the difference between 6th and 2nd is 100k. So I mean, that's what you're gonna see a great player do. There's a lot of us here watching and maybe even playing who would just not know to or recognize to take advantage of this situation. So it was beautiful. Yeah.
We can't see it now on the screen, but I think Erila has 6-4. Suited. I may be wrong, but if he does,
then we have a straight situation here.
We have a very interesting one. Now, the graphics have gone off, but I'm pretty sure I saw 6-4. So this is interesting.
So it might be 8 high straight against the 9 high straight.
So
it's a good.
He's just calling.
He's
That's
just
interesting. Very, I like this.
Keeping is up. There's 2 flush draws in there.
2 flush draws. So yeah, it's a risk play to just call.
Exactly.
And a flush is now made.
Flush has made, but at the same time, you're still keeping your opponent's ranges wide. And I don't mind to call in this specific situation.
It will slow down error alert
Yeah.
if he has got the 6-4. And I apologise to everyone if I've misread that. But I think I'm adding real value here, guys, because we can't see it on the screen. But my little observant little old eyes think I saw that. So
I wanted to say dependent on Christos' bet size.
He's betting like he's got 6-4. Put it that way.
Yeah, I would have expected Edgars to just call here, but since Christo is betting so small, Edgars thinks that there is plenty of value
still. It's a nicely weighted raise as well. I do like this raise because it's going to be very hard to fold. Again, if I'm right that he's got 6-4. He's also obviously now looking at the flush as well.
And it's very unlikely for Christo Heraldo to bet that small with a flush there. So there's not much you're worried about.
No, again, now this is the difference between a defensive call and trying to utilise, and a good fold there, trying to utilise a more aggressive approach to getting chips.
Yeah.
So he had the chance there of getting another 10k from a made hand that he thinks is winning. And if he's unlucky enough to walk into a 4 queen of spades or something like that, where you've got the straight and then you hit the flush, okay, so be it.
If the camera cuts to him, but I just figured out who seat 1 reminds me of, and he reminds me of a lot of young Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's just very similar.
No, do you remember when Arnold had that hair with the split down the middle, that we call it curtains?
Yeah.
And that long hair when he was bodybuilding.
Yeah, exactly. The bodybuilding.
And speaking English really well.
Look, he's kind of similar to.
And he's got the fucking. Excuse me. He's got the chest for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a big guy.
Arnold.
So I figured it out finally. It's pocket jacks now for. It's very difficult to see his name. Giordano, I think. The last name is Giordano.
Giordano Alessandro.
Alessandro Giordano.
I'm part Italian. Of all the names, you can do all the Scandi ones, and I'll do the European ones.
Are you really part Italian?
Yeah, I was born in Rome. Brought up in my nonno and nonna, my grandfather were from Rome, and now my Italian family are in Milano.
All right, so I'm not gonna butcher the. You
can butcher. That's fine.
Italian.
Even the Italians butcher the Italian language. Here we got an interesting one. We got jacks against queen jack suited, but a very kind of weird board of 2-3-3 with 2 diamonds.
Yeah, I think it's.
I can't see the black queen jack going anywhere. Yeah, you were right.
Yeah,
fold.
It's 28 minutes remaining of this level and this day, so everybody, if you're watching, this is the last level. Blinds are 6 and 1200, so I mean, nobody too short at this table. I mean, Suominen has 32 and Alessandro has something like 40 or very close to it. So these are the
we've got 25 bigs is the smallest. Well, that's not small.
So that's not a short
everyone
stack,
has a playable hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Which tells you there's a nice structure, nice smooth structure going through to the end of day 1. Shouldn't be panicking.
Yeah, and if you're hovering around that starting stack and maybe a bit more than that, then you probably don't need to take too many. I mean, like too many wild plays. Of course, you want to play on a side of aggression still, but you don't feel like you need to go all in at this situation just to have a better spot.
Well, my nephew's Fanta upstairs is now on 113k, so that's a nice shape to be in. And, you know, obviously I don't have a percentage of him at all. I've never coached him. He's not my poker protege. He's not learned everything he knows from me at all. So I'll be completely impartial if he makes the final table. Completely. 25 minutes left.
So how old is your nephew?
22.
22, so...
what was funny, when I first started playing with him when he was a kid in the summer house near Stockholm, my daughter's similar age to him, and she was the clever strategic one.
Mm-hmm.
When Svante had a good hand, everything about him radiated he had a good hand. And we would say he got his dick out and like flopped it on the table, you know, like look at this, look at my big ding-a-ling, and you, oh okay, I fold, you know. So he had no subtlety, no. Now he's learned, he's worked hard, he uses HUDs online, does a training program, he's had coaches, he uses a Swedish guy and me as kind of mentors to discuss hands when he's not sure how he's played it. Obviously I always say, look, I haven't got all the context, but I think you missed this opportunity, or these are the options you might have had, what do you think? So I try and kind of facilitate rather than, you know, because there is no answer in poker. There's just choices, often good and bad choices, but sometimes those choices are so close to each other that you're going on history or instinct, or you've seen the hand before, you just don't trust that player, and you know you're using something that isn't tangible. It's like a, you know, I folded in the Omaha today. I had 3 9s, but with 3 connected hearts on board. A very aggressive player who I played in the satellite with last night, bet on the end. And everything about it said he's got nothing, and I folded. And then he said he had nothing. And then he said he had aces over 9s later, and he had raised pre-flop.
Okay.
So I think it was the right fold, but I wanted to call because he's the kind of player that will make a move with absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It's tough. Which is the beauty of the game, because here I am, 60 years old, played a lot, fair amount of winnings, a lot of tournaments, a lot of trophies, and I'm still learning. I'm genuinely 100% still learning, still finding new situations, having to think in a different way or respond in a different way.
Yeah, the game is evolving still, you know. The meta is improving or changing all the time, and that's probably the reason why I ended up not playing professionally anymore and just recreationally. For me personally, it's just because, you know, it's staying in front of the curve and constantly trying to be better while there's like hundreds of people putting in a lot of thousands of hours probably to become better from it. It just got a bit exhausting to me, and I just finally again I enjoy the game as a rec player.
Yeah, I mean I get that, and I
still love to learn.
Somehow I found a way of continuing to be relevant, continuing to be able to win enough. And I've always prided myself that if I get to a final table or that position, I've got far more experience than most of the rest of the table on literally on how to win. And I will, you know, I can move that gear and get into a winning gear. And that experience, I think, is more important than any hours of video lessons or coaching or whatever the people have done, because they've not experienced it. And, you know, I put maximum pressure on people's decisions because I know that it's a 4,000 difference or a 5, you know, so their decision, the money starts to affect their decision making, but I don't care about the money in the sense of that doesn't...
Yeah, I understand, completely understand what you mean, and I agree with you. I do at the same time still think that staying in the lab and just playing through like millions of, like letting computer calculate millions of different odds that you otherwise have to play through for maybe 10 years. But it's way easier than that.
I have a friend who played the Irish Open. He's done he's my age, but he's done studying, 3 years of COVID, really worked hard. He has a coach, 2 coaches. He worked really, really hard. Do I consider he's now a better player than he was? Yes. Do I consider he's a better player than I am, all other things being equal? No. I don't, and not from my ego. I can give you a list of people that are better players than me, so I don't have an issue.
Look at that. Let's just the call with the ace-5 on the turn. So it's a bet with 2 overcards and a flush draw on a flop, and gets called by ace-5, the middle pair. Now a large bet on a turn, and gets another call with the ace-5.
Wow.
And the ace-5 checks it over to king-jack here, and
now Giordano's been quite tight from what I've seen so far.
and he didn't make a flush, didn't make a straight, didn't make a pair even, and the ace-5 by calling twice there just takes this one down, and would have been interesting to see a large bet there.
What's the proportion of hitting flops or missing flops? Do you know what it is in Hold'em?
You mean like, I think you're going to hit the flop every 1/3 of the time or something like that.
So therefore, you're not hitting a flop 65% of the time, 2/3 of the time. And again, most players know that. And so calling with that pair, especially on a board that has flushing or straighting flavors to them, is no bad thing. It's a good play. You don't need to go mad. Just call, see where it goes.
Yeah, and it's at the same time, it's not something that's super easy to do. It's like, it's always the fear of maybe I'm gonna have to face another bet.
Now,
so
how would I play King Jack suited with that turn? Far more aggressively, because I also know that they haven't. I'm pretty sure that they won't have hit much on that board as well. So I want to reverse the pressure. I'm not just calling. I'm raising on the turn there. I'm saying, you've got the draw and I'm winning. Come on, what are you going to do about it? And again, to me, that's another good example of whether you play more defensively and are looking to hit, or whether you play more offensively, more aggressively to win the pot.
Yeah.
And sometimes you've got to use a lot of different ways to win the pot, because once you're in a pot, your soldiers are at war. They are in. You've lost those soldiers unless you find a way of bringing them back.
Yeah.
And Giordano there just gave up. Now, I personally don't like that. I don't like that as a poker choice.
I agree. I definitely, we both know that there are some times where you have to be willing to just, count your losses and just give up. But on a situation like there was, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can apply so much pressure there.
He had two overcards as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's not even got the flush draw. He's got two overcards and a flush draw.
And a straight draw.
And a gut shot, that's right, against something that wasn't strong, clearly not strong. So why aren't you picking that up, smashing back? And and that's not me trying to say every hand you should play aggressively. Absolutely not. But that's a good situation where tournament experience and tournament awareness and awareness of what's going on in a hand would serve you well, I think.
We can come back to that mentality of preserving chips or trying to make yourself forced to.
But the other big factor, like you said, with 20 minutes left on the end of day one, just like the bubble in a tournament, whether it's a satellite or a normal tournament, it's a crucial period to hoover up chips.
Yes.
And
exactly.
if you are not aggressive in this period, you will lose chips, lose confidence, and the people that see this and understand, there may be more than one on the table, that sees, all right, I'm going to make some plays here because people are going to fold.
Yeah.
Because they've only got 20 minutes to the end of the day. Now, 5 minutes before the end of the day, you're risking them going all in because they're going, I don't care, I'm taking the risk. So, you have to put that half hour before the last kind of 5 minutes is a really good period to play aggressively and find ways of winning bigger pots. And that King Jack suited was a good example.
Yeah, definitely. And poker, kind of like in real life, like in big stack, like big chip stack makes more often than not makes more chips. Like it's just by having a big stack, because there are plenty of situations.
Money
in
comes
poker,
to money.
Yeah, plenty of situations in poker as well. As you said, bubble situations, like just mental situations where people might want to just not bust the last 17 minutes. Whatever might happen, where you can just apply pressure just by having a big stack. So. Sometimes you have to take the risks to put yourself in a situation where money will make money again.
Yep.
There is still 17 minutes left.
Of course, we're half an hour behind here, I'm assuming, in terms of the...
Yes.
Yeah.
So in real time, we have already finished.
Yep.
But we are commentating on a 30-minute delay. That is, of course...
But it always takes a while to count the chips, bag them, make sure everyone knows what they're doing. So there's always a 15-minute kind of period. So we're only really just about coming towards the end. but we've got 15 minutes more with you guys. Do we have the facility for people to ask questions? And do they?
Yes, but we don't have a computer right now, so it's very difficult for me to do it right now. But we're gonna try and fix it.
We'll make sure we get something for the final table, because that's
the TV crew. They told me that they're gonna try to fix it by tomorrow, but it's not something that I usually think about when I come to commentate.
Yeah, I just like hearing from people. And
for sure.
All questions that people have. It's always nice to.
Best part, and I want to make some polls to Twitch chat and some. I agree. As a streamer, it's best part of my job too.
What I learned yesterday from someone is that apparently Jack 9 suited is one of the most popular hands in Sweden and Finland. I have no idea whether that's just housewife story, or
it might be. I mean, it definitely might be. If I'm thinking about like my favorite hand, it is the 10-9 of spades.
Yeah.
But it's very similar to close to Jack 9, and we are the smaller brother of Sweden and Finland, so we can't really take the Jack 9. So I'm gonna take the 9.
More like sister.
Yeah, probably his sister. But the thing is, I think the smaller sister.
Do you relate yourself to Sweden? Because I know Finland, yes. But do you also relate to Sweden?
Not that much, honestly.
No,
not that much.
Finland's
mostly
definitely
Finns,
big brother.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, I don't mind the comparison of little sister, because it's Finland who's gonna take care of us, and who's like watching over us to see that we're gonna grow up a nice little country and not go hang out with this
with the big Russian bastards.
Exactly. And not turn out like them.
Not go all Ukraine. Oh, let's not get political now, guys.
But it's definitely like that.
We haven't had any premium hands except for those aces recently.
The thing is, it's like
and the queens.
After changing the tables, like the previous feature table, we had every hand. Somebody had aces, somebody had kings, somebody had queens. There was like a big hand parade coming out on the stream for like 5 hours straight. But once we changed it, it's kind of more interesting even to see like regular hands to play up against each other. But of course,
and also there's more nuance to, you know, playing the king queen and the jack 9 suited and the fours, and you know, because you're having to make, you know, it's not I've got kings or I've got aces, which are relatively simple to play. I mean, they're not complicated to play big hands, and it's the more interesting hands that are more challenging to play and also more interesting to commentate on, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. But still, bear in mind, we are still at day 1A of a 3-day tournament. I mean, there's so much playing room left to be done, but
there's a hand I love. 6-5 suited.
Beautiful.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Is this guy a poker player? Arnold Schwarzenegger has just folded 6-5 suited. I'm sorry, am I in another universe? Am I in a Universal Soldier? A good link there. Or a Terminator? We should terminate him for not playing 6-5 suited. That's in my book, that's a crime.
I mean, if it's folded to you, especially, I mean, you have to come in with a raise there. Yeah. And he doesn't have a short stack as well.
No. And you know, no, I'm sorry. Right. Mr. Edgars, you've either given up for the day and you're happy with your stack, or you should be banned from all poker rooms forever. I'm going to go and have a word with you later, son. So we've still not had that seat filled, which is interesting. So we're playing 7-handed. What do you think the difference, if anything, between a kind of 7-handed table and the 8-handed full TV table that we had earlier?
The thing is, I'm a big fan of 8-handed TV tables. Instead of 9-handed, I think it's way more viewer friendly. It doesn't seem like a big difference, but I think it's the sweet spot of like. I personally enjoy 6-max the most. I agree.
I prefer playing 6-max as well.
Yeah, but I mean, it's.
What do you think in terms of? Now we've got 7 rather than 8. So in terms of ranges and hands,
in theory, the ranges should get wider. In theory, the play should there should be more 3-betting and so on. But from experience, what I noticed, there's not too many people who recognize it. So
well, a good example is here we have Eric Lind, who's made a raise with Queen 9 offsuit in late position, in fact on the button, and wasn't called anywhere. So a very good example of widening your range. Queen 9 suited, it's not a hand to go to war with, but he's used his position, made a raise. People are, at this point, with only 11 minutes to go, are not fighting. There's even a guy who didn't play 5-6 suited. I mean, I'm sorry. There's like, I mean, I don't want to go on about it, guys, but 6-5 suited, that's like, it's almost like aces, but just different.
Yeah, but one thing I've noticed, and that again comes from experience from doing those commentaries, what should happen is players widening their ranges. Sometimes you get those players who take advantage of it, but more often than not, what I see, and it's very simple, like when your table kind of gets into this hibernating state of like everybody's waiting for a good hand, and it's just since there's less players, there's less setups, there's less good hands to be played, the play tends to get even more boring when it shouldn't actually. Like the less players, the more there should be like action.
Here we've got C8 Suominen on ace queen suited. Now ace queen is I would argue that ace queen is one of the most difficult hands to play and to win big pots of, along with jacks. And it's a funny hand because if you get into a war, you know, you really can be up against ace king or pairs or whatever. So we've got up against a 9-10 offsuit.
Yeah, he went for the limp strategy, probably wanted to limp go all in against the raise. Was expecting his opponent to raise him fairly often, blind versus blind.
So he's got 25k though, so he's got 20 bigs.
20 big blinds, So
and will the flop help him?
It is a good flop.
Well, it's a good flop for both of them, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very difficult for Oscar to put him on an ace as well.
Second pair with Oscar's hit second pair on Norwegian player.
And Suominen, he can be quite comfortable. He's almost never behind there. 8s are raising, 10s are raising, ace 10 is raising, ace 8
is raising. We're getting a call.
So basically the only hand you're losing against there with ace queen is 10-8 at the moment.
Now this is a very good example of how to work your short stack to a maximum value. So again, he's checking. Okay, that's interesting.
Is he checking? I'm really wondering if he's checking to
is he worried about
ship it in on a turn, or he's checking because he's worried. You know,
he could be looking to check raise, but I don't think his oppo was ever going to bet there.
It is a check back on a turn.
So both have 2 pairs, but obviously the ace is a bigger 2 pairs than the 10. He may get a call here because he showed weakness on the turn. There we are.
I think it's a very small bet on the river as well.
But
no, it
wasn't. 5.2.
Yeah.
So I think he played that beautifully, and I'm a big believer when you're strong of checking the turn and betting the river, because people always read that as weakness.
I agree with you.
Because it's almost automatic when you've missed to check the turn.
Plus, like, exactly, you have to mix it up, and in your head you have to kind of think is it possible to get three streets from a lot of worse hands, or is my hand the 2-street hand?
Absolutely.
And then how do I get those 2 streets?
So I've utilized that strategy a lot when I have it, or when I think I have it, and it's a very solid strategy because invariably you get called on the river. It's rare that you don't, because you've already established they have something, and that's a very good example. Someone's hit the second pair, they have something, like we saw with a pair of 5s, the third pair calling earlier.
Definitely. And it seems like the tournament clock has been stopped, so we are playing a fixed number of hands.
Is it last 3 or last 4?
I think they usually
draw a card.
Yeah,
3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
normally.
it's either 3, 4, or 5. So we are at the final stages of this day. It's been a successful day for all of these guys still in the tournament. I mean, we've lost almost 2/3 of the field with 74 players remaining, 192, not quite 2/3,
so 109,
but almost.
So nearly 200 runners. It's the first level for day 1, A. We have 3 more. We have 2 more full days and a turbo.
Yeah.
So they were hoping for kind of what I was chatting earlier to the organisers. They were hoping before this started for like 1,000. That was the kind of best figure. They were thinking more it's likely to be 700. 200 on day 1, because it always increases towards the weekend, and the Friday is always a bigger day. So I'm now looking at, I would say, 850, 900 minimum.
That's awesome.
So we could reach the 1,000.
Yeah.
And what will that give us in a prize pool? 1,000 times 550, or is it 500?
That's a 500k prize pool. I mean,
that is a 500k prize pool. That's a nice prize pool.
And the last winner in Tallinn took home 70k, and we might break this one.
Yeah.
And
well, if we have 500k, there has to be more than 70.
Yeah.
Even 15% is.
It's 150k basically. No, not 150, but 75. Yeah, but still, I mean, we're gonna play for a lot of money here.
Here we've got a classic one. We've got a bet with Jack 10, but a call with King Jack. And of all the hands you do,
I think the King Jack folded. I think it's a small little graphic.
Now he plays the 9-7 offsuit, not the 6-5 suited. I'm going to have a chat with this guy. He needs some help.
And
he's hit the absolute. He's hit the full house.
The full house
against a gut shot draw.
And
and he's
only an 8 on the river would chop this one up, but no, it's a 6 of diamonds.
There's no flush there.
Yeah, I mean, Bezak's. Yeah, there is a flush opportunity, but I mean, you're not that afraid of anything.
I mean, surely you're betting here.
Yeah.
I mean, after the 6-5, I have no idea what this guy's doing. So, he didn't know it, but he was up against nothing. So
he cannot get a call.
It would have been nice if his oppo hit a flush there, but didn't have it. Jack 10 flush would definitely be calling 6, 7, 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, do you sometimes see hero calls in situations like this? Because, I mean, Edgars can definitely call a flop with something like 5s or 4s that get counterfeited on the turn. So sometimes
I
you have to call.
hate getting counterfeited. I find it a very annoying part of poker. I think I'd argue it should be banned. It should be
I agree.
one of those things that we just shouldn't have in the game. Oh, you counterfeited? Oh, that's fine. Have your money back.
Or like you lost 3 all-ins in a row. Okay, the fourth one you get
you get fourth one free. It's like buying a round of drinks.
Yeah. I felt
so. Everyone's been playing fairly tight, to be honest, for the last hour. I mean, since I sat down, there's not been whenever there have been opportunities to make moves or play more aggressively, no one seems to have taken it.
Yeah, it's
been fairly passive.
Yeah, play has. And that happens quite often at the end of days, you know.
You can't argue with it as a strategy. You know, you can't win anything day one of any 2 or 3 day tournament. You have to get through. And the truth is, if you get through with 20 bigs or 50 bigs, actually doesn't make much difference.
Yeah, true.
It's on to another day, different table.
As well as, you know, you just mentally, you grind it for like 8.5 or 10 hours, let's say.
Yeah.
And you just really would hate to make a big mistake in the last 10 minutes or last couple of hands and just, you know, have nothing to show for it. At least the second day. I mean, it's just...
careful.
I mean...
A raise with ace-5 suited.
Is there a raise?
Yes.
Yeah,
he raised.
And he makes it big. I love the fact that he makes it big against 2 limpers. I mean...
He's also got a big stack, okay, not compared to the 142, but he's putting big pressure on everyone else.
Exactly. And
I can't believe anyone's going to do anything but fold.
Yes,
sometimes I get surprised in these countries, in different countries, where I'm not totally on top of the plate, and I go, oh, this will happen, and then the opposite happens, and I go, oh, okay.
That's true. So but I love the fact that he went big. It's just like...
Okay, well, look, I've now got a bit more respect for the guy, okay? I'm going to be low. I have to, you know, if I give a guy a hard time, I have to be honest and mature enough to go, that was played very well.
Yeah.
And he put maximum pressure at the right time in the tournament towards the end.
Exactly, with the right correct hand.
With the right hands, yeah. Absolutely. Ace-5 suited plays very well. Exactly. It's an underrated kind of hand, having a suited connecting low hand.
That is a concept that was that I understood. And once I understood the concept, how powerful suited aces are exactly to play in 3-bet spots, it's just...
Yeah, I prefer the concept that any 2 cards are good.
Yeah, that's true.
It's play the player, play the situation.
I agree.
Play the stack. Do you know the famous story of Annette Overstad? What she did?
How she won the sit and go with blindfold on. Yeah.
130 runners online. She put a post-it note to stop her seeing her own hand, and then she played the situation, the opposition, the position on the table, all the way through and won it. And if that isn't proof that it isn't that important what two cards you have, you know, and if you think about it, it's only really important on a river or after a river, arguably, you know, the two cards you've got, because especially when both of you believe you're winning. I mean, and that's rare. You don't get to that situation that much where I mean, like today I get knocked out with house over house. I had to believe I was winning. I've got no choice because I've hit.
Yeah.
But the guy had a bigger house. Okay, fine. You know, but you don't get to that point that much in Hold'em. You can get it more in Omaha.
That's true.
You know, it's much more about the journey you go through and the situations and how you play it to maximize return. And I thought that was I've played with Annette.
I think it's one of the most impressive stories, and in a sense that it just as you just mentioned, it just showcases exactly how much understanding your ranges against your opponent ranges and playing accordingly might even be more important than what you hold at some points. Of course, you're gonna be in a disadvantage anyway, if you can't see your hands. But it just shows it's doable even without seeing.
One of the things I do, and don't laugh too loud. One of the things I have done is when I have a lot of non-playing hands, so hands you just can't play, I will make a choice. I will look down and I will imagine I have kings.
Yeah.
Seriously. So, I know it sounds odd. And then I will play the whole hand like I have kings. Exactly as I would play kings.
I actually do it myself.
And I thought I was a weird
specifically,
one.
But exactly, I make myself believe that I do have this strong hand when I can have it in this situation.
And you visualize it. You literally looked at two kings.
Yeah.
And then you play the whole hand like you've got kings. Now, of course, you can lose with kings, as I did in the Irish Open main event against 9-6 offsuit. Not that I'm sore. Not that I still remember every minute of that. And he didn't even cash much more than me. That was a real gutter. Had all my chips and didn't even cash properly.
How far did you make it in the main event?
200, small cash.
So you made some
200
money. Okay.
Yeah,
but there was a lot of players in the field. Playing.
Well, I did win. I had two satellite seats, so I lost bullet one and then won another one in a satellite. So I wasn't in for the full. So the profit was good.
Okay, that's good.
And two other cashes. Even in the other, that's right. Yeah. No.
So did you cash the Omaha event? I remember the Omaha event. That was the only one I played in Irish Open because
funny enough, cashed in a turbo, which is not something I particularly think I'm any good at. Oh, no, I came fifth in one of the 150 Omahas. So one of the first ones I cashed fifth.
All right.
And got actually played that very well. Played the tournament well and got a bit unlucky on the. I got called by someone that wasn't that experienced and normally wouldn't have called. So
it's just a situation that doesn't work out.
Here we've got an interesting one because we've got King 7 suited against twos. Well, the kings hit, the twos have got 3 overcards that are all connected.
And that's the issue.
Now,
Pair.
Okay, here we have my new friend, Mr. Edgars. He doesn't care. He's coming in with his big boy Arnold Schwarzenegger. And take that, you Italian.
And it's probably one of the scariest boards to fire into with pocket deuce.
I must admit, I don't like the play.
Yeah, me neither. That's the thing. Like
I'm giving the guy. He's got big balls, but it's not a good play.
He's gonna continue. He's looking at his chips like he wants to steal this one away. But in a long run, I don't agree firing deuces in a board like this.
But he's doing it because he's got 135k and he's putting pressure on a small stack of 32k who has shown weakness in other hands.
Yeah.
So he's making a strategic choice. This is where it doesn't matter what his hand is, because he's not doing it with his hand. He's doing it because he thinks he can get the Italian guy to fold.
Yeah, and the problem for me is like why I don't want to start firing on a flop with pocket deuces.
It would have been funny if that was a 2 in the end.
On a board specifically like King 10, 10-9, your opponent has a lot of those.
He's going for
check
third.
call,
He's going for a third bullet.
check call,
Yep.
and check decide moments. So you need to be willing to fire 3 times with deuces.
He's firing. I think that's 20,000.
I don't mind the fire.
It's called.
And it's
Italian's cool. Well played, my friend. Well played.
And that's the reason I don't like the bet on the flop.
I agree.
Not because you might get
He's just
caught.
doubled up. He's just doubled him up.
Yeah.
Literally complete double.
But more because the reason that your opponent is gonna call. Check call at least twice, and then he might check decide. So, do you really want to go to war and go for 3 streets with pocket deuces?
At some point, you've got to be realistic and go, okay, if he's got a shorter stack and he's called me twice, he's not calling me with nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
will he call me in the end? Yes, he will.
I mean, don't definitely bluff there. Use a hand like ace jack, maybe ace queen, whatever. Check 9, something like that. Probably not deuces to go to war there. But anyway, that means that was the final hand of the day. And it was a fantastic day, and it was great to have you in the booth.
I wasn't
JJ.
expecting to be talking, I mean, talking to you, yes, but not talking with you.
Yeah.
So, it was a lovely, nice little hour. Thank you very much for your care and attention. Thank you.
Definitely, and a beautiful start for Coolbet Open Tallinn. We're gonna be back here tomorrow, so on the same channel, don't go anywhere far with new free rolls for new virtual sports promo codes and whatever. And of course, I'm gonna be here tomorrow as well. From me and from JJ, have a good evening. Bye bye.